see that? That's insane. What the heck?
That is incredible.
That's every minion destroyed. The Bless, that's just lethal, right?
Bless, apotheosis, like he's still going.
Oh.
I can't imagine this doesn't end up being lethal at some point. It's just dead on turn 5. He just played a rod and then fell over. That's what he got to do this entire game. Welcome everybody to finals day here at Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City, and we have had 365 players enter. We're down to the last 16. We've had some jokes and fun along the way, but Gia, today it's just time to get serial. How's it going?
Get serial. It's going great, Lorinda. We have one of the most stacked top 16s I've ever seen in a Masters Tour. I think just before we went live, we were talking, and Raven pointed out that this is probably one of the most look forward to day 3s of any Masters Tour we've had so far. Just the star power throughout these 16 players is nothing to be underestimated. I am so excited to see who is going to walk away as the champion.
Yeah, it's really difficult to convey it because it's our job to say, look at this top 16, it's really good, we're looking forward to it. But it actually is just absolutely astounding. Even a casual observer who watches just in and out of some Masters Tour, maybe a stream or two, will know a large number of these players. This is what we've been playing. We've been playing Conquest format, 4 decks per player and 4 unique classes. You've got to win with each class once, and one of your decks is banned out. Yeah, you can't win the same deck twice. I'm just reading it off now. We went through 8 rounds of Swiss, and basically the top 16 is players who finish on 7-1 or 8-0 for the large part. So they've played a lot of Hearthstone already, and they have done very well at it, which is why they're the last 16 remaining.
Indeed, and in terms of Conquest, the question needs to be asked, what is your priority ban? Because usually you build a lineup around the fact that you can get rid of one of the most powerful classes in the meta, and that still remains to be argued about, I would say. A lot of people going for Demon Hunter bans, others being fully aggressive with their lineup and getting rid of Warrior, others that are a bit greedier playing anti-control lineups and thus want to get rid of Boar Priest because that is a deck that can very much punish the slower ones in the meta. And we have a very healthy mix of lineups left in our top 16, Lorinda. We've seen pretty much an entire tour of the metagame throughout the past 2 days, including Warlocks here and there. But after all has been said and done in Swiss, it does end up being no big surprise that Warlock is the lowest win rate class of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely no surprise to anybody. One thing that I think could be, there's a lot of things that will surprise some people. I don't think people knew how much Druid was going to be in this tournament going in. We knew it'd be somewhere between quite a bit and maybe a lot, but the nerfs, you had 3 days to learn the metagame to try out the Druid, which was nerfed. And it seems here like Druid just didn't really get hurt that much. It felt like it might, and it's here and well.
It is. It still has a pretty healthy representation in the top 16, but I think many times we've seen on stream that its overall power level has been tweaked, I would say, in a good way from 2 different approaches, tweaking it against slower control matchups by making Kazakhstan a much harder condition to fulfill in order to play it. And then the 1 mana bump higher of Miracle Growth to 8 mana has also hurt some of its prospects against aggro, but overall, you're still Druid. If you hit ramp into card draw, there are very few things in the game that can stop you, but it still is kind of an argument as to which is the strongest individual deck in the tournament. I would say Demon Hunter, but others say Warrior.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting in one of our first matches of the day, somebody who's done very well with Warrior over the last few weeks in that one. Quick look at this prize pool, 14,000 for first, 2,000 for getting out of bed this morning. Pretty good going, but also the points available for seasonal championships, the points available for last call Grandmasters are all on the line, and those 2 things get you a chance at the World Championships. So this is a lot of money. But several of these players at least will be looking for the bigger picture, the big number of points you get for qualifying in first place, and those shots at the huge money available in the World Championships.
That's right. There is a lot bubbling under the surface here. It's not just about the money. Like you said, there is the chance to qualify through to the seasonal championship that will be held later on this year, and that is a slot awarded to the winner of this tournament. So, for example, last Masters Tour winner, Miss Gabby, already has his invite through to seasonals, and they will be joined by the 13 highest overall match wins players throughout these first 3 Masters Tours of the year, and this is the 3rd one, so it's the last chance to get any more match wins. I lost my train of thought. Please save me, Lauren.
I mean, this is what I was talking about. We had some fun along the way, especially with TJ and his camera, in multiple different ways. But the serious business was taking place in the games at the same time. Seeing a recap of some of those right now. Burrow has made it into this top 8. JWC also made it in here, so this match, it didn't matter, really, did it? They both got through anyway, but it was a great match at the time. We saw Blythe absolutely tear through this from 1-0 down to win it 3-1. I actually didn't see much of this match. I'm not sure I was. I think it was on and I was just taking a rest or something. I can't remember much about Viper 94 and Letter at all.
I mean, it was a very fun one, just showing the huge power available to just running Beastalker Tavish at the top end of Quest Hunter. It vastly improves your Control Warrior matchup, and then the base of the deck is still great against aggro. So there's also arguments to be said that Quest Hunter was one of the best brings going into this tournament. I think that is very reasonable. But we also have Levick here on the Naga Mage, giving a master class, taking down Neji Boston, who is also a very strong competitor. But Naga Mage is another one of these decks that was perhaps slept on by the majority of the field, but we do have quite a few Naga Mage enthusiasts in our top 16.
Don't bow to Twitter, Gia. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't let them get better of you. Naga Mage. We'll talk about it later. Just quickly flick through that game between, with Face-Off in it there for a moment, and yeah, he got through as well as his opponent. And then the last match, I didn't even see what it was because I was listening to you and staring at something else, ready for this first match. But there is our top 16, stacked lineup, headed by Habu Gabu, who is the main proponent, I would say, of Mage, reaching rank 1 legend with it, kind of against the odds, and just staying there and pulling clear over the course of the month. And then you see just so many big names. I could read every single name out pretty much, and you will have heard of so many of these. Anyone that stands out in particular, Gia, out of this crazy field?
Well, of course, I would have to highlight Bunnyhoppor versus posesi, which is, spoilers, the match that we will be featuring for our top 16, because posesi is the current world champion, facing off against one of the no contest all-time greats of Hearthstone. Bunnyhoppor has just been in the scene for as long as I can remember, stayed throughout the entire Grandmasters duration of Europe, and has continued to perform well. He's actively competing in the Chinese League as well via Team Liquid, and has just been putting out a lot of content on stream. He's just never really taken a long break from Hearthstone, and I think he's showing that he still can be at his prime. Although, like you said, Lorinda, no matter where we look on that bracket, there's a healthy representation of Grandmasters and foreigner Grandmasters, very consistent Masters Tour performers, and a little bit of new blood as well. But one thing I wanted to highlight is that just like last Masters Tour, in complete contrast to what we've been seeing throughout the past couple of years, is there's not that many players from China.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that. Just 1 or 2 hanging around in there, but the last year was absolutely dominated by the Chinese players. I think we all had to admit it finally. We sort of held on from the year before. It's like, yeah, we're still doing okay. The Chinese players are only winning half of our tournaments, you know. But no, it's mainly like we're winning 1 or 2 of the Chinese tournaments is how it's felt the last 6 or 7. But this time around, very good chance that it's going to go to a non-Chinese, non-European player.
Oh, are you saying it, Learn? Are you
No, it'll go to a European player.
An
It
APAC
always
winner?
does.
Oh, come on. I mean, the one thing we can agree on is it's probably not going to an Americas player.
Hey! Yeah, actually, looking down this list, now you mention it. All right, sure.
Yep.
You might be right. Even you
Not
can't
this
curse
time.
that one, I don't think. Oh, dear.
We do have posesi versus Bunnyhoppor, just like we mentioned, as our featured match. And posesi, despite being the world champion, he just very quietly snuck into top 16. At least we didn't quite get a good opportunity to show some of his broadcast matches yesterday because there were so many stacked matches happening every single round. But now he gets his time in the sun against Bunnyhoppor. Honestly, it is so hard to say who is the underdog here. Both of these have such an incredible pedigree to their names.
But on the lineups, Gia, I think posesi is a strong favourite. He's brought this ban Demon Hunter and then try and beat Warrior lineup that we've seen once or twice. That means it does include that Mech Paladin and the Boar Priest, which is kind of a weird lineup, but it's something that I think people are looking at strongly coming into this tournament. And I think Bunnyhoppor might have his work cut out to get this one done. But if anyone's going to win with Warrior against the odds at the moment, it is Bunnyhoppor. He loves this deck. He has been saying it's the best deck in the format. He's going to get his chance to prove it.
That is true. How poetic, right? To see Bunnyhoppor actually prove that the Warrior can get there even against a lineup that is hard targeting it. posesi himself not bringing Warrior because, as you said, he is trying to prey on it, and I guess has had some pretty good luck throughout the bracket. Like he said, he only faced an aggro lineup once, if my understanding of Japanese is good enough from his tweet. And that was pretty good because his lineup is very, very greedy, absolutely needs to ban away Naga DHs. And if there are some of the lineups out there with like face hunters and aggro druids, he would have been in trouble. But so far, he has hit the mark pretty consistently. And once again, can prey on Bunnyhoppor with that Warrior. But Bunny's going to start off with his Quest Hunter, which I think is in a reasonable spot in the matchup overall. It can be pretty aggressive in terms of damage output, so I think that's a pretty good matchup into the Boar Priest and a close one against Mech Paladin.
Yep, absolutely. I think Hunter's in a good spot. The stats say it's a close one against the Mech Paladin. I'm still slightly argumentative about that. I think the Mech Paladin is fairly strongly favoured there, but you and the stats, I can't really argue with those, let's face it, with my pedigree, so we'll go with that. He is bringing the Harpoon gun, which has been found in a few of these Quest Hunters. Do you like this piece of tech, Gia, or what do you think of it?
I think it's a very decent card just to get some more damage output through. 2 copies, I've seen some versions running that. 1 copy with 1 copy of Candle Shot is quite rare because I tend to think that players choose one or the other with the weapon, but they do fulfill very separate purposes in the Quest Hunter, I think. The Candle Shot there to support Dragonbane Shot and other removal spells to get rid of the odd health minions because so much of Hunter's removal comes in increments of 2. Whereas the Harpoon gun is helping your long-term prospects, dredging up better draws with those 2 attacks and making sure that you can smoothly get to Tavish or just deal more damage to your opponent if they're not one of those healing classes. posesi, however, is going to go for the Mirror here on his own Quest Hunter that does not include the Harpoon gun. Still has Candle Shot, but I would say those are not really the important part in the matchup. It is more about a race to Drekthar as the main one. Getting Drekthar on board first is a huge thing, but it's not necessarily about a race to getting Tavish on board first because there's well enough damage to kill your opponent even without Tavish.
Yeah, quite often you don't have the time to play Tavish. You're either about to die or you need the damage or you're going to win yourself. So Tavish can get quite interesting. 5 mana to do nothing for a turn. Obviously it sets you up to win the next turn nearly every time you play it, but this really is about who can count the best in some degrees. Can you make it so your opponent is likely to only get you down to 1 or 2 health, so you get 1 more turn? And that sounds obvious.
Right.
You don't die, win the game. But if you can just make it so your opponent can only do 29 damage to you instead of 30, it is the difference between winning and losing very often in this matchup.
Absolutely, all about those breakpoints, and that's why I think that Bunnyhoppor in terms of list should be slightly ahead here. The only difference in the deck list is that posesi has 2 marked shots, whereas Bunny has only 1 to make room for the 1 of Harpoon Gun. And Harpoon Gun is just kind of 6 damage face over 2 turns, only costs 3 mana. And if this does become a face race, Mark Shot I think is way too slow here. It is great value and better against Warrior, for example, which I think is why posesi has 2 of those in his list. But in the Mirror, I don't think that getting that extra Discover spell is going to be as useful as just straight up face damage.
Yeah, the deck list makes sense within their lineups. So posesi targeting the slower decks, so he has the marked shots for the slower approach. Bunnyhoppor's just brought the 4 best decks as far as raw power level is concerned. So he's gone with the split Harpoon Gun Candle Shot, just gives himself that that balanced approach, not only within the deck, but within the lineup. So different approaches right from the drawing board, which is What a lot of people forget who just watch these tournaments, they'll copy a deck list and go, well, why isn't this working on ladder? Well, the answer quite often is because it's a targeted deck list. It's trying to do something that you're not trying to do on ladder, like playing Mech Paladin, for instance. You don't want to do that on ladder because you can't ban Demon Hunter. And that's a big, big deal against that deck.
Indeed. Still banging the Mech Paladin drum, Lorraine.
Oh, absolutely.
Even when it's not on stream.
It is on stream. It's going to be on stream in a moment.
I mean, not right now.
It could be.
So posesi is on the play here, which is something relevant. I would say obviously both players just want to go for their quest on turn 1. There is a world where if Bunny had a 2-drop, you could coin it out here and say that, okay, 3 health, that's actually kind of hard to clear on 2 mana for Hunter. But since he doesn't have the option to pre-develop anything, I expect it's just quest for him. But for posesi, the big deal is that he doesn't have a 2-cost damage spell here. Like the Arcane Shot could be very valuable if this does turn into a situation where it's first player to play Tavish Quest Reward wins, then you almost always want to maintain a 1-cost spell for your turn 6 and just say, okay, I can play Tavish on the very same turn, and that's a huge advantage. But having to just hero power on turn 2 and have a hand full of expensive spells means that he will be behind on quest completion, although Piercing Shot does afford him a lot of damage if there are targets to be found.
Yeah, it's a long way behind, though. We've seen this before in this matchup. The person who draws their 4 drops is so far behind, not because of when they get to turn 4, lack of power, but just doing nothing for 2 turns. Bunnyhoppor, so many options already this turn and the turn after. Even got a decision to make with the coin, whether he maybe wants to tracking, look for coin. Drekthar is another thing he can do here. He has got a lot of options on how he wants to play this.
I would be very interested in tracking for Drekthar here. It just is the main benefit of having coin in the matchup is the possibility of playing Drekthar first, but Bunny disagrees. He says he wants quest stage 1 done and dusted, uses both of the 1-cost spells, and is perhaps just looking at Aimed Shot to follow up and not even bothering with the Drekthar game plan because, of course, tracking doesn't give you particularly good odds to actually find it.
Yeah, Aimed Shot, one of the best cards in the matchup. Is it a keep in the Mulligan, Gia? Is it that good, do you think?
I think it's very reasonable to keep in this matchup. It just kind of is 5 damage for 3 if you include the 2 bonus to the hero power you get. And turn 3 can often be like an awkward one for Hunter where they don't necessarily spend all their mana efficiently. So just having the best damage spell guaranteed in the mirror, I think, is very reasonable. So we see both players trading back and forth with the aimed shots, but posesi is in trouble here. He just doesn't have targets for Piercing Shot. Picks up Dragon Bane, so he at least has something to do with part of his mana, but again, just hero powering here. I mean, it's not terrible in the sense that you are still getting damage, but it's slower damage, and we don't know what the breakpoints are going to look like at the end. It could end up in a situation where if posesi had just had a quick shot instead of one of those hero powers, maybe he puts Bunny 1 turn faster towards lethal.
Yeah, and that would have been maybe one of the reasons not to get Drekthar early here as well. Bunnyhoppor seeing posesi doing nothing on turn 2. That's a big pointer that posesi has those expensive targeted on minion cards. So Drekthar, even though it would still be good, might have actually given posesi a way to spend his mana more efficiently. And so, yeah, maybe part of the thinking there. Another difficult choice here, obviously, Rajnajan is usually insta-pick here, but if you don't think you're going to be able to use it, if the weapon's going to get that repeated damage in, yeah, I thought he might do this.
Yeah, I much
why
prefer
put a
the
minion
harpoon
down?
gun. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The minion does provide a target for posesi. I was actually going to bring up a counterpoint to what you were saying about Drekthar is, yes, it does give posesi targets, but with 3 on board, posesi is very unlikely to be able to kill all of them in 1 turn if Drekthar had come down on turn 3. Like, usually that was possible in the mirror back when Bola Shot was a thing, but now a lot of the spells are just single target, and so Drekthar is still a big threat. But over here for Bunny, he did take the harpoon gun, which I agree with, but I really expected him to just play it out here. Instead, he has gone for further progressing the quest, does not want to miss a single turn of hero power, which is also very relevant because there are still at least 2 more turns where he needs to damage posesi, so he is still going to get full value from the harpoon gun.
Meanwhile, posesi, even though it's keeping it close on health, is getting to the point where he's running out of good things to do.
True.
And having to take cheap cars here just to stay going. He is still in this game, obviously. He is managing to spend mana. He is managing to do things every turn and advance the quest. But it feels like he's half a turn behind. But as I said in the intro, those half turns, can he survive when it's like Bunny's turn to try and kill him? Can posesi survive on one and just get over the line himself? That's how this is going to pan out in the end, one way or the other.
Feeling highly unlikely that posesi can get there, because I don't think Bunny will have any like trapped. I don't think he will fall into the trap of leaving a minion on board, right? He does have wound prey, but when that's played, it's either gonna get piercing shotted by Bunny himself, or it's just dealing lethal. This turn does become awkward though, because the only thing he can really spend his mana efficiently on is Harpoon Gun. The Rasnajan you don't really want to use without any additional value, and also just playing it on board feels like a detriment, giving posesi a target.
Yeah, trying to work out just how much damage he would have next turn. And I'm not making it up to 13 at the moment.
Yeah, not
It's
even
very,
if he takes...
very close.
So he still has a hero power left, so posesi 11, and then he's at 8 with the second weapon charge. So if Bunny takes Dragonbane shot, that is 2 damage plus hero power plus the Raj, which is 6 damage plus wound prey. I think it would be exactly 8 because he's held on to coin.
Okay.
Oh, okay, but he just cashes in the wound prey now, saying that if he has lethal the next turn, it doesn't matter. If posesi piercing shots this, he's never dead. Okay. Oh, but that is the hero card. This is where all the calculations get messed up now. Additional 5 armor potential for posesi here.
5 armor, but a turn of doing nothing in return for a hero power that only is going to do damage if Huffer is rolled, because it's going to be rolled once, this hero power, in the whole game. Tavish resetting the 0 cost, of course.
I don't even know if he'll have the time to use the hero power, but posesi has to know that Bunny floating a mana here and being willing to leave up a 1/1, there's a very high likelihood that posesi is just dead. And the way that Bunny set it up, I'm pretty sure he also found a lethal that didn't involve what I was saying of taking the Dragonbane shot. It probably involves just using Mark Shot with Rasnajan.
Yep. And now he's,
Yeah.
taking into action as well, right? If I blow up my own Raj, what happens here?
That doesn't work, right? I actually don't know.
It doesn't work, or he'd have done it by now.
Okay, so if it doesn't work, then he was kind of relying on there being a minion on the other side to actually get the lethal, because, correct me if I'm wrong, if he had Dragonbane shot here and hadn't played the wound prey yet, would he have lethal?
2, 4. I don't. Oh yeah, he probably would actually.
That's what I counted last turn, but I am honestly not sure. Anyway, he puts the Dragonbane on top now, I guess, because it is certainly lethal this turn. And now posesi has a chance to get there.
Yep. And it's a big chance as well. Candle shots 1, the hero powers 2, so almost any spell in the deck will get there.
Bunny mark-shotting his own Raj just to take the target off the board for piercing shot, but he doesn't get the damage. Like we said, tracking, that's got to end it.
You would think
That's
so.
got to end it. Quick shot.
Yep.
That's a game. Unbelievable. I thought Bunny was going to get this for sure because, like you said, he was kind of half a turn ahead for the majority of the game.
Yeah, I don't want to call it a mistake, but the turning point definitely where the piercing shot got to do 5 damage. And without that, maybe Bunnyhoppor still gets there, but obviously he did need to get his own damage in there. I think he counted his top decks and he had a lot of them, I imagine, for lethal there. But posesi, the world champion, starting off 1-0 ahead in this already favoured matchup for him. So very nice posesi to get that Hunter out of there.
Yeah, it is true. I think Hunter definitely still has a very reasonable shot of getting there against Warrior, which is what it's in the lineup for, mainly, to begin with. But that matchup does kind of rely, on my opinion, in getting the hero card Tavish reasonably early. There are some iterations where it's at the bottom of your deck, and even if you track without the Harpoon Gun to try and dredge it up to the top, a super late Tavish can allow Warrior to maybe go for a counter lethal with Nelly Discovers or something like that. But now just having the reassurance that the Hunter is out of the way is obviously another feather in Posesi's cap. Now he only needs to get a win with Mech Paladin and Alignment Druid up against any of Bunny's decks, because the Boar Priest has been banned away.
Glad you said that, Gia. I had actually just clicked it down as a Druid, but yes, it is that Alignment Druid that a lot of people were talking about coming into the tournament as being, hey, everyone's got to play Alignment Druid, but I don't think there's been that many actually brought when the final count happened, or at least not that many towards the top of the Swiss.
Yeah, Alignment, I think a lot of people, when the nerfs to Kazakhstan first hit, kind of gravitated towards like, oh yeah, I just played this type of Druid, it's still really good. There are lists being thrown around on Twitter, I think famously by Norwis, with the Blade Master Okani in there at the end, because you can do that combo of going Alignment, play your entire hand with Anaconda, huge board, and then you Alignment again so your opponent only has 1 mana. And sorry, before that you have to play Okani, so that with their 1 mana you can counter any spell that would have potentially dealt with your board. However, that's not necessarily checkmate against Warrior, because they can play like Shield Shatter for 0 even with 1 mana remaining, and then use their 1 mana Brawl post alignment to clear your board. It's a tricky matchup still.
It still just feels like a lot of the time that it's a one card. If you've got Guff in play and you play Alignment, like, you can do what you like with the rest of it, surely. Just move on with your life and get 2 mana every turn. It just seems like that's an extra step that maybe you don't even need as a combo in there, as long as you just play some stuff that you can play with your Guff afterwards.
Did you say Guff stuff?
I deliberately
Guff?
didn't, but yeah, I kind of alluded to it. Yeah, you cool.
Yeah, you kind of did. That's all right. I have watched.
TJ, after all this time, he's starting to get to me.
That's right. I have watched a fair amount of America's Grandmasters, and I know the ways of the Guff stuff. Bunny is the one on the Druid here, though, which is not an alignment version. It is just straight up Kazakhstan, which honestly has taken a huge hit in overall power level, because it's so difficult to activate Kazakhstan these days. You need to find the time to play down your Amalgams of the Deep in this version, and Raid Boss Onyxia. There are other versions that are even greedier with the Malagos and Alex Raza at the top end, but I do favor this one. You need to maintain some tools to deal with aggro. We see that Bunny has gone for the version that does not play the spammy Arcanist. Usually I see that there when you have Druid of the Reef, but Bunny's actually gone for Druid of the Reef and Dozing Telkeeper, 2 copies of both, which is an unusual combination, but he definitely has a lot of anti-aggro in mind with these options.
Yeah, we haven't seen as much Kelp Keeper as you would expect in this tournament because of that Druid of the Reef version that's been floating around, which is amazing to me because it's such an amazing card for anti-aggro. But I guess it's, am I even going to say this? A tiny bit slow compared to Druid of the Reef, which just does the same job instantly with a lot of 3 health minions hanging around these days. But yeah, Bunnyhoppor just not going to let people get on board playing both of those just for that insurance, which is pretty cool actually, and very Bunnyhoppor-like as well.
Indeed. Oh, but boy, is he going to have an uphill battle in this matchup, because one Druid has alignment and the other doesn't, which means that when they both go back to 1 mana, Posesi will have access to playing Anaconda and basically his entire hand, drawing basically the entire deck if he has Malagos as well. And Bunny will have next to nothing he can do about it. Like, honestly, he has to hope for Posesi just not hitting alignment, which does not feel particularly likely.
Yeah, given that the whole deck is built around doing exactly that one thing, I would say it is pretty likely that Posesi gets to do that. So Bunnyhoppor does have those early minions. Maybe he can put some pressure on to make sure that alignment's a little bit behind the times, but we shall see what he keeps in this mulligan, because he has got access to a kind of curve.
Posesi rubbing his hands together, praying for the ramp into the alignment and the Anaconda. It just can't be alignment on its own, I don't think, because there are ways for an opposing druid to punish just alignment without board development, because Bunny is also playing Naga Giants, which will go down to 0, well, 1, but like you will have played a spell by then. So effectively 0 by the time your opponent plays alignment. And if you punish them with just 2 8/8s or even more on the backswing, let's say if he had Oracle of Elune plus both Giants, he can make a big counter push on board. So posesi needs to find the right timing for the alignment as well, which is generally when you can immediately follow it up with Lady Anaconda. Also, Bunny, as a druid, will have access to ramping post-alignment.
He's doing it! He's going for the curve!
Yeah.
He thought about this long and hard, as Bunnyhoppor is wont to do, but you did get... Sometimes you can tell that he's just sitting there sort of getting ready for the matchup or, you know, getting himself psyched up for the game. But this one looked like a long, hard think. Do I really want to do this? And he's going for it. We might see some explosive action in his first couple of turns.
We could. Just a couple 4/4s whacking posesi in the head. I'm not really sure, but Bunny didn't coin out the second one because I think he has it in mind that he wants to go jerry-rig for the Nourish and then coin out the Nourish on turn 4. But now with Guff in hand, there are alternate options. You said he is keeping a curve, so that is sort of a counter-argument for going earliest possible Guff because that would interfere with earliest possible Nourish, which would wake up his 4/4.
I have never seen anybody as almost disappointed to draw Guff of Bunny as Bunny was just then. You're still happy to see it, but now he's the whole thing of, oh, now I have to think what I'm going to do with this because now I have so many options. It's sort of made him have to actually work out how he wants to go about it. But yeah, obviously he's not sad about it. It's just the whole typical, oh.
Well, both players have their Guff, but one of these players has alignment as well. A little bit awkward for posesi in that his turn 3 is pretty much dead. He just hero powers the jerry-rig. No wild growth here, but he does have the Mana Saber on the follow-up, which would, you know, help him play Guff and hero power on the same turn, which allows him to ramp for 2 the way Nourish would, except you played Guff already.
Yeah, and posesi's probably spending a lot of this time working out what the 2 cards are, or the card left that Bunnyhoppor kept in his opener. This is obviously a bit of a weird start that he's seen. I think he's expecting some curve. Yeah, and he's decided to take care of this and leave a minion on board to deal with anything else that might turn up.
Any wild growth for anyone? Nope. It is very much an even sort of starting early game for both of our players where they have hit jerry-rig into Nourish, but they haven't hit the earliest possible ramp. posesi, however, does have access to that Escape Mana Saber, so once again, Bunnyhoppor, I think, is going to be half a turn behind, and by the time the alignment hits, maybe 5 turns behind.
Yeah, he will get to coin Guff first, though, so that's something to at least start getting him half a turn ahead in the mana, at least, but I do agree with you that this alignment is going to be pretty early, most likely.
I mean, it still is a question of, is it coin Guff? Because he could coin Nourish and get 2 4/4s immediately.
Yeah, that's probably actually right. But then the 2 4/4s should slow things down on the other side. Mana Saber, obviously not what Buddy wants to see here, but thoroughly expected at the same time.
Picks up scale, not particularly useful at this juncture. He doesn't have to be scared of alignment on the very next turn just yet, but I think Bunny will have it in the back of his head that by the time alignment is a constant threat, he wants to have the Naga Giants in hand, preferably his one of Oracle of Elune as well, just so he has some sort of counter push when that happens. Or perhaps you think that posesi would not play alignment in the first place if he didn't have an amazing follow-up, so you are just supposed to go for like as aggressive as possible of an early game. Who knows?
Yeah, there's also an argument there for if you're not going to spend all your mana before you get aligned, just save the Guff until afterwards and play it for 1 mana. That seems nice. Save yourself the effort of spending all the mana and ramping up, but he's going to play sensibly, play the Guff, sort of give up on the 4/4 plan, at least for now, and try and put pressure on with the real cards in the deck.
The 4/4s aren't particularly effective here. They got nothing to rush into because of the stealth. And we have posesi here able to go rampant growth and moonlit after. He doesn't even have to unstealth his Mana Saber this turn. There's no reason to. Oh, Anaconda! Extra Anaconda, mind you.
Sure, yeah, just in case. For those times when one isn't enough.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when those times are, but I'm sure they exist.
Posesi choosing the Nourish over Guff here allows him to play that Moonlit because, again, he could have played Guff and then attack with a Mana Saver, and then he could still use the Guff Hero Power to ramp for 2, which is as much as Nourish would have done, but it would not have allowed him to go for the Moonlit. And that Moonlit could be the difference maker here because with the Anaconda in hand, Posesi does have the license to play alignment as soon as he likes.
Yeah, you can see him hovering over all the good cards in his hand that happen after he plays Anaconda as well. Just checking some ordering things, I think, there.
All right, Bunny stocking up on resources, finally gets the 4/4s awake, but again, still nothing to rush into. Posesi very cleverly keeping the Saber stealthed here. Dredging just cuz. I honestly didn't... Oh, maybe he's expecting alignment, so he wants to play the 0 cost card already before it costs 1. That's fair.
Sure, yeah.
A Giant, he can put that at the top.
Okay. Well, it gives him some sort of plan. But here we go.
Yeah, I see Posesi's plan. Alignment, then he goes back up to 1 again because of the Saber, and then Anaconda, all the nature spells cost 0, and he also just drew Miracle Growth, and he can fill up his hand almost entirely before playing it. It's going to be a maximum size Miracle Growth, and there's a Malagos as well!
Yep. That's going to give him everything else in his deck.
Ay. He can Guff for 1, and it gives him the 1 back, so the Guff is just free.
It's just a carousel of cards at this point. They come into the hand, they go out of the hand. Revolving Door, some more just turn up, they go out as well. Look at this silliness.
Yep. I mean, he can scale if he wants to, just while he has board space, because he's not really going to have board space later for a good reason. He's just playing all the minions in his deck.
Yep, just clear up some things while you're at it.
Miracle Growth. Again. You could tempo Kazaka-san, it doesn't matter, but he probably won't, just because that's like the one tiny chance he might lose, is if somehow Bunny can have a Kazaka-san active and deal with this board, get a wand or something. I don't know, that doesn't even exist. Posesi just wins.
Yeah, just get Brawl because it bugs out and gives you warrior cards from your other deck. That doesn't happen, but you know, it might.
Wait, Posesi did not trade his Onyxia when it was in...
No, he did some really weird ordering there. I think he traded the first 2 whelps in, got himself down to 1 whelp, then was drawing cards and playing cards, then sort of absent-mindedly almost traded in the other whelp, maybe to make this an ace. Maybe he didn't care, he just wanted the big stuff after he drew it. Maybe that's why he waited.
Or maybe he's asserting dominance because he knows it doesn't matter.
Yep. Yeah, one thing he had to do, the only small downside of the turn at all, is he had to sort of play cards as he saw them. So I think the way he did it was save the whelp. Then when he found the giants and the growths, he was like, okay, this is cool. I don't need to do this 4-2 now.
It's just a Posesi classic. We sometimes see this in APAC where he's like, has a little brain fart, but it really doesn't affect the overall game plan. And absolutely, he had the macro on point here. Just get the alignment and the Anaconda. However, double Onyxia turn, not bad from Bunny. He can clear off like the important threats here. There is still going to be a giant at the end.
Yeah.
But it's impressive. Yeah. Okay, so only 15 on board for Posesi. Nowhere near lethal. He has Alexstrasza in hand, so actually it's 23, but still not enough to kill. So I think he should just be fine if he just clears Bunny's board and then proceeds to develop once again, because he has access to more threats in the deck than Bunny does, simply just by virtue of being an alignment deck.
Borderline being on a fair fight now, though. Although there is that other Anaconda still to come at some point that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, fair. I'm not sure. Like, he is going to end up with a giant and a mana saver here minimum. He could even tempo a Kazaka-san again, but probably not necessary.
This must be the way.
Anaconda number 3. Nope. Okay, he takes Amalgam because he wants to activate his Kazaka-san. Sure, only 4 cards left in deck. Yeah, now it's active. And that's going to be the game, right?
After that last turn, where Bunnyhoppor managed to strike back for one turn and clear some cards up, I was going to not make an opinion. Yeah, it's over. Okay, sure.
Is Bunny's Kazakhstan active? He played 2 Anixias and I guess 1 Amalgam so far. So if he plays the other Amalgam, then he could Kazakhstan and draw a card, but he's still like behind here. And also, yeah, Posesi just has second alignment. That ends it.
Yep, and Bunny doesn't have the armor to be able to put up with this threat for long, so that is going to be over next turn. Or at least all bar the shouting.
Gonna look at the board. He's gonna realize he can scale to remove 10 damage from it and be alive on board and do it reluctantly.
Yeah, because he's actually dead on board, yeah. Gonna find anything better than that. Anything better than dead on board, I guess, is quite a few things, but yeah.
I mean, with 1 mana, there's just no other option.
I think he's trying to work out what is my out next turn. Is Kazakhstan in to draw a card somehow, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even active, right? So he'd have to play Amalgam and then Kazakhstan, which would spend all his mana because he'd only go up to 2. So Bunny realizes it is just not working out in the long run. And that means Posesi takes yet another game with a lineup that's not even supposedly going to target the decks that Bunny's played so far. Like, it is pretty good against Druid, I'm going to say, but it's mainly meant to prey on Warrior, which Bunny hasn't even attempted to queue yet.
And now, Gia, it's down to the Mech Paladin. Told you we'd see this on the final day. If Posesi loses 3 games in a row with it, I'll never hear the end of it. But yeah, just gonna get that 1 win with Mech Paladin to make it through to the top 8.
Yeah, the deck, like you said, on overall power level is not amazing just because it's so linear compared to a lot of the other decks in the meta that have flexibility on how they approach a game plan. With Mech Paladin, you just kind of vomit minions onto the board turn after turn. You take efficient trades, you try and make it awkward for your opponent to deal with them, but overall you have very little agency in comeback mechanisms because all you have is Samuro to actually come back from behind on board, and it's very hard to actually get Samuro to a relevant attack total. It is dependent on either buffing it with Prismatic Jewel Kit or Seafloor Savior, which doesn't happen all too often in my experience. So if Bunny can just get in a position where he's dealt with the early board and is not dying yet, and counter pushes with a couple Naga Giants if he is playing Druid again, then that is very much still a winnable matchup.
I mean, they're all winnable, but they're all unfavored, again, in my opinion. You're saying that you've got to make the board hard to deal with, but the beauty of this Paladin deck against the decks that people are bringing, and here is the Control Warrior, is it does that automatically because of the Divine Shields. I've been on about this all tournament, so people are probably bored of me saying it, but you don't have to concentrate too hard on making things awkward to deal with. Like 2/4/2 Divine Shields are just hard to deal with the current way that Control works. I'm not saying they're good, I'm not saying they're a great card, I'm saying that they just match up really nicely against Hunter and Warrior. And obviously you've just got that natural aggression against the Druid as well. But it is going to be that Warrior. It's Bunny's time to show us why this is the best deck in Hearthstone.
Indeed. Not going to argue that this is very problematic for Warrior to have to deal with all of those bubbles that they need to pop, and there's no like risky skipper or easy whirlwind effects available to Warrior here. But one thing that Warrior does have going for it that's not available to Paladin is the ability to discover things that are not in the deck via School Teacher, via Nelly, and doing very unexpected curves as well, thanks to From the Depths and Finley. So there's a lot of creative ways to actually approach this, which is really strange because I feel like in the past, Warrior was a deck that was a lot more predictable and didn't have that much access to control. But in the sense that faced up against Paladin, I think it has a lot more in its toolkit, even though the base deck doesn't match up so well against the shapes of minion that Paladin is putting forward.
Yeah, Nelly on 4 beats most things, I think, and that happens way too often, to be fair. But then that's one of the beauties of this meta. Most of the things aren't fair. And if everything's unfair, everything's fair.
No, Lorinda. I don't think that's how the world works.
I think it is.
If everything.
Yeah, that's not how the world works. I agree with that, but that's how Hearthstone works. If you're all doing unfair things, then I guess it levels out.
I guess, but there's different degrees of unfair, you know?
Sure, yeah.
Like, you could say that buffing 6 minions in your hand with 1 proc of Prismatic Jewel Kit is unfair. Yeah, that seems really strong, but turn 4 Nelly, like you said, seems even more unfair.
But then what about turn 3 Guff? How unfair is that?
Turn 3 Guff? That's just normal, though.
That's just not, we can't normalize turn 3 Guff, Gia. Don't give people ideas. That's not fair at all.
But it's normal.
It really is. All right, here is that Posesi list. Just a bunch of mechanical, Divine Shieldy things that you can fetch with your other Divine Shieldy mechanical things and some radars. That's it.
Yes.
That's the deck description.
Right. And I did talk about how Warrior can discover a lot more things than Paladin can, which is true to a certain extent, but there is still a little bit of a randomness aspect from Mothership. You know, if a Mothership just drops a Mecha Shark out of nowhere, that can be the last bits of damage needed to finish off the Warrior, because so often you get in a position where you're like, oh, I'm just 3 damage off lethal against Warrior. I've almost killed them, but that 1 extra turn that they have alive is when they shield shatter your board and then play their Nagaling for Frozen Buckler, and suddenly they're well out of range again, and your only reach by that point is, in theory, Mr. Smite. But Lorinda, look at Posesi's list. He has cut the Mr. Smite.
Oh, he's cut the Mr. Smite, so I think they say something else. Yeah, that's impossible. How can you do 34 damage in 1 hit without Mr. Smite in your deck? It does make some sense, and he's showing why he's going to go for the longer-term strategy with the Bannerman, make sure his minions are big all along. What I'm interested in right now, though, is what Bunny's going to do with this hand, because he could have the absolute crazy start with this combination in his hand of From the Depths and Sir Finley, or whichever.
Absolutely. You coin out the From the Depths, and then you Spinley, depending on the quality of those cards, of course, but on average, just having 3 cards discounted by that much will be better than your starting hand, but it's a respectable starting hand even without that combo here, because School Teacher is absolutely bonkers in Warrior. Posesi here a bit awkward that he picks up the Jewel Kit 1 turn later than he would have liked, but still think you play it down. But he doesn't have weapon destruction, does he? Oh, he has 1 Viper, my bad.
Yeah, Bunny has got tech cards. Ooh, nobody mention it.
Yeah, galore. So many one-ofs, actually. You can play Reno in this deck, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Don't encourage them. Gia, what are you doing? But yeah, it's getting there. You look down the deck list, it's like 50% one-ofs and 50% two-ofs.
I mean, to be fair, most of those one-ofs are legendary, so you don't have a choice. But yeah, 1 of Amalgam, 1 of Viper, and 1 of Rancor, and 1 of Brawl, and Forged in Flame.
Talking of the combos, you can see now Posesi hovering over his own little combo of the Mooncatcher and the Saviour, which is a pretty nice start for him.
Yeah, and it is a matter of how greedy he wants to get with the timing of the Sunken Mooncatchers here, because he could buff them up even further than the +2/+2 they'll get from the Saviour by waiting a turn and playing Bannerman first. And apologize, I forgot about Bannerman being another way that you can buff Samuro. But it is very important to think about the turns you play your threats. Like, if you wait 1 more turn to get extra stats, suddenly it's just walking into a perfect Brawl turn for Bunnyhoppor, for example, and you would much rather have played smaller minions early so they can get some damage. Rakara this early is certainly interesting.
Yeah. Which means he doesn't want to put it to the top, right?
I mean, you could put it to the top, play it, and then Spinley after.
Sure, okay.
Any different ways of approaching it. Or you could put your other From the Depths to the top and turn your Rakara into a 1-mana Rakara, and then Spinley and play Rakara that turn as well. I don't know.
How he goes about it. And we have trivialized the Paladin just a little bit, by the way. You can very much just play blindly on curve with your eyes shut and get a pretty good result out of the deck in this meta, but the judgment of when to buff your hand, how big you want your minions to get before you play them, especially against control, is a continuous balancing process. So you don't just spam cards onto the board. You are actually trying to work out, okay, well, if these get cleared, how big do I need them to be? But also, do I need them to be big if they're just hitting my opponent for 4+2+1 every turn?
True. Okay, second from the depths was the pick for Bunny here, and that is a pretty good set of cards. Like, the new dredge that he didn't see was the heavy plate, and it still gets full value from the discounter from the depths. Shield Shatter, like, it's sometimes a decent card to discount because you don't always have the insta armor gain, and it's already naturally costing 4, so you can make it cost 0 with just 4 armor. But the headline here is Rakara for 1 mana, available right now if he wants, and he can hero power with it as well.
Yeah. Okay, it's going to be around for a while with this amount of armor.
Is this ever worth a Shield Shatter just so he can hero power the Sunken? I mean the Ashar Mooncatcher? Maybe not. Yeah. Just going to get the honorable kill on the Anoyatron instead. And save the Shield Shatter for a rainier day, of which there are many to come, because this is Paladin, and he has already procced the first Divine Shield on the Jewel Kit.
Yeah, it may even be a case of waiting to see if you hit the second Shield Shatter so you can do a whole clear of bubbles and cards all in one go. We saw that happen yesterday. That was pretty powerful. Very expensive in terms of card usage, of course, but...
The Posesi could have been holding on to Bannerman with Seafloor to go for it on the same turn, because he can dredge the Sunken Mooncatcher, although Bannerman says draw a minion, not draw a card, so he won't necessarily get the topmost minion, right? Is that how that works?
Yes.
I don't know, honestly.
I think that is how it works, but I've lost track of some of the shuffling mechanics and what draws what, but I do think it just gives you a minion.
Okay. But he is going for the order where the Bannerman first buffs the Seafloor Savior, and then the Seafloor is a 5/5 now because of all the prismatics as well, and gets the Sunken Mooncatcher. That's going to be huge off the top next turn. Bunny previously shuffled back the coin from his from his starting hand, which I think was deliberate, even though it feels weird, like, oh, you don't want to top that coin later. Technically, like, you just get an additional coin back if you don't use that coin. So if there's like an additional card back, sorry, after you go for Finley. So yeah, because he didn't need the 1 mana, I think it made sense to still just get maximum amount of cards.
And now he's facing down a lot of damage, needs to take some measures pretty immediately. Obviously he has that Shield Shatter, so he's not in direct trouble. That's his baseline play, but he wants to do more than that, so much more.
Yeah, if the benefit of going Shield Shatter is he gets to land an uncontested school teacher on board, and then he can have Brand Noggling later on. But the downside of Shield Shatter and school teacher is that you don't get to milk your hero power. Extra honorable kills, and every bit of value you can get is a huge deal against Paladins. So I think Bunny is going to take it even slower here. Knows about the Sunken Mooncatcher, very likely to come off the top. I don't think there's anything that Posesi would have rather dredged there. So he needs to maintain options to deal with huge Divine Shield minions.
Yeah, they be coming. Here they become. 9/7. So when I first read Seafloor Savior, I read it as give it this minion's attack and health, not this minion gains the attack and health, if that makes sense. So I just thought, why would I want to make my big cards into 2/2s? That makes no sense to me.
Oh, I see what you mean.
I was scanning through this list going, what? Why am I 40 becoming 2/2s? But then I learned how to read, and now I understand how it works.
It do give its attack, but it doesn't replace the old attack.
Exactly.
Posesi here super disciplined in playing around Brawl here. Doesn't bother with hero power, doesn't bother with playing another Mooncatcher. Knows that this board state is already plenty awkward for Bunnyhoppor to deal with. Again, the shields are a big deal, like you said, and that could be another reason why Bunny had placed such emphasis on playing Rakara early, just to get that hero power to work as an inefficient mage ping, sort of. Oh.
Who's that?
Good target. 50-51 by Posesi here, so that's awkward for Bunny. Gonna have to tank this 9.
He is. I mean, 9's not going to be too devastating, but any further damage will. And I was about to say that the one thing that was going okay for Bunnyhoppor is that posesi's drawn none of his card draw. None of the gorilla bots, I think 1 amalgam or 0 amalgams, and no radar detectors. But here's the detector, and if it hits even half decently, Bunny's going to be in a lot of trouble now. 1. Just the 1, so all his card draws at the bottom as well. Yeah.
Okay, so his bottom... I mean, this is another reason for potentially cutting Smite, right? It's not a mech, so it's one less card that messes with your radar, but that means that posesi's bottom 4 are probably like Cariel, Samuro, Stonehearth Vindicator.
The other Bannerman.
Yeah.
The other radar detector.
And the other jewel kit. It's not that many cards that it could be. Pretty unfortunate, but he's still got a very awkward board state for Bunny to deal with. But with that Forged in Flame that Bunny was honestly kind of waiting for, now there's so many resources. We saw Bunny a couple turns ago deliberately shield slammed a minion that he could have just swung his weapon into, but I think he was particularly waiting to get Forged in Flame.
Yeah, look how he sat forward in his chair when he saw that radar detector go for 1, because he knows, like we've described, that means that some of the important stuff is lurking at the bottom of the depths of posesi's deck.
Right. Cannot stress enough how unfortunate that was for posesi. Like, he even deliberately ordered it to get at least the Sunken Mooncatcher back. Like, he played 2 mechs and then drew, saying that, no, this is not an order lull. It's not a draw first thing. It's about shuffling the Dredge minion to the bottom before you draw it back up.
And in 2 turns' time, Bunnyhoppor has Bran Mutinous.
He does.
That could empty out a hand if he can hang on that long with the rest of his cards.
But he also has Bran School Teacher Nuggling right now if he wants.
Does. And that's the choice.
Looks like it. Yeah, the Rancor is not particularly effective on this board state, so let's see what the School Teacher offers. Bash. Nice. Another bash. I mean, he can like Nuggling one of the 5/3s, and that's just double bash on it. Doesn't have the mana to play second Nuggling, but decent still. He could also think about Forged in Flame on the second one, but I think he took double bash.
Yeah. 6 armor, killer 5/3 Divine Shield seems decent.
Yeah. Huge turn. Okay. Pretty good top deck for posesi. He at least can recoup some of the draw that he lost from the radar by having an extra Leviathan, which he discovered very early on. Is it Dredge first or draw first, Lorinda?
Oh no, don't do this. It should be Dredge first, nearly always, to be fair. I think when you're desperate, you can draw first and hope you hit runner good cards, but yeah.
Wait, I'm confused. If this Amalgam of the Deep was at the bottom, shouldn't it have been drawn by the radar detector?
I think it should, but I'm really confused too. Oh no, radar detector shuffles. Just remembered.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah, it actually says.
Oh
on the
yeah,
card,
you
then
shuffle
shuffles
after. Oh, okay, that's my bad. Yeah. I just didn't know that.
I knew it and forgot. So when we talk about what the bottom of his deck was, yeah, I should have known as well that radar detector shuffles.
Okay. Rancor can be decent. If this is another bash Nuggling, like, you could hero power the 2/3, Rancor, and then bash the 5/3. You still have a Leviathan left, so maybe there's something better that Bunny's already seen. Maybe not. Just Outriders Axe at the end and accept that you're leaving a Leviathan. That's not the end of the world. As long as you kill the appendage, at least they're not drawing a card, only judging.
Yeah, he is on 50 health, so although he can't afford to lose the board, because that will go really quickly, he can afford to sort of half lose the board.
Yeah. Such an interesting pick from the Amalgam, though. Like, another school teacher is never awful, but Queen Ajara could give him, you know, even more tools. I'm trying to think, is there anything you'd really like to copy with the ring? Maybe not at this point. So he takes school teacher at the end.
That's a whiff, but there is just another Leviathan in hand if he wants it.
Yeah, sign me up for that.
He is hanging on in there just a touch, though, posesi at this point. The Nixia and Mutinous ready to come down, and Bunny down to only 11 cards in deck, which is obviously a big deal as well, because getting towards that Kazakhstan himself, which would turn the game around.
He can dredge this radar detector to the top and then play the new Leviathan and use the appendage to draw the radar detector and immediately play it. And this time, for sure, it draws more than one, right?
You would hope so. You would hope so. That is, by the way, why it is made to shuffle your deck. If you've got them both in your hand, it's a bit unfair. If you play the first one, it draws no cards. Then you've got another one in your hand. It's like, oh. I think that's why.
How unfair, though? More or less than turn 3 Guff? That's the standard.
Nothing is more unfair than turn 3 Guff.
Wow, he took Click Clocker. Okay. Okay, so he wanted to take Click Clocker, play it now, and then use the second dredge to put the radar detector at the top because he was not intending to play it this turn anyway. Because he has seen so much AoE already from Bunny, he just wanted to go as wide as possible. Saw the one of Rancor, I think this makes a lot of sense. And then he has the guaranteed refill just in case there's some shenanigans with Extra School Teacher coming off the Discover.
But again, Bunny has the answer, and I want to correct myself because turn 2 Guff is more unfair than turn 3 Guff, and that does happen very occasionally. Yeah,
good point
Bunny's
you bring
got
up.
a clear, and next turn if posesi doesn't go all in, although I think radar detector might be on top.
Yes, it is.
Then, yeah, Mutinous would be going to do some work.
This is an absolutely insane Onyxia from Bunny. Every time I see it, it just continues to shock me how much removal you have available to you. It's 20 points of damage, and you can distribute it very, very much at your own pace. The floor, sure. So you dredge a not mech here, right? Because you want it away from the bottom so radar gets you as many draws as possible.
Yes. 3. No achievement. Stopped at 3.
No achievement. It was never going to be an achievement. There was a Samurai at the bottom.
Well, we were both correct. Bubble bot, but not really a terrifying board anymore. It's if Bunny can just deal with the big thing each turn, that huge armor total is going to keep him protected. And he's showing us what he's made of in this match. He's been talking up this warrior, and he has shown it right from the start.
Right.
By getting Finley and from the depths, but even so.
Still not over, though. That 9/9 is a huge problem here. He has the Onyxian Drake to get rid of it. And can also just go for, like, hero power, a shield off of the automaton, trade down with the Onyxia, and then what did you do with your last 4 mana? School Teacher, so just start with the Discover effect.
Yeah, that can change the order if you know you're playing it anyway.
Ice Blood Garrison? Is this the answer to Divine Shield?
It really is, right?
But I just don't feel like it's necessary because this turn Bunny can clear all the threatening minions, and then, yeah, it'll just be a couple 2 or 1 attack minions with Divine Shield, no big deal.
Yeah, the shield slam looks really good here as well. Just kill a 9/9.
Yep.
Okay, fine.
Oh, he did take the Garrison. Okay, but that's at the end of the turn, so the automaton gets to live for 1 more turn, which is a bit scary.
Debts up his Outriders axes, though, maybe? So he's going to never have a shield to worry about. He can happily play the axe, happily use his hero power to gain more armor, draw cards, gain armor, draw cards, gain armor, not have to worry about spending mana to pop the shield. So I imagine that was why he went that way, although the other options did look tempting.
Posesi quickly gassing out here, so I guess he's just meant to take the greediest option every turn from his Discovers, but which is greedier, Mooncatcher or Sneeds? Because he can immediately dredge the Sunken because he has Seafloor Savior, but again, there's still the Ice Blood in play, so I do like the pick of the Sneeds. And here you probably take Mothership. You're out of radar detectors, so the Stonehearth doesn't even draw anything.
Yeah, and I think the Sneeds was almost essential there because he's just on the edge, despite this wide board, of losing the board. Yeah, he's being forced to trade because his stuff just isn't very big right now. He needs something to deal with, not the big stuff on board right now, but the big stuff that's going to be turning up next turn.
The Posesi took what looked like a bit of a weird trade there. Like, he could have gone the Automaton into the 4 attack minion and then the other minions into the 5 attack minion and had the same board state except 2 health on his Automaton. But I think he was just trying to leave it at 1 deliberately to not give Bunny the honorable kill on it. Anyway, that's a Nelly. These are good minions. I think Bunny has truly turned the corner here.
Yeah. He's got plenty of card draw in there if he wanted it. I imagine that's what he would have gone for. Not the usual damage output, but he doesn't need that. He just needs to keep control of this board for 1 or 2 more turns, I would say. And then he's absolutely in the clear. Yeah, Posesi doesn't even care about the 1 or 2 turns. He gives it up. Bunny shows us what he can do with Warrior, despite being up against the best deck in the tournament. And gets it down to 2 games to 1 now in favour of Posesi.
Best deck in the tournament. So sorry you put it that way, because you said Bunny was saying Warrior is the best deck in the tournament, and you're saying Paladin is the best deck in the tournament. And we
You're gonna believe, guys, Bunnyhoppor or me? 2 times European, 2 times European champion, I believe. I'm losing it. Or person who talks about things and can't even remember how many times European champion someone is. You know, pick one, pick a side.
Choice is yours.
But yeah, Bunnyhoppor 2-1 down, but getting the tough one out of the way. The next 2 aren't easy. Posesi's still in the driving seat, but it's a lot harder now than it was going to be.
Definitely so. I mean, like you said, the lineup was built by Posesi to prey on Warrior. Mech Paladin has been doing its job so far for Posesi, but it's lost one of its good matchups here. Like, according to you, Lorinda, it is still favored against Druid and Quest Hunter, but I really don't think so. So I'm actually really worried for Posesi here.
Yeah, I mean, that part of me isn't joking when I say that, by the way. Some of the Paladin jokes, obviously tongue-in-cheek, but I do genuinely believe it is slightly favoured in both of those 2 matchups, so that's an actual argument we can have rather than a pretendy one. The Hunter... Which one do you think's easier for Bunnyhoppor, just out of interest?
That's a close one. I would argue that both of these are very doable, but close matchups still. Like, you have very real win conditions against Paladin, which is, as Hunter, you know, playing Candle Shot is a huge one to ping off shields without having to use your spells, and Bunnyhoppor does have that, so I think just that one inclusion is such a big deal to help the matchup. And in Druid, though, you have much more of a macro game plan of beating Paladin, which is survive, 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 get an early scale, and then just never let them have the board because you've played Giants first, and you can also just get to Onyxia. And if the Warrior matchup a while ago was any suggestion, it is very much a similar win condition for Druid, where after you play that, it's so hard for Paladin to come back on board. So I would say, in theory, Druid would have an easier time, but I also think Hunter has a very real chance.
And Bunny's build of the Druid, we talked about it earlier, does have all of the early removal cards with the double Druid of the Reef, double Kelp Keeper. That'll make a substantial difference in the matchup, of course, as well, because like you say, survive, survive, survive. If he keeps those early mechs off the board or keeps them to a minimum, then he's going to have the chance to get to the scale with a decent health total intact. And then we saw how you swing it around when you start playing big stuff of any sort. So that will be his plan in that one. The Hunter, I'm going to keep banging this drum. I do think that the Paladin is decent favoured against Hunter, although the official stats, it's 51%. Official stats, but the replay site stats, it's 51%.
Oh my god, that opening hand for Bunny. Hello.
All right, Gia. Looking good for Team Gia.
Posesi doesn't even want to bother keeping Click Clacker. It's like not good enough, he says, even though he's on the play, and that's the only 1-drop minion aside from the Righteous Protector that he's running. He threw away both of the 1-drop minions. He says he wants Jewel Kit.
Yeah, and radar detectors and stuff, because against Druid, you are in a hurry to make a board, but you're in a hurry to make a big board. If you can make a couple of good 3s or a 3 into a 4, that's much more dangerous than just messing around with clickers and clockers, right? So...
Right. No surprise to see the Nourish tossed by Bunny because he is just going to get it back from Jerry or from the Mulligan. But posesi ends up with a much better hand of his own. You said he was looking for radar detectors, but even better is Stonehearth Vindicator because it's sort of a 2-for-1, the radar with a body attached. However, posesi doesn't necessarily have a turn 2. If he gets a, for example, a Noyatron off the top, that would make the hand perfect because now he has a Divine Shield minion to play and start getting the activations from the Jewel Kit. But at the moment, it is the calm before the storm.
There's a calm before the storm on the other side as well.
Does this say coin Jerry into Moonlit? Okay.
Yeah. Looks like it.
Yeah, if you think about it, Bunny's curve didn't really necessitate the coin because if he had just waited turn 2 Jerry, turn 3 Wild Growth, he can play Nourish on turn 4 anyway. So he's just saying coin now, get the minion on board and potentially allow him to challenge something posesi plays. For example, if this were a Noyatron, Bunny could kill it with hero power and trade. Now it might just be hero power on the recruit because I don't think he really needs anything immediately from the Moonlit guidance, but he could also just play it and say, if this is Scale of Onyxia, you can play it straight after the Nourish turn and not have to worry about spending mana on Moonlit.
Yeah, posesi choosing to hero power over radar detector because he has that Vindicator next turn and he has a 2-1 that needs dealing with. So interesting how that one worked out. Obviously the correct play though.
Sands of time run low.
Interesting timing on Aquatic form here. Only 2 mana. Maybe Bunny was looking for second Kelp Keeper because that would be a pretty solid turn as well. Play double Kelp Keeper and then you follow up with Wild Growth. And then if you play Nourish after, they both wake up and you can even challenge a board from posesi. So in the end, probably doesn't hit what he was looking for, but just plays the Kelp Keeper over Moonlit, which I agree with. It's all about surviving here, so get your tempo preloaded.
Yep, and the exact opposite from posesi to what you just said. Obviously, he's got to get the tempo. Well, it's the same. He's got to get his tempo preloaded to stop Bunny's preloaded tempo. Not messing around with Vindicators, getting the 4-2 on the board, and now getting to the point where he can start to build a massive board over the next couple of turns.
Right.
And then we'll see if Scale of Onyxia can cope with it on turn 7 mana, whatever turn that is for Druid these days.
Yeah. It's probably still doable, but it's very deliberate from posesi, right, to play the Mooncatcher first and then Stonehearth because he knows he's shuffled the Sunken to the bottom, so the radar can absolutely pull it back up. And he gets a decent amount of minions from this radar, and most importantly, perhaps has 2 Divine Shield minions on board. So if Bunny wants to clear or even poke some of these away, those Sunken Mooncatchers are getting so many more stats.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem.
Nourish allows him to first play Scale next turn, or Rampant Growth, I should say.
Yeah, I was having a look at why, you know, what the other choices might be there. It just seemed fairly straightforward, but always worth looking in case you missed something.
Yeah. Probably deliberating between Hero Power and Moonlit here, but it's actually quite awkward for Bunny that he wakes up his Kelp Keeper against specifically the Righteous on board, because like, it allows posesi to get 2 procs of the Divine Shield, whereas if there were no minion, Bunny could even delay the Jewel Kit for a little bit, which may or may not work out in your favor, depending on how much posesi wants to commit to the board before the Jewel Kit ever goes off.
Yeah, and plenty of damage coming in for posesi. He now has to choose what he wants to do this turn. Obviously, that's obviously his turn. That's how this turn works. But how he wants to make this board bigger immediately. It looks pretty straightforward because of the way the mana works out. Ordering to think about.
He could trade his Divine Shield to buff everything even further, but the key thing to note is that the Mooncatcher is currently at 3 HP, and if you buff it to 4, it works the same into Scale. It takes 3 whelps either way to deal with that. So I wonder if posesi's factoring in health more than attack as a priority here, because he just needs the board to be sustainable rather than having the maximum amount of attack.
Yeah, if he trades the other way, just puts a 3-1 in there and plays a lot of stuff, keep up the maximum number of shields. But yeah, this is the way that makes the most sense. He did have a look. This is one of the wrinkles of this deck. There's so many break points to worry about.
So even though giving up the shield here doesn't make this board any more resilient against scale, what he has done is buff the seafloor savior before playing it, which means that whatever he's dredged gets an extra +1/+1 as well from the seafloor. And it's still pretty tough for Bunny to scale this because he can get rid of the 2/6 and the 4/2, but he's still leaving 7 attack on board.
It did also put 23 on board for those amazing worlds that could possibly happen where your opponent doesn't have scale immediately.
True. He did set up lethal.
Because that is theoretically possible, you know, that your opponent doesn't have a scale.
It is possible. And your opponent is also not running spammy in this instance. Oh, okay. So chooses to leave up the 6/4 in favor of removing 2 more minions. I think this makes sense. Technically leaving the least amount of damage on
Yes.
board.
Yep, go for that survival that you mentioned at the start, and I keep talking about. But yeah, now it's just a reload of big things. This is where it gets difficult.
A huge click clocker. Oh my goodness. Up to 5/5 and a huge seafloor savior.
Yeah, things just get large at this point. And this is one of the problems for the Druid. It's not just the stabilization, it's what happens next. Okay, Bunny hasn't quite stabilized anyway, but the Paladin has that little bit of fight left in it after the initial stabilization because the things are so big they can actually compete with the giants on the other side.
Yeah, this is all thanks to the jewel kit here. Just so many extra stats, making it such that the scale doesn't clear everything. And the last charge on the jewel kit even further buffing what's left in the hand. And the compounding effect of the seafloor saviors just makes it so that even the tiny 1-drops from posesi are big threats to Bunnyhoppor here. So Bunny pretty much needs scale again. And he has Moonlit to try and fish for it. But if he misses, he is just kind of dead. Because if you Moonlit and miss, you cannot play Miracle Growth anymore. The nerf is huge.
Yeah, and if he hits, even then, how does he fight back against the next line? He knows there's a huge thing on top somewhere from the Savior.
This is on Earthen scale.
Sands of time run low.
Yeah.
Okay. Not dead on board, but there's a mothership, so dead after the trades.
Huge mothership, and posesi's going to take this one down with the mech paladin, Gia. He moves into the top 8. Bunnyhoppor showed us what he could do with the warrior, but could not face up against a lineup that just was designed to take on exactly this lineup. Posesi, top 8.
Wow, our world champion making it through with a deep run in another Masters Tour. And that is a heartbreaker for Bunnyhoppor, having such a good run throughout the Swiss. But he ran up into the counter lineup, even though he did manage to get a win with the deck that seemed like it was being most heavily countered. Bunny, I think, still proved that Warrior is a deck to be reckoned with, even if you try and beat up on it with these greedy sort of mid-range decks from posesi. But posesi here, I think, absolutely knew the best way to pilot this matchup. He really did not bother with keeping 1-drops here. He emphasized the importance of jewel kit and got rewarded once he found it.
Yep, absolutely. Just kept big stuff going all the time. The scale couldn't even deal with it. Leaves a 6/4 round, like you say, and then, yeah, just the next turn, it is all over. And also all over is our top 16. This was the last one to finish. And Gia, I'm just going to look at one match there with the greatest of respect to all the other players. Look at that top left-hand side.
Yeah, 2 Naga Mage enthusiasts is all I see.
Yeah, one of them's going to lose. But yeah, Habu Gabu, however you want to say his name, I change it every time. Taking on Orange in that very first of the quarterfinals. Plenty to talk about in that one. Sabito versus MSBC later on. We're going to have Letta versus Face Off, and posesi taking on Cursed. There's a name we've not heard for a few years. An absolutely stacked top 8, which is what happens when you have a stacked top 16, Gia. Who's going to win it all, Gia? I'm going to ask you for prediction. Actually, no, I'm not. I remember you are. Don't do that.
Wait, I won predictions last season. What are you talking about?
Don't push it. Don't push it. Don't push it.
All right, all right. I mean, we will give our predictions a little bit later anyway, so I won't spoil, but I did want to shout out a couple of the names there. Levick not making it to top 8, I'm a bit sad to see because I feel like he's just been such a powerhouse in Swiss in particular, but also we have MSVC flying the flag for CN here. We did talk about how the representation of Chinese players in our top 16s has dropped off a little bit compared to previous years, but the Chinese players do have a cap at 40, I think, now at the Masters Tours. Thanks, Benage, for pointing that out. So they still take these, and there is still a chance for yet another Chinese Masters Tour winner. But personally, Lorinda, all bias included, I'm still hoping this is the one that we get an APAC winner.
Yeah, well, I may have to join you in that hope, Gia, because I don't think there's anybody left from the Americas region. And, I mean, I sort of been in the European practice group quite a bit over the last week or so, so obviously I'm biased in that regard, so I'll cheer against them as well when I'm on camera and just cheer for APAC along with you. How's that?
Perfect. I needed someone on my side when Derek isn't here, and he's only on my side half the time.
Yeah. Wrong half, the right half, right? When you don't need the support, when it's going well. That's when Derek joins in.
Exactly.
Anyway, I do believe that is time for us to wrap up on the top 16. I don't think we're going to show you any more action because we've shown you the results now, so what's the point? We're going to take a short break and we'll get straight into that juicy-looking quarterfinal. Welcome back, everybody, to Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City, and it's the quarterfinals. And joining me for this one is, oh wait, it's still Gia. We're going to have this Orange versus Habu Gabu match, and it's almost a card-for-card mirror, Gia.
Almost. They do have exactly the same archetypes. If you want to call Ramp Druid with or without Kazaka-san the same archetype, because Orange has done something a little bit off the wall where his Druid does have, of course, Guff and the Ramp package, but is not running the Kazaka-san. Instead, his win condition is just trying to get these big Naga Giants online early and get the Battlegrounds Battle Master, which he has one copy of, to deal lethal. It is a much more streamlined version of the deck, and honestly, I'm a big fan. It just feels like, for Druid in particular, it takes so long before we can see Kazaka-san be playable.
Yeah, we've hardly seen a Kazaka-san, now you mention it, in the whole tournament. At least when I've been casting, I don't remember seeing one actually played and matter yet in the tournament. We've talked about it being outs a few times. Obviously, if we see a Druid versus a Warrior, then that's a thing that might come up on either side of the board, but something that just hasn't turned up in this tournament, so it might be a really good call from Orange here.
Could be, but for both these players, Lorinda, you were just talking about how they're in the same practice group together. Fury Hunter also in the mix, where they almost landed on exactly the same lineup. Fury just changing out a deck for Silence Priest, and he's the one that ended up doing the worst of them, even though worst for this group is still like a 6-2 score. I mean, very, very impressive stuff.
Fury did tweet out that he missed a round because he overslept.
Okay.
And he still went 6-2. So he did okay.
Yeah.
Just gave the field a bit of a chance.
Still a bit of a flex. But
Habu Gabu on the
obviously-
Quest Hunter.
Right. Habu Gabu and Orange, like, it's got to be a bit bittersweet, right? Because they have spent so much time prepping together. I'm sure either of them would be happy to see their friend making it through all the way, but the way the bracket has ended up, they have to face each other and see which of the mirror lineup will reign supreme. Just a couple of tech choices different here and there, like you were saying, Lorinda.
Yep, Habu Gabu, the master of this mage deck when it comes up. I'm just going to ignore the screen for a minute that says Hunter and talk about the mage for a moment. The person who's really kept this deck popular right from day one. The absolute best at it. And Orange, I'm going to tell the Orange story. Started off this Masters Tour season in Masters Tour 1, Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair, 0-3 on day one. Not only 0-3, but hated his lineup. And he hung on in there and picked up 4 points, went 4-4. And the win that got him from the top 16 to the top 8 has 100%, as far as I'm aware, with the numbers I have available to me, not officially, guaranteed him a chance at seasonal championships now. And that's due to those 4 wins he got when he hated his life and his deck and everything at 0-3 2 tournaments ago. So just shows you hang in there when things are going bad, and it turns out for you sometimes in the long run. But enough of that.
A trooper, you know, every single time has the work ethic to keep on going and picking himself up, even when he's been open about having not the greatest days on social media as well. But that does mean that for Habu Gabu, there is slightly more riding on the line, right? If the numbers you said all line up, that means that Habu needs these next couple wins more so than Orange to actually guarantee a spot through to seasonals.
Yeah, I haven't actually checked. I think he was talking that he thought he was going to get in as well, but as I understand it, it might not be the case. So we shall see how many points he's got coming in. I'm just trying to quickly check now. I've got a million screens open. I think he might also be safe now as well. Both of them on 18 points with the win earlier. 17 looked like it was in anyway, but there could have been like a million-way playoff to eliminate one person or something like that. But they've got themselves out of that bundle of 17 pointers now onto 18 points, which is a big deal. So they're probably both in seasonals, but I think they've both got a chance of getting to last call if they win this tournament. That's something I would need to check precisely, but either way, we are going to see a titanic match. And of course, there's still all that money on the line, all the pride on the line. Both of these players more than capable of winning this tournament. Let's get on with it. Let's stop me from waffling.
Absolutely, both of them with many times a close call to calling themselves a Masters Tour champion, but once again, it is so close within reach, but standing in the way of the other is their friend. Orange on his Ramp Druid, and it is truly Ramp in the sense that it does not include any other win condition. No Kazaka-san to be found, and I think that's actually going to be a boon to him in this matchup versus Quest Hunter. You just want to get your threats online as soon as possible, and Giants are generally of the health total where Quest Hunter would struggle to deal with it unless they've already played their Quest reward. So for Orange here, it's about hitting that early ramp. He has not, though, so very much hoping for a wild growth off the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he hits that wild growth, things are going to go pretty crazy. Double Earthen Scales against Hunter. Obviously, wouldn't want them right cluttering up his hand, but they could be absolutely huge in messing up Hunter calculations later on and also just making it impossible to win. On the other side, though, Habu does have the Doggy Biscuit, which can apply large amounts of early pressure against the Druid, and that's exactly why it's in the deck, of course.
But there's no early minion to stick it on, so that does make for a sort of a lackluster turn 2 from Habu, just getting the quick shot out of the way to progress his quest a little bit. I wonder if he is going to just play out the Viper to get some usage from the Doggy Biscuit, or if he could trade both of these and completely focus on instead dealing more damage with spells and getting to that Tavish quest reward.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. He chose not to coin out the Viper, so that's one pointer as to how he's thinking already, but does put it onto the board this turn. Next turn, sort of Doggy Biscuit quick shot, Doggy Biscuit hero power, something like that. And then looking to get that Tavish on the board after that. And start rolling infinite Huffers, or in my case, infinite Leox.
Well, it's a dead turn 4 for Orange, but he has at least picked up Guff. So now he has, once again, the option between Nourish and Guff on turn 5. Habu is just so excited to see absolutely nothing for the first 4 turns from Orange. And now he gets a very threatening Viper online. Quick shot also means first stage of quest is done, but this is where Orange can start to fight back, right? Do you think he's going Guff to get it out of the way like we've seen from Bunnyhoppor, or the Nourish to get double ramp in a single turn?
He's going to have 2 more turns. I think he needs to pick up a beefier minion to put these scales on, so I'm going to get it wrong and say Guff, because I've seen him pick up the Nourish, but I'm not going to cheat. I was going to say Guff.
It could be that the Moonlit pickup skewed Orange's decision even more in favor of the Nourish, because now he has something to spend this last 2 refreshed mana on. Miracle Growth is definitely where my head's at here, because he will have the mana to play it next turn, given that he went for double ramp with Nourish instead of just single ramp with Guff.
Yeah. And again, those Earthen Scales are going to be huge, because otherwise he's dead in 2 turns, give or take. So absolutely needs to get that going. Probably 3 turns now because of Habu playing the long game.
And he absolutely had that in mind from the beginning, right? Improved Ice Trap looks insane here. He kept the Tavish hero card in the opener on coin and has not minded being slow on the quest progression, because if you go for it in this order where you're not done with second stage quest, that means you can get your Tavish hero power down to 0 and get the refreshing benefits once you play the quest reward Tavish.
Big pickup for Orange, this aquatic form, because the Ice Trap just won't matter. Yeah, Habu knows it too. Just doesn't do anything, don't really care that that's countered, because now he can actually do the Miracle Growth if he wants. But he may go for Scale first, just clear up this board so he's guaranteed to get the Scales on top of the Miracle Growth next turn.
Yeah. Also a bit awkward that because Orange is at 8 cards right now, if he plays Miracle Growth, he will go up to 10 cards. And if he doesn't find exactly Innervate, he will overdraw next turn. Probably not the end of the world, though. I think it is more important to get that huge minion developed and hope that Habu can't clear it. He can clear it, but it's kind of an expensive way to do so. It involves trading his Viper, which will be able to become dormant and restore itself in the next turn, but still gives Orange a free turn of development.
Yeah, absolutely. And secrets only trigger on your opponent's turn, right?
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Yeah.
So, yeah.
My hand overflows.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The Huffer.
Yeah, so that explains
Yeah,
Orange's previous play as well, even more. You don't want to scale anything down and give the secret the chance to trigger. You make them trade into you.
Burns the Battlegrounds Battlemaster, which is, you know, pretty decent, I would say, for Orange. Like, he's nowhere near the position where he's looking for lethal yet. He is more about finding ways to stabilize. And the double Earthen Scales are already in hand, which is sort of like heartening for Orange, knowing that he has the insta heal when he needs it, but also in a certain sense a bit sad that you can't pull one from Moonlit Guidance and get an extra total copy throughout the game.
Yeah, it's bittersweet, but it is a lot of heal. In a position where he's now getting Giants down, he's going to start fighting back pretty quickly. If he can just survive one more turn.
I am curious as to whether he even plays the Giant though, because he does have Oracle of Elune next turn. Like that could be multiplied Giants if he waits a little bit longer, but this is an improved emergency maneuver, so looks like he doesn't want to play that far behind on tempo. These Vipers will not be able to attack yet next turn, but if he had waited on the Giant, they would be able to attack before Orange could attack with his Giant.
It's so demoralizing sometimes playing against Druid. This one's not over yet because of the Tavish, but you've done all this sort of firing away for turn after turn, and Orange has one more health than he started with, effectively.
But I think Habu is still in a very reasonable spot, right? He is making headway towards getting the Tavish Quest reward, and from that point, he can just get so many animal companions that it could even go head-to-head or even outvalue, honestly, the Druid development from Orange.
Absolutely. Orange is now the one sort of on the clock, and that will help.
Yeah, never mind. I was going to say, if it's just one Giant for Habu to face down, he's definitely got the time, but now these 3 Whelps can trade away for Orange. He can play Onyxia and get 5 Whelps, trade everything else that Habu has left to offer, and push the Giant face.
Yeah, and now Habu's going to have to start tidying up board after board. Obviously, again, with Tavish, he does get that value, but this is huge. I think Orange has just got too much now on the board.
Yeah, and in some ways, the hero card Tavish makes it harder to clear up boards because you can't guarantee that you get Huffer, whereas, you know, the old hero power, you can just control the 2 damage every single time you know where it goes. So Habu first has to get the Tavish quest reward and then see from there.
Look at this.
And the piercing shot's so expensive, right? He is on 0 out of 2 right now, I think. So technically, if he traded the Viper into a 2 or 1 cost damage spell, he could finish quest and play Tavish, but that is not particularly likely. So I think he's just gonna use the piercing shot to get rid of the Onyxia here, play Treasure Guard, and get Tavish online next turn.
Yeah, and keep the cheap spell back, which with Furious Howl, maybe he gets an opportunity to get 2 or 3 cards in a turn from the Tavish, 2 or 3 more hero powers. Unlikely, but yeah, you've got to keep that chance open because Orange is going to start spewing minions everywhere.
Orange hasn't had the time to play Guff thus far. I wonder if this is the window he goes for it, because there's a decent like Guff, hero power, Vate, Ajara turn available to him. I don't necessarily know what he takes from Ajara, but honestly, like Xalatath is kind of tempting. It's not like Habu has access to healing, but you know, a free Colossal or even a copied Miracle Growth from the Ring is also quite decent.
Yeah, reminder that Orange is not playing that Kazakhstan, so the huge amount of mana not quite as important. Obviously, it's always lovely to have, but not quite got the capability to just burn 20 mana in a turn like maybe you would with Kazakhstan in the deck.
Orange really not prioritizing Guff is kind of jarring for me to see, because it's just such a different play pattern than what I'm used to from Druid, but he clearly just wants to make sure he has a big threat on board every single turn, and that does make sense when you expect your opponent to have to invest 5 mana out of their 9 to play Tavish. Like, you want to make that as awkward for them as possible. Only leave Habu Gabu 4 mana left to deal with a 10-6, or sorry, 10-5 after the trade, and the 9-9. That's a tall ask.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out, because of that lack of Kazakhstan, Orange doesn't actually have that many big threats left. There'll be another Giant, another Scale, there's the Battle Master in there, then there's a spammy Arcanist, and that's kind of his threat list, right?
Right, and he burned the BGBM, so it's really just the other Giant, I feel.
Absolutely essential he gets this done with what he's got left in hand, plus that one Giant. So he can't be particularly wasteful, where with Kazakhstan in your deck, and again, he's got here with this build, and he's very happy with it. But with Kazakhstan in your deck, you can be a little bit more liberal, throw out a Guff, burn through your deck, play Kazakhstan, win the game. He's got to be much more careful than that.
Yeah, and Orange really did invest in this early Miracle growth using the window where Habu has little mana to work with to try and push the damage. Now, Habu has 2 more hero power refreshes if he wants to use Furious for just 1 draw, but I kind of think he has to. He really cannot afford to leave this much damage on board. So 2 more Animal Companions. Hits a Huffer, that's a big one. Can he hit another one to actually kill the 9/9?
No,
this is... But taunts are decent.
Yeah, they are.
Because Orange has Oracle plus Druid of the Reef, but they have 1 attack short of being able to deal with the Mishas nicely. So I think he's going for Dredge into 2nd scale. Doesn't find it, but Ivus is very good indeed. He can play that with the Oracle of Elune.
We forgot about the Ivus in that big threat list, so I had, yeah. I forgot.
But if you go Ivus, Oracle Ivus, you have 4 mana remaining, and 3 of those tends to be keywords that you get. So it only is a 3/3 on average, I think, if you play it with Elune, but he doesn't have to play it with Elune.
Yeah, he can also, this is a turn where he could Guff, but again, he's got that tempo issue we keep talking about.
Right.
He could have played it with Guff, but maybe he gets a 5/5 somewhere here.
Maybe. Oh, he gets 2/5. He just doesn't get taunt. That's insane. He misses out on the least necessary keyword and just gets perfect trades here. So he gets to push the full 19. Habu is very, I think, right to be upset here. Orange getting this 19 through just spells disaster because he, even if this board somehow manages to be cleared up by a million Huffers, then Orange has Ajara, Zalatath, and Wild Growth to end the game.
And hero power.
Oh, hero power.
Okay, they'll be taunts in the way sometimes, but we saw yesterday one of the matches the player using 3 hero powers to finish off the last 3 damage. That's why he didn't play Guff all along.
Just not necessary. Got turn 3 Guff unfair. I don't know, Lorinda. Okay, it wasn't turn 3. Fine. Maybe the trade-off for Guff turn 3 being wildly unfair is that Guff any turn later is just not necessary.
I mean, if you're not playing Kazakhstan, I still do think that makes a lot of sense. That it's a lot less necessary. It's more of a luxury.
Hold on. Is there any chance Habu gets lethal here? More Huffer? Like, he has...
2-turn, right?
Yeah. I mean, if this last hero power gives him a Huffer, he could have aimed shotted face, but yeah, obviously it's not super likely. He just was hoping to stay alive on board, but I think he knows Ajara is going to end the game here.
We have plotted long enough. Now
yeah.
Zalatath, Wild Growth, and the excess mana, and Orange actually gets the excess mana because he's capped at 10 because he didn't play Guff.
Yep. Calculated all along and takes a 1-0 lead. And I said that tongue-in-cheek, but it's very possible Orange was aware of such interactions staying on 10. Not quite to that extent, but the little things did add up there with the hero power still being active, etc. And but mainly the tempo. He just kept the tempo the best he could, never wasted the 5 mana wasted. Playing Guff, 5. It's more like 4 or 3, isn't it, by the time you've actually done all the things. And that got there. And Orange takes a well-fought 1-0 lead against the Hunter. And he'll be very happy with that start.
Absolutely. I think it is fair to say he got very fortunate with the outcome on the Ivus, because if he had gotten the expected outcome of 3/3s, then he would have missed 9 damage face that turn, right? He would have had another taunt that he would have had to trade with his 9 attack minion and then only send 10 face. And suddenly the Ajara turn would not have been lethal there, whereas Habu had set up his own board with tons of damage and a very easy counter lethal. So a lot had to go right for Orange there, but I also think that he played incredibly well with the Miracle Growth number 2 turn. It didn't look particularly obvious. Like, I was looking at, oh, this is a window to play Guff when you're not under very much pressure. But Orange realized that he had to be the one to put pressure on board, knowing that the Tavish was coming online on that very next turn.
And there's the play. Habu's reaction.
Yeah.
Do we ever get to see Habu versus Fury Hunter one day for the reactions?
We might blow up the cameras. They just can't handle all the actions.
Hey, that's just TJ on his own manages that.
True.
to see what they queue up in game number 2. It's mage time!
It's happening! Yes. Both of
Orange
these players.
was 7-1 with his mage last time he posted anything. I don't know if it's got better, but it's been going really well for him.
And Habu Gabu famously hit rank 1 legend with Naga Mage and has continued staying top of Europe ladder, mainly with this deck, I believe. They do have different lists if it is going to be the mirror. Orange has opted for, I want to say, a pretty non-standard version with double hot streak, and he's cut Ajara. Well, Habu has also cut Ajara from the top end, but only no rainbow glow scales for Orange. Doesn't want to run spell damage here. He's just in favor of having a heavier spell package to make sure that he has truly infinite mana when he does pop off.
And again, the Hunter from Habu.
Yes.
Better looking hand.
Yeah, that's just an insta-full keep. All of these progress the quest, and Hunter is very much just trying to beat down the mage because, especially when mage is on the play, you know that they can't do anything crazy until turn 5 minimum. For Orange, though, there's a very real chance that he just hard mulls for Spitelash Siren plus Vicious Slither Spear or School Teacher here, because the way I play this matchup as Naga Mage is don't play down minions on curve. You know they're gonna die, and even just help the Hunter because they have good targets. What you want to do is build one big board with your Spitelash all together at once, and that board cannot be answered all at once by the Hunter, and then you just win from there. It's a bit hard to pull off, though, because of course you need a super early pop-off. Gifts?
This is already for Orange, so I was distracted by a message, but I'm back.
Yeah, it's a Runed Orb pick. I think Gifts of Ajara just makes too much sense here. The card is absolutely insane. You run 2 copies of it, and it's going to be active soon because he can play Crush Claw on the next turn. I know I said don't bother playing minions on curve, but Crush Claw is still card draw, and it activates an even more efficient card draw from Gifts of Ajara.
Yeah, and it's big enough as well. It's not some little piddly thing. You've got to invest 2 spells into this, which, again, like you say, sometimes the Hunter wants to do, but also it's not the 4 mana turn, so there's spells that could have gone face anyway. So you give your opponent an extra choice, but it's not going to make a huge problem out of it.
Yep. Now Orange, he's on turn 4 already, so this is sort of the last window to set up for a turn 5 pop-off. This Gifts needs to find him Vicious Slither Spear because he has not found School Teacher, so he doesn't have a guaranteed Nagaling to start the Spitelash Siren train on turn 5. So I do think he is going to go for card draw this turn, but I'm not sure if it's AI or Gifts, because Gifts, I mean, it draws the same as AI. You do have the mana to play Spellcoiler, but honestly, you're not super interested in playing Spellcoiler this turn because that's more fuel on the Spitelash turn.
Yeah, which makes sense for the AI then, just to get your mana spent, but sure, he's going to go for the Gifts.
Oh, Slither Spear, that's huge. This is interesting now, though. Does Orange play Spellcoiler? I don't think he should, because after he plays Vicious Slither Spear, the only other Nagas in hand cost 3, so that's not actually gaining him mana if he plays it on the Spitelash turn. He will be able to play at least 1, but it's awkward. Yeah, I like that he holds it.
And Habu's running out of time. This is kind of his free turn before things get pretty messy for him, you'd expect, or he would expect.
Picks up another Barb Nets, but doesn't have a Naga. It doesn't really matter, though. There are no minions that he would want to target. Everything's going face. But oh boy, there's going to be tons of minions to target next turn.
Yeah, a few too many, most likely. He is trying to keep all of his cheap stuff back so that if he gets Tavish in play, he can have a massive pop-off turn. But now he's in prey mode because he knows what might happen here. And yeah, it's going to happen. Here come the things.
And this is where the genius of Orange's Hot Streak tech comes into play here, because he didn't actually have a cheap spell other than that was playable this turn. Like, Flurry is the standard one, but if your opponent doesn't play minions, you can't use the Flurry as a Lightning Bloom, essentially. Whereas Hot Streak doesn't require any conditions. Even if you don't necessarily get value from a fire spell being cheapened, it's fine. You just get value from the Spite Lash continuing your train. So he goes Naga Spell, Naga Spell, Naga Spell. This Spell Coiler can pull anything cheap. Yeah, that Ignite costs 0 because he played Hot Streak, so it's gaining him even more mana. That's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ignite, Treasure Guard. Keep it going.
Not Orange. just having a moment to just, show how easy this is.
Sometimes you break your meditative trance of Naga Spell. Wait, what am I on again? Then you have to spend a moment hovering, and then you go off again. And it's fine. He has plenty of time.
Don't make me think I'll do it wrong.
And yes, that is a board. Habu has a chance to top deck Tavish and coin that and get improved explosive trap, but outside of that, he is kinda dead. Well, not dead immediately, but maybe over 2 turns.
Yeah, he's kind of dead.
He can kill the Slither Spear.
He did 21 in 2 turns himself.
No.
That was emphatic.
I mean, how?
Thanks for considering my suggestion so deliberately, Gia. I appreciate it.
I did consider, and I just don't think it's possible. I'm sorry.
You did it with the contempt it deserved. I'm used to TJ sort of soft soaping it for me, or maybe, maybe just puts on, a camera show or something to distract from my stupidity. Gia, no, just don't talk about that, Neil. Just talk sense, boy.
All right, I am going to try to put it together, right? If we didn't see this hand, is it even theoretically possible with 6 mana over 2 turns, assuming he still has coin, right, to deal 21? Still no, right? Because the most efficient damage is like aim shot hero power, which is just 7, and you do that twice over 2 turns. It's only 14, and then you need like another 7. I don't know, man.
So
maybe it's possible.
Tavish, Nets, coin. You played a Tavish to get 2 more. Quick shot. No, you went out of mana too fast. You are right, as always.
Okay, but Orange actually doesn't have that much damage. Like, the downside of having to play Treasure Guards to continue your train of draws against Quest Hunters, they just don't kill them, right? They're 1/5s. They don't really threaten counter-lethal. And right now, Orange has no further card draw. He has Savara, but it's not really copying anything relevant, I don't think. By relevant, I just mean more damage spells.
Yep. There was what, an Ignite, maybe? Was that there then? I lost track of how quickly everything got played, but...
I confess, I also don't know what the Savara is at right now. But in terms of further board development, Orange can, of course, just play Spite Lash, Vicious, Slither Spear, and Ping, and call it a day if he wants. And he currently has 8 on board, so he can put Habu down to 14. And next turn can represent lethal if nothing is cleared. And it's unlikely that nothing will be cleared, but if something's getting cleared, it likely means Tavish is not being played. So by virtue of that, Orange might even have a 3rd turn to get lethal.
Yeah, and it might matter that if Tavish is played, the double flurry gets activated. An extra couple of damage thrown in there.
Yeah.
Plus he gets the opportunity to trade away a minion if he needs some board space at that point, draw another card.
And the flurries are very relevant, not just to like refresh mana with the Spite Lash, but they're actually buffing the Vicious Slither Spear, which is why we see Habu getting rid of the Slither Spear over the Siren here. He just, I think, correctly recognizes that as the bigger threat. Is Beaststalker relevant at this position? I really don't
5 armor.
So. But like all this damage is going face already, right? And the explosive trap, I think, is too late by then. So he just takes a spell. It's a tradable at least, but most importantly, it's giving him potential fuel for the Tavish, because I think after getting rid of the Slither Spear, Habu Gabu will change his sights towards dealing 20 to Orange.
There's an Ignite though.
Lethal.
That might be it if we Savara is a thing.
It's just, yeah, there's already 10 on board, so just Ignite Ping is lethal, right?
Orange taking a 2-0.
Oh, that was an intense one. I mean, you can see how much it means to Habu, right? The second he saw the Spite Lash Siren hit the board on turn 5, he was like, really? You have the thing? And that's sort of the argument that people bring up when I say that I feel like Naga Mage is favored against Quest Hunter. They're like, are you really that likely to be able to pop off on turn 5? And I'm like, decently. Like, you always keep Siren, and then you have 1 drops or the school teacher, or you could be on coin instead, and you can pop off turn 5 with a 2-drop Naga. Because it really is all about whether you can do it on turn 5 exactly. If Orange had waited 1 more turn, I think it was very likely that Habu could just kill him.
Yeah, he just gets to throw a Tavish down, which Orange has to actually bother dealing with, and then the Tavish has already done its work anyway, so suddenly everything's just going exactly the opposite to how we saw it. But Orange did have the things, and you do get them on curve a large amount of the time. There's 2 in your deck, it's turn 5, you're allowed to have them. And yeah, from there on, we've all seen this many times before.
And
Hot Streaks looked lovely as well.
right, that is the genius of Orange's build in particular. If he was thinking about the Quest Hunter matchup in particular, because obviously flurries are still amazing against any other deck that really wants to get on board, but against these Quest Hunter types, yeah, just play Hot Streak because your flurries will not be active until much later on after they're relevant. So nicely done from Orange. He's only 1 game away from moving on to the semifinals, and he has to do it with his own Quest Hunter.
Yep, and he's going to be up against that Druid first up. Not much of a surprise there, I don't think. Habu going to have a go with this Druid, keeping the Mage away from us though, Gia. We're not allowed to see Habu play Mage, apparently. The thing that we all want to see from him in this tournament. But a long way still to go in this matchup.
Exactly. There's a very real chance we still get to see the Mage, because I think Habu's queued up his most favorable matchup first. I think Druid, the way the deck operates is just so great in terms of expected pan out of the Quest Hunter patterns, right? Quest Hunter wants to just not put any minions on board in the early game. They just play damage spells, progress quest, and then try to finish you off from there. Druid is fine taking damage in the early game, and they're happy when you don't play minions because they use that breathing room to ramp, and suddenly you can't finish the Druid off because they're gaining 9-10 armor for 1 mana with Earthen Scales.
Yeah, that armor is a big deal. We've seen it before, and we'll see it again, but the Hunter, it has a lot of sustain. You can do way more than 30 damage, but you have to sort of spike the damage at some point to finish off the armor. Otherwise, if the armor just keeps coming up and you just keep doing 8 damage and they keep gaining 8 armor, you never get there. So you've got to find a way to spike over the top of the damage that's there. We see this in many decks against Druid. If you give them too much time, it just beats you any way it wants. It's really irritating, but it's such a good deck.
I think that...
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Beyond hitting spikes of damage, the other way to approach the matchup as Quest Hunters go for early Beastalker Tavish, which is exactly what we saw Habu Gabu go for. Again, he was against a non-Kazakhstan version, but Kazakhstan really just isn't the win condition for Druid in this matchup. It is sticking Naga Giants and finishing them off with multiple 8/8s hitting them in the face. And the way that Quest Hunter can try and actually counter-develop is to have a bunch of animal companions spawning every turn. So if Orange gets the chance to play Tavish as early as possible, the hero card, he will go for it, just like how Habu Gabu did, I think.
Gonna get to see. Also, obviously, Drekthar can just happen. It's a card that just happens to people sometimes.
Mm-hmm. It is true. Drekthar has happened to me more times than I've learned.
Already worth a look from Orange here. Obviously, Rajnajan is just a way of getting a lot of damage fairly quickly, but you don't really want to drop it on curve. You definitely can do that.
It is interesting. Right, because the way we laid out the matchup is, most of the time you don't play minions on curve as Quest Hunter, and Druid's happy about that. But what if you do get, the uncommon hand that allows you to play a curve? Like
this one, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering, do you even keep Treasure Guard if you're keeping Rajnajan just to make sure that you can, play minion, but
no,
obviously with Rajnajan, you want spells and you want Drekthar to happen for you.
And Viper to fill in the gap, because Treasure Guard is a little bit sort of 1/5-y, but Viper is a bit more 3-4-y, and that's a lot more damage.
It really is. In terms of damage sticking, though, I wanted to say, even though Lunar Eclipse is gone for Druid, 3 health is still a manageable breakpoint when they're running Druid of the Wreath, as we see that interaction exactly pan out here. A bit painful for Orange to lose that Rashnajan because it could have represented so much damage throughout the course of the game, but I think he stays the course. Just go for the Viper into Drekthar game plan that you're laying out.
Into tracking Doggy Biscuit. How about that?
Yes.
So it did do its job, the Voyage, because it got rid of the minion, rid of the Druid of the Reef, which means the Viper now has a better chance of hanging around. And repeat if that happens again for Drekthar. And then, yeah, Doggy Biscuit can come off the top, or the tracking can just find Tavish. Loads of options here for Orange in this one.
Unfortunately, though, Habu has the curve, Wild Growth into Nourish, but obviously that's still a little bit slow into a Drekthar, but he has Onyxia now, and that's playable next turn, Lorinda. He nourishes up to 8 mana next turn, and then he can coin bait the Onyxia.
That's absolutely ludicrous. Habu's waving his arms around like bad things are happening, but he's got Onyxia on turn, I don't know, 5? Behave yourself.
Yeah.
He's also got Spammy Arcanist in case of emergencies as well.
That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna pull it back together. Woundprey and Barb Nuts are very similar for Orange here. Maybe you take Woundprey just because another 1/1 on board, but then that walks into Spammy, so maybe Barb Nuts
instead. Actually, might want the Howl here. Empty your hand out over the next couple of turns.
Okay. Yeah, he can go
you're
like...
really looking for that Tavish, even though we've had this lovely start from Orange's side.
It is in a spot where if you empty the hand and then get Tavish, then your hero power would originally cost 0, right? And then you make it go back to 2 with Tavish, which is not the ideal order. So I wonder if this is a pan out where Orange is meant to just say, this board is enough, and let me go for Quest Reward Tavish instead.
What you called. Just go for the Woundprey.
Does take the Woundprey. I was saying it walks into Spammy, but now that I look at the board again, it's just a 1 health. There's no 2 or 3 health, so the train of Defiles stops after 2 procs. And that's still fine. And that little 1/1 makes it so that Onyxia is not a full board clear.
Well, he'll feel so much better about
strong.
turn 5 Onyxia now then.
Yep. I mean, yeah, it gets through the Treasure Guard and then 6 Whelps deal with 1/4, 4/4, and 3/4, right?
But the piercing shot and hero power is actually... Is there any armor at all? Is that a scales on the left-hand side? It is, yeah? So Habu's okay for armor.
Right. The Druid of the Reef pickup is huge, actually. It lets him go Spammy here. Insane. And he spotted that so quickly, right? Okay. 3 damage on the 1/5 and then 1 damage on the 1/4. And the board is 1, 2, 3, 4. Ping, 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 ping. Complete clear. And as you so put it, it allows him the guaranteed Onyxia scale the next turn, which will pretty much close out the game, I feel.
Yes. Yeah, can Orange do anything else about it?
Can pile on more damage here. I think the board game plan is over, so he just hopes there's no Earthen Scales.
All right, there's Tavish.
But does he want it at this point? Is it more about... Yeah, hard to say.
He's got to judge, is there any big armor gain coming in the next couple of turns, or do I get there with the damage? And that's really hard. It's easier for us to say. We can see the nastiness that is coming over the next couple of turns, but this is a straight judgment call for Orange here.
Yeah, it's really tempting to just say, Habu's at 13. I have Piercing Shot. My hero power is going down to 0 this turn. And I have Aim Shot, Dragonbane Shot, hero power, and another 2-cost spell potentially next turn. That does spell lethal if there's no armor gain, but it's there.
Okay. So now he just has to top deck Tavish instead. He'll be fine.
Or more damage, because Onyxia is +9 armor with the Earthen Scales, so Habu goes to 18, which is not completely out of range, right? Aim Shot, Dragonbane hero power is 9 damage. He's already halfway there. but he has one turn to find counter lethal. But there's a second scales for Habu. Oh no!
Oh my goodness. That's a quick shot. That's a lot more damage, but it needs to be. That's the problem now.
Right. He has 12, but Habu's at 18. There's no choice but to send it all face. Hope you top deck more damage next turn and hope that there's no second scales. I don't think any other line ever gets there for orange.
I think that's true. He doesn't know about the second scales, so has to, of course he picks up a minion off the doggy biscuit. Has to go through this process of trying to get enough damage in 2 turns.
Habu claps his hands. He knows he's not dead.
My opponent doesn't have the cards.
I think he deserves to be thrown a bone here. Habu's had a bit of a rough series, especially with that Ivus still haunts me.
Yeah, it was a good Ibis. You allowed them, though. You've played enough Battlegrounds to know that adapt style effects can go any different ways.
Habu's also played quite a lot of Battlegrounds, and he's very good at it when he decides to focus. It is very annoying, you're right.
How can he be so good at so many things?
I don't know.
Actually, you do know. You're just not letting on because you're good at so many things as well, Gia. I hate to admit it, but you really are. Damn it.
Thank you. But I don't play in Masters tours, man. There's good and then there's Habu good, you know?
20 damage from here. Don't do
you want me to go for
another?
another?
Last time.
Nope.
No, he absolutely can't.
He's dead. We're going to game 4.
I'm trying to work out ways where he can get to 12 with a quick shot by drawing the other Tavish. Okay, it's not ever happening, is it? He's got about 8 mana. His opponent has 200. We are, indeed, as Gia summed up, going to game number 4. Orange trying to find a win with the Hunter, and Habu trying to find a win with the Hunter or the Mage.
Indeed. So we do have a chance to see Naga Mage versus Quest Hunter again. This time piloted by Habu Gabu on the Naga Mage, which is going to be much fun indeed. But I don't think it's going to be going much too different from the way Orange piloted it, which is trying to go as wide on board as possible, as early as possible, I should say. But it is, you know, in theory, harder for Habu to do that because he doesn't have Hot Streak, right? Some of his mana gaining spells are conditional on there being minions on Orange's side, which there might not necessarily be. Or we could see the Hunter Mirror, which was the very first game we cast all day, Lorinda, and that one came very much down to the wire indeed.
Yep. And it is going to be the Mage, so this could well come down to another Hunter Mirror. But first, Habu has got to get through the Hunter once with the Mage. And is it really just the trivial thing about do you find your Spite Lash or not? Is that all it comes down to?
In my experience, yes. I hate to say it, but I mean, every other hand, right? If you attempt to curve out 1-3 into 2-3 into 3-4, that's peanuts for Hunter to deal with. That's exactly what they want to see, right? They can just progress their quest, and suddenly, if you're down so many Nagas by the time you play Spite Lash Siren, your train just gets cut short. You need a balance of minions and spells to get that huge pop-off turn. So I think Habu will be focused on finding that turn 5 insurmountable board, and if he doesn't find it, Orange could be right there getting the lethal straight away.
So if that's the game plan, do you keep Arcane Intellect in the opener?
I think it's very reasonable to do so, yes. Glow Scale and First Flame, not so much, but you can think about Slither Spear just as, okay, it's a 1-drop, which is guaranteed fuel for Spite Lash, but Habu is on coin, so he doesn't necessarily need a 1-drop. If you keep the 1-drop, though, it means you can pop off turn 4 instead of turn 5, which is obviously the earlier the better. So I do like the keep of Slither plus Arcane. Now he's only missing the Siren.
My blood boils for war.
Oh, he played it on curve. What do I know?
Wow. I mean, nobody knows as much about this deck as Habu, right? So
True, yeah.
You're allowed to not know every single thing that he knows. We'll let you off on this one occasion.
Thanks.
Tread carefully, though, Gia. Tread carefully. Any more? Well,
Tread lightly, you mean?
Tread carefully, tread lightly. I mean, tread lightly. Yeah.
Yeah, that one has quite a few memes attached to it, so I will
Nice.
tread lightly. So looking at it in this instance, it's actually quite tough for Orange to deal with a 1/3 on 2 mana. It takes a combination of 2 spells or exactly Quick Shot, neither of which were available here, so that's a huge deal for Habu. He can actually coin out Crush Claw and work out a board state that's not all immediately clearable to Orange at once, and that means Habu can get incremental damage as he draws towards the Spitelash Siren. He got it, he got it, he got it.
Yeah. So we don't see the cards before you, we just see the actions on the left. We both just watch to see what the players do.
All right. Barb Nets with no Naga played is annoying indeed for Orange, but he is going now for just clearing a couple of minions. And now that I look at this Drekthar for Orange, Habu's game plan does make a lot more sense here, because if you go for this ultra greedy style with Mage of holding back all your resources and going for only Spitelash, you do get punished by a Drekthar play on the other side, because that's a little bit too much pressure to deal with.
Yeah.
But now that Habu has forced Orange to respond a bit, he has some pre-developed minions before going for Drekthar, and now he's actually hit School Teacher as well, which means he will guaranteed have the Nagaling for turn 5 and a turn 5 pop-off.
Orange does hit the damage Drekthar here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that's a big deal for the clock in terms of Habu, because we saw last time making the big board's one thing, but actually getting it to do enough damage to kill in 2 turns is a little bit harder sometimes, depending how you're doing for spells. And so if Orange is hitting you for 10 and you're having to trade into some of these things, Orange's, the rest of his hand, the Doggy Biscuit's going to be huge next turn. Then he's got damage coming out as well. So still a game on here.
For sure. Orange gets minimum 10 damage face from his Drekthar, which incidentally is the first Colossal ever revealed in Hearthstone. Look at it.
Yeah, 2 appendages.
Actually, no,
Snake
that's my
arms.
bad. It's Dr. Boom that was the first Colossal, and Drekthar was the second. Habu here, I don't think he has a choice except to set up the pop-off, because if he goes for a partial clear, that just wrecks his prospects of doing anything really powerful over the next couple turns. So he will take a beating on the next turn, but there is a chance that he gets to draw into Flurry from this Gifts of Ajara that will be playable next turn, or get like some amazing spell from the Nagaling, and then even taking all that damage, he can try and set up a counter lethal over 2 turns and maybe freeze whatever minions are remaining.
Yeah, I think the thing that took him a long time to think about there is Flurry enough? It should be, but this is going to be a massive hit this turn. And given that after your pop-off, you probably don't kill Orange on the following turn, Orange will be left doing something like 16 damage to you over 2 turns. That's very doable for this Hunter deck.
Very true. So Orange now has to decide whether he is going to respect any of this board or push full face damage. I think there's a healthy middle ground somewhere here, because this might be the last turn he can get any damage going face from Doggy Biscuit. So I like committing that. But maybe some other spells can be used to deal with at least the Vicious Slither Spear, because if you leave that on board going into a pop-off turn, it can very easily become like a 7 attack minion from 1.
Darek is keeping a close eye on us while he's having this one off. Leroy Jenkins, apparently, was the first Colossal. Thanks, Darek.
But it summons minions for your opponent. How does that work?
I don't know, but that's Derek's mind.
Okay. It is his mind. All right, so Orange in the end deciding to not play Doggy Biscuit. Wolf, Dragon Bane instead. Wait, Habu's like, what's he reacting to? I mean, we're behind here. But Orange just left up the Slither Spear willingly. Interesting.
He's kept the Doggy Biscuit so it goes on whichever minion he wants, though. How's Habu going to get on here? Picking up that Fireball.
Yeah. Fireball was kind of bad though, like all the spell options were cheap and I think were expensive, and I think he was reacting badly to not finding any spells off this Gift of Ajara. However, he's found Ruined Orb off of the Spell Coiler, which can act as 2 spells if you discover something cheap enough, so this is very much still doable for Habu. Already sending some First Flames at his own minions because I think he realizes that he needs the board space more than anything here to find Flurry and actually freeze these snakes, if not deal with them entirely. Oh my god, so expensive again, the spells, but he can play Arcane Intellect because the Nagaling comes down, and it did find Flurry. Alright, he's fine.
It's just cards flying around. Slow down. Actually, don't slow down, the rope's burning, but oh my.
Play-by-play casting.
Half the turn just shooting his own stuff.
Yep.
There we go.
And again, that's just why I'm surprised Orange didn't kill the 1-3 instead of the 5-4. But, I mean, it only dealt 1 more damage. Fair enough. And it wouldn't have made a difference if this was a 5-4 instead of a 6-3. Orange still would have been in a whole load of trouble.
Yeah, and the Fireball also says he's in a whole load of trouble.
Yep.
And the extra 6 damage.
How much can he clear? He can make a rushing Treasure Guard. Treasure Guard lets your Barb Nuts hit 2 targets, but every breakpoint is awkward here. So many things on 3 health, not 2. And if you're sending any damage to minions, it means you're that much farther away from actually getting the counter lethal. So is there a sweet spot where Orange can survive on board? Just pretend Habu has no further damage in hand and have a 2-turn lethal that involves killing the 6-3, I believe. Maybe the 5-4 too.
Okay. Excuse me. Oh, is this where it's at? Just drop Tavish and see if your Doggy Biscuit can cycle, your Mark's Shot can pick up something cheap.
I think it's very reasonable. Doesn't deal any damage face, but it gives him a very strong shot of surviving this turn. And with some runner Tavish draws, maybe it's possible. Like, if you trade Doggy Biscuit into Aim Shot Furious Hell, I don't know. But can Habu himself find the lethal? It is currently not in hand, but he has many more spells to be discovered. Like a Ruined Orb.
There we go.
Yep. That is the game. All he needs is everything faced, Ruined Orb ping, and that is GG. All the way down to the Quest Hunter mirror.
Of course it is. And we've already seen one of these today. The Posesi game was very interesting. All about getting lethal. All about those breakpoints. All about just trying to make your opponent only be able to do you for 28, where you do them for 30 on the hit back. Going first, quite a big deal in that matchup, but not the only deal. We saw Posesi having to just wriggle around. Bunnyhoppor end up with a 1-1 on the board, which allowed Posesi to spend mana efficiently to a piercing shot. Let's see how this one goes down, because it seems to be different every time. You sometimes get explosive traps into Drekthars that make a difference, but no explosive trap in these decks.
Right. Drekthar is definitely a difference maker. I think I mentioned this also at the beginning of the day, where sometimes being the first to play Drekthar in the Quest Hunter mirror is not the end-all be-all. Back in the day when Bola Shot was available and it was actually possible to clear the Drekthar board right after it hits the board, and so you don't take any additional damage from it, or maybe only like 2 or 3 damage across 2 turns. And that is totally fine. But in this meta, I feel like it is much harder to clear a Drekthar board. So being able to play that first is a huge difference maker. Although both players have access to no minions here, I think Orange is still very fine to full keep this hand.
Yep, Aim Shot, so much damage. Dragonbane Shot, such a powerful card. You just absolutely don't gamble with that hand. You're going first. You just don't want a disaster. You absolutely keep this.
Habu also keeping any guaranteed damage spells to the face, and we will be seeing a whole lot of shooty spells in the next couple turns.
Whole load of shooty spells.
Yeah, they all say shot.
So
Want me to say they're shoddy?
be very careful with those shotty spells, yeah. That could go very wrong very quickly.
Quick shot. Dragonbane shot, aim shot, mark shot, piercing shot, arcane shot.
So many.
Shots.
There really are a lot.
Yes.
That's like more than 4, which is where my definition of a lot comes in.
Yeah. Normally, I can't handle more than 2 shots.
Nice work.
Okay, Treasure Guard. That's a minion. That's not a shot card. Does he bother playing it? Maybe not. I feel like Hero Power is more valuable. But, okay. What do I know?
Yeah, he's saving it all up for a potential pop-off after Tavish, if we get to that point, because that can just be a 1-turn lethal.
The benefit of Treasure Guard is it has a lot of health on it, so if Orange decides to invest a piercing shot on this, it's not that great, honestly.
Yeah, that's from Habu's side, right? From where we are, Orange doesn't have particularly great options, so he's going to do this over 2 turns.
Ooh, gets barb nets from the mark shot, though. Pretty good. Mark shot, being able to find a target is nice, but drawing double mark shot this early, I want to say, is not nice for Orange. It's just not great in the matchup, I feel. Too slow. Rajnajan? It could be a lot of extra damage. And then the rest of the turn can be Hero Power, Arcane Shot, call it a day.
So he should have enough cards in hand for the foreseeable future. So Mark's shot you can rule out. Doggy Biscuit's immediate damage, but not really that great. It is repeatable damage, but again, you saw Orange's last play. You're kind of expecting the minion to be dealt with. It's got to be Rajnajan for me.
I agree. Because if you expect your minion to be dealt with, then the argument for Doggy Biscuit is, oh, it's an additional 2 damage, but it's also just the same amount that a Hero Power would deal.
You could take Doggy Biscuit and trade it for a redraw, is another option.
Sure. Okay, he is going to play it then. So is it coin Hero Power here? No, it's just Arcane Shot. So Habu is saying he's fine with missing a Hero Power and says that he will have enough mana, or like enough ways to spend his mana efficiently that it's fine to miss a Hero Power here. Or he could be saying that maybe Orange doesn't have spells that are exclusively minion targeting because he's already seen a marked shot, and maybe by buffing the Treasure Guard, he can force Orange to use some, like, the Hero Power from the aim shot, for example, on a minion instead. But that's not the case because Orange has second marked shot. Or piercing shot.
Yeah, and it's so close. Nobody's taken any damage to mean anything yet, which kind of favors Orange because he's starting to actually chew through these expensive cards already. So if progress isn't being made, it favors the person who's already spent the mana.
Another barb nets. Honestly, any cheap damage spell, I'm like, ooh, yeah, sign me up for that. That's amazing. Just extra ways to progress your quest. Huge here, because in the matchup where you're just trying to play cheap spell, cheap spell, cheap spell, you gas out pretty quickly and you might be lacking 1 spell to get to your Tavish, but not going to happen for Orange here. However, that's a Drekthar for Habu.
That is a Drekthar. Habu's excitement, once again, could not be contained. And now Orange, yep, sits back. He's got to think this one through. There's a lot going on with his Drekthar.
There is a 1/1 that he can piercing shot, though. So if he goes piercing shot, quick shot, that's Tavish in hand, right?
Yep. That's 5, 7, that's 10 damage.
Yeah, with the Hero
And
Power face.
Next turn, Hero Power, Tavish, net is 10 more.
Hero Power, Tavish, net. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Just got to be the line.
And just hope you don't die from 13.
Yeah, I don't think it's particularly likely he dies. I'd also be scared of Tavish Hero card from Habu in that instance. Okay, it's Tavish now then, I guess.
Sure, okay, that's the same thing.
Still very strong, but potentially means you don't have a 1/1 target for piercing shot the next turn.
It does mean you have a 7/7 on the board.
True.
So
yeah. Okay, wait.
the other line was more guaranteed, actually, now I think about it. But
Yeah, I also think it's more guaranteed, but this is perhaps a safer play around the not Death Knight, hero card Tavish, because Orange gets checkmated if Habu gains armor in that spot where he piercing shots the 1-1.
Excuse me.
This is 9 damage on board. Rajanjan 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, plus hero power is just 16, so he needs something good from Piercing Hull. I don't think that's good enough.
Just a little bit
Not
too
lethal, at
expensive.
least.
Because it costs mana, yeah.
However,
Pressure on Orange, oh my.
but can Habu survive if he trades away the 1-1 and the other 1-1 from the other Wound Prey he's playing, just to deny piercing shot targets?
So if it's the 2-3, let's say.
Right.
Let's work out the other way. So quick shot is hero power 2, quick shot's another 5, that's 7. Nets is another 4, that's 11. So piercing shot would be 2 more from the hero power. The piercing shot needs to do 2 if I've added it up right. So the 3-4 snake should be enough, but it's exacties, so I'm not comfortable with my counting.
3, 4, 6, 11. No, I think you're absolutely right. Orange has it. He sees it right away. He counted it last turn. Man, that was a really close one. The Quest Hunter Mirror has so many micro calculations. You saw Habu struggling there at the best way to set up a lethal and also prevent piercing shot targets. But in the end, Orange saw the lines. He played the Tavish early, made sure that he could get there in the end. And it's Orange moving on to our top 4.
Yeah, and every single Orange series I've watched this year has been exhausting like that. It just seems to go the distance all the time. Seems to be so many decisions that make so much difference. And this time around, he is coming out on top of all of those small decisions. And yeah, takes it 3-2. And that's only his second match of the day. If he's going to win this tournament, he's got 2 more of those to go through, Gia.
Oh, it's already been such a gauntlet. Maybe because we cast 2 series back-to-back, but I mean, I would not fault anybody for needing to take a breather after that one. For Habu Gabu, a heartbreaker. He also came so close in the last Masters Tour, and he did so well in the Swiss. He was the one who went undefeated, but unlike the first 2 Masters Tours of the year, Lorinda, it is not the player who goes perfect in Swiss that wins the tournament.
Yep, it's the first time, but I do believe it is more than likely, and I'm in the Raven boat of never say anything's official, that Habu will be at the seasonal championships. So we will be able to see a lot more of him, not just on his streams, but in these competitive plays. Remember, he's only really been properly competitive for, what, a year and a half? The rest of the time he's just casually rank 1 legend. You know, so he's only taken this seriously for a fairly short amount of time, and he's making these quarterfinals and championship events. We will see a lot more of him for a long time to come.
Definitely so. A player of that caliber, we have a lot more that we can see them. I think they have a lot more to offer as well. But so does this bracket, Lorinda. We still have 3 more quarterfinals to decide, one of those matches containing no less than the reigning world champion. This is such a stacked top 8 going into it, and we'll see who is going to join Orange in the semifinals very shortly.
Yep. And with that in mind, once again, going to do the thing where I just go, hey, you don't want to see me anymore, so let's get me out of here, and we'll get on with the second quarterfinal right after this break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Masters Tour's Voyage to the Sunken City. I'm still reeling from that last match, honestly, Sol, because that was a tense one between, honestly, two of the best players we have in the European region. So that was an incredibly tense match, but we've got plenty more coming up for you as we are going to continue with our top 8. But how have you been enjoying the day so far, Sottle? It feels like we've had a lot happen in a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah, it's been really awesome. I think, again, Derek popped up in Discord. I can't remember whether it was yesterday or this morning. Time tends to blur together when you are working at such weird hours for a supposedly European region event. But he said that he phrased it as this was a strictly illegal top 16. And I think that is entirely true because the quality of player that we had in here, obviously, when you usually get to a top 16, the quality of player there is going to be of a high standard because they've made top 16 in a Masters Tour. But I think you know, just bias in terms of, I suppose, recency bias, players that you're aware of, right? When you see those come in there and you know for a fact that they are good players because they have proven it already, that kind of adds that extra element of excitement. I think that's absolutely what we've got here with this top 16. And the Habu Gabu versus Orange match, which was kind of the headliner going into the top 8 matches, I think certainly did not disappoint. That was a fantastic series overall.
Yeah, even though anyone making it to top 16 can obviously handle themselves as a Hearthstone player, there is a bit of a difference when you see players that have consistently or many times made it to these ends of tournaments like time and time again, such as Orange. So these are the players we're going to dive into next. It's going to be VK, MSBC, and Sabito here. And MSBC, the only Chinese player we have, unless I'm going crazy, in the top 8 and I think top 16 as well, which is quite the rarity in recent Masters Tour history, Sottle. So I imagine he's feeling the pressure on his shoulders right now as representing the Chinese region alone.
Yeah, and we got a little background on MSBC courtesy of Benage, one of our China correspondents, that very helpfully feeds us information in situations like this. We were told that he's a player that's grown in terms of competitive mindset recently, has kind of sort of grown into his own skin as a player that plays on camera, which is something that does tend to take a few reps for many players to achieve, saying that way back when he first got on camera, he realized that he'd forgot to put Baku in one of his odd decks and then just insta-conceded, which is something that I can sympathize, having played Secret Mage in a major UK tournament, forgetting to put any secrets in it. But I did have 2 mad scientists in there, so I played a lot of vanilla 2/2s on turn 2.
Tempo play, right? 2/2 on 2
Just a tempo 2/2, but because I am a literal god, I still topped that tournament, even though my deck lists were utter trash.
Here we are, though, looking at MSBC's Mage that he's going to be kicking it off with. It is the Naga Mage, but it does have that additional ping package in there with the Magister Dawngrasp, the Modresh, of course, as well as a little bit of help from Bran and Reckless Apprentice. And this is a tough one. I have been playing a good chunk of Naga Mage over the last 24 hours, like the other list, like Orange's list specifically, and just getting more and more reps in, because it is a deck I think you need to be comfortable with when you're playing a lot of it. But I have lost to this deck plenty of times on ladder as well, and I'm definitely not saying this deck is better, but it does have certain values, right? It's less straightforward in I make my Naga pop-off turn time and time again. It has other routes to go, and yes, that naturally means that your Naga turns aren't as consistently, for example, early and repeatable in any given game, but it does give you some of those other options, and maybe to help finish out games against slightly more control-style decks, and when you have those high ping damage, the 10 damage from hand with Modresh and such. So I am interested to see more of this list, and honestly, to fast forward maybe a couple of weeks to see which list actually ends up on top.
Yeah, same. I don't know if you remember when we did that theory casting event that we did for the pre-release, event for the expansion, when we were watching a whole bunch of Naga Mage, and we saw both kind of the straight-ahead version that Orange and Habu Gabu are playing, and a bit of the Ping Mage as well. Obviously not the refined list that we're looking at now, but the early days of those decks. And you asked me the question when we were coming towards the end of the day, like, if one of these Naga Mages is going to be good, which one do you think it is? And my theory back then was that it was going to be the Ping interesting variation because it felt like there wasn't enough gas in the straight up Naga Mage to be able to just go infinite, right? Which is felt like what you wanted to be able to do. Continually play card draw cards over and over again, get all the way through your deck, start playing Ignites immediately. That felt like what the win condition was going to be for the straight up Naga Mage. But it turned out, obviously, just those massive boards that you're able to make turn after turn were good enough to get there. And it does seem, at least so far, that the straight-up Naga Mage is proving to be a little more successful. However, I could still be proven to be right if at the end of it all, the Masters Tour winner is flying the flag for Naga Ping Mage, and maybe that will see the scales tip a little bit further in the other direction, because, as mentioned, you know, it does seem to have a little bit more resiliency, more of a plan B, I suppose, is the best way to put it. And I'm very interested to see how it pans out, because certainly I think in Western Hearthstone, the bias is massively towards the regular Naga Mage, I would say, because that's what players are doing well with, and that's sometimes what happens, right? Is the successful players latch onto a particular style of deck, and then you get this kind of reinforced bias where the players in top 10 Legend are playing a certain version of the deck because they're the really good players, right? And they're the ones that are starting to play with a particular deck. And when you move over to a different region, you can sometimes flip that on its head. I don't personally think that is the case. I do think the straight-up Naga Mage is a superior version, but you also have to consider even further, this is Conquest. It's not just as easy as, well, which is the straight-up better version of the deck. It's which tool fits in your toolbox the best for what you're trying to do in the tournament.
Yeah, I do think you are right, though. It's something that I'd happily call the Habu Gabu effect, which is, I'm pretty sure he can just put any 30 cards in any class and be like, yeah, rank 1 Legend. You know, for example, when he's just jamming games, and he has that effect whichever game mode he plays as well. So, yeah, always going to be wary that, yes, how much of the win rate is the player being extremely good at the game versus the deck being a, you know, sort of isolated, strong deck in the current meta. And we did just see some kind of disconnection issue right at the beginning, so we are just making sure the players are sorted with that. One thing we didn't really get the chance to talk about, because guess what, we like to just talk a lot about players and Naga Mage by the sounds of it, is the matchup, the Naga Mage versus Paladin, and specifically the one of the sort of fewer control paladins we've seen. I feel like we've seen a lot of mech paladin on stream at least, but it is going to be Sabito on this control paladin. And what are the big differences in this matchup? Like, is Control Paladin going to be able to just push back with the likes of just having access to simply equality for a start? Or is the Mage still likely to be able to just overpower the Paladin?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the situations where the plan B comes into effect, right? Because Control Paladin is not one of the decks where you can just go turn 5 Spite Lash pop off, draw a bunch of cards, play a bunch of Nagas, few 2/5s, maybe a 5/5 and some 2/3s on board, and then cool, I've won the game. I've just out-tempoed my opponent, the game's over. Paladin has tools to deal with that, with Pyromancer Equality, City Tax, stalling with Holy Mackie Roll, all of that good stuff, moving into Carrier as we get later on in the game, obviously. So having the ability to have that plan B to go longer, to start the value train with Bran and some of the various other cards that you have thrown in there as well, I think is perhaps to its benefit in this particular matchup, and I'm very interested to see if that will end up being the case.
Yeah, it looks like we are getting back in, but it is interesting, right? Because there's no Viper in this mage list, so the carrier weapon will just stick, right? But, as you mentioned, when you potentially, with Dawngrasp, pinging for 5, maybe 6 a turn, even with the carrier weapon, that's still better than a Hunter Hero power, right? So it's still going to stack damage every single turn. And we've seen some disgusting Bran and Reckless Apprentice plays as well to really pop off with some damage. But disconnection issues are resolved, and we are good to go with game number 1. Second match in top 8. MSBC on the top on the Mage, and Sabito, sorry, on the Control Paladin. I'll get there eventually.
It's Sabito. Rhymes with Despacito. That's
oh, that's how I'll remember it going forward. Definitely. Already though, got Carriol in hand, which I think it's just a great start. Yes, it's a 7-cost card, but I think as Paladin, if you've ever sat with Carriol in hand, you're probably feeling a lot more confident about the game overall.
Yeah, I think so too. To the point where it's just a mulligan keep in a lot of matches as well. But yeah, you kind of gloss past it. But a card I did want to draw a little bit of attention to is the one of Banana Man in Sabito's deck, which is, I would say, a little bit unusual in Control Paladin. Very spell-heavy deck, right? Between the City Taxes, Equalities, Flash of Lights, Holy Mackie Roll, things that you'll discover from Battle Vicar as well. So it's a little bit minion light, but you can kind of create the argument that with a smaller pool of minions, Bannerman is just a tutor effect to specifically draw one of those minions. Kind of has a kind of interesting effect, but a very different card being used in a different way than we see Banana Man being used in like Mech Paladin, for example, where it's landing on an entire handful of minions.
Right. Yeah, I think as has been for the long time, I think card draw is always the potential downfall of Paladin. It's why, like, even Flash of Light, yeah, it's a fine card. It's not the best card, but it's 2 mana, draw a card, right? And it activates some sort of holy synergies as well, which helps. So even though it's not the best card in the deck, it cycles itself and heals you. Fine, perfect. Like, that's good enough in this list. And already now, the 3 Flash of Lights in total available, one just being played, of course. And the statues as well are pretty beefy. The fact that they can often be combined with a Garden's Grace turn, which I think makes it very, very powerful indeed.
And now we will see MSBC setting up. Spite Lash is in hand. Nargling now coming off the School Teacher as well. A little bit light on spells, which can sometimes be the issue with this version of the deck. Hand does tend to fill up with minions because there are a good... and especially like non-Naga minions, right? Which is sometimes where you can get choked.
Yeah.
When you're having your pop-off turns, but that Gift of Ashara is now looking very nice indeed, and I'm sure there will be no hesitation. And Raven, when I say Naga, you say...
Well.
Naga!
Well.
Naga!
Well.
Thank you. Thanks for playing.
Always. Here, though, again, the Nargling, you mentioned... the other one drop here, but Nargling, always a key piece. I think when you play this list, if you have School Teacher and Spite Lash, you're feeling great about this game of Hearthstone, right? Because it's just such a natural progression with this pop-off turn. But you are right, it does look likely, I would say, that if this Spite Lash dies, there probably isn't instantly going to be another Naga pop-off turn, which is... the main difference between the 2 versions of the Naga Mage.
Come on, Nagas. Okay, there's one. He was running into that problem, right? Hand congested full of minions, but none of them ending up being Nagas, and that's Naga Discover into cheap Naga Discover. Gifts of Ashara can go again. An extra coin was found off the Savara, which of course ended up being massive in this situation as well. And he just looks like he's going to end off this turn with the Reckless Apprentice to clear up the board and juice that Mordresh a little bit. Very clean turn.
Yeah, it's something I really keep my eye on these Naga Mage pop-off turns is how comfortable the player looks doing it, right? For example, Levick, we saw yesterday, looked like he could do it in his sleep, which was very impressive. Just the whole turn back-to-back were very, very strong indeed. And MSBC, I think, had a very, very solid turn as well. So looking good so far. Sabito, of course, does respond as you would expect a Control Paladin to. Equality, some kind of AoE, go away big board. But as we've talked a lot about, right, there's already Mordresh there. There's another Reckless Apprentice. And no doubt, with simply 9 cards left in the deck, that Dawn Grasp is going to be active in the very, very near future as well.
Yes, indeed. Just drops the Arcane Intellect at the end of the turn. Does, of course, have that second Spite Lash remaining, but with minimal value left in the deck, the second Spite Lash is going to be, I would say, less impactful than the first. Ariel going to come down here, just send the signal over to the opponent, like, yep, you're going to have to play hard mode this game. No easy first win through top 8 for you here. You are going to have to absolutely do this the hard way. I think the big question now for MSBC is, what is this brand for? I think that is the big question that needs answering, because you are probably going to need a value train at some point over the course of the game with the way this is going at the moment. So what exactly are you going to choose to drop this brand on to try and get over the line?
Well, there's 2 good cards in hand, right? Spell Discover ×2 and Amalgam ×2. That looks like it could be good enough to me, but it's, of course, reliant on MSBC being okay with a weaker turn now, because obviously he didn't have the mana to do so, and he already committed the Spike Lash. So just choosing where he wants to go with this turn, if he's just going to go for the refill. I was going to ask you what you thought about Carriol on exactly that turn, because Immortalized plus Garden's Grace was available. But
Sorry, extra Savara ends up being massive there.
Yeah.
But yeah, to answer your question, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, I do think it's hard to read exactly when huge bursts of damage are going to come out from the opponent in this deck, right? Particularly when there's various discover effects and so on going on. So I do think just as a matter of safety, just securing your health total with the Carriol as early as possible does make sense.
And I think with the Pyro draw, it worked out very well, because now there's Pyro Equality statues Garden's Grace, if he wants it this turn, right? So he can still, you know, pop off with a lot and sort of flip the board in his favor.
It looks like he is going Pyro Maki roll here to preserve the equality, which will result in a slightly lower tempo turn than he might have otherwise been able to have, because he has to spend significantly more mana on the board flip, but I think that is absolutely fine for the price of preserving the equality.
Yep. The weird downside to this play is that he isn't using the Holy Maki roll to actually heal a lot of health on himself, with the weapon basically being stuck there forever, unless it's like Amalgam onto Amalgam Discover a Viper, which can happen. It's likely that he's going to have this weapon for the rest of the game, so it's then again likely that you could potentially even do like you know, upwards of 8, 9, 10 mana Maki roll for more overall health, but he does get to clear the board. But here is Dawn Grasp, and now although MSBC is clearly going to be running very low on cards, this damage, like, it's not to be ignored. Even, you know, currently at 3, does have the buff as well to the hero power in hand, so there's still a lot of damage that can get pumped out even through the weapon.
Yeah, a little bit of a whiff though, hitting the second flame as opposed to the wildfire, which is obviously the absolute best target in this scenario.
I imagine he picked Minion.
I would expect to have seen Minion here. Yeah, that seems more likely.
Yeah, expectations on, well, guess what? Flurry's in the deck, second flame, first flame. You know, there's so many cheap cards spell-wise that MSBC would love to just pay 1 mana or maybe even 0 mana, depending on his point of view, to just forget about the effect that the Blade Master Okani has.
I'm not sure how many spells are currently in that Savara, but it might theoretically make this turn rather awkward for MSBC in terms of, you know, he wants to test for the, call it a counter spell from the Okani, but at the same time he's trying to think about his Savara. Yep, gets the news. It is going to be Minion.
Where do you think this Zola's going to sit? Do you think it's going to be a school teacher Zola, or maybe even a Nargling Zola, depending on what's offered, of course?
Ooh. Very interesting indeed. Willingly throws out the Savara into the Okani effect to drop the school teacher, and I suppose that kind of answers your question.
Yeah, never mind.
Willing to throw away that Savara like that?
Pick me!
Oh, wow.
So, Reckless Apprentice Zola is what he's looking for? I think
the big
point,
brain play Modresh, assume it will not die.
Yeah, sure. I think at this point he's juiced out, right? He understands he's facing down Carriol on the other side. This is not going to work particularly well. So he's trying to just play for the out where his opponent does something quite dumb, and that's, you know, leaving multiple minions on board that can be, like, honorably killed by Reckless Apprentice multiple times over, and you can really start to juice up that hero power. But yeah, I just don't think that is going to be a realistic win condition from here.
Hey, well, Sabito needs to kill this Modresh, and he can very easily now, especially with the Leviathan pickup.
Yeah, love this. Drop the city tax as well. Pick up that little bit of healing, make sure you are taking all relevant damage off the board.
And also remove some potentially devastating targets for Zola, right, as well. Because even the Nargling again, the school teacher again from the Zola, I would argue could potentially end up being more damage than another apprentice. So MSBC now has his Zola options completely removed and will have to be Reckless Apprentice. Oh.
Yep, does get
damage.
one juice.
Yeah.
Does get one juice on the Reckless Apprentice from the 5 health Leviathan, which is perhaps a bit something Sabito could have thought about previously. Maybe the Pyro Equality clear or the Equality City Tax clear would have worked out slightly better, just not to put that honourable kill minion straight back into play. But I still think it is going to be borderline irrelevant from this position.
Yep, Holy Mackie roll number 2, and then there is still the Smite, I believe, right? And as you well know, Sol, that's the way Paladin wins.
Oh yeah, every game of Hearthstone that Paladin has ever won has come through 5 or 6 hero powers landing on a Mr. Smite.
A minute, how many hero powers have landed on Pyro, right? what attack is this Pyro? Just tempo it.
It's got a double righteous defense as well, I think, over the course of the game, so it is really juicing right now.
All part of me wants to just see a huge board played by MSBC, so Sabito has to go. I've been in those spots where you have a buffed Pyro and you still have to equality it if you have no other options. It's very painful.
Hey, there's the hero power on the Mr. Smite.
How much damage is that now? It's close to lethal, right, with the fatigue?
Might well have been, yeah.
Is that 20?
Sure. It's 20 in hand, yeah. I don't think the fatigue's on 5 just yet.
It must be 4 then, right?
Oh yeah, maybe then with the weapon swing as well. This actually just was lethal this turn.
Yeah, I'm excited now to see what the lethal count was, because I thought it was 5, but okay, it's 4, fine. Yeah.
But the Smite got buffed by the hero power, right? So
yeah, but it's
Smite's
10 plus 2 5s is 20, so it would have been at 1 still,
plus the
right?
weapon swing.
He did swing with the weapon, didn't
Oh, he swung already? Okay.
Yes, yeah, he already swung with the weapon. But regardless, Sabito was in a great spot there. And even though MSBC had some strong turns, that is the issue when the control paladin gets hold of the card draw, like we saw, right? There was never a point where Sabito was running low on cards, had equalities nice and early, had multiple ways to proc them and clear boards nice and early. And even though I think MSBC did well with his turns, just got outlasted, right? It's just as simple as that, with no Viper to kill off the weapon. And also as well, I just want to triple check, but the big factor here is it's reliant on the pings, but there's also no ignite, right? Which is again another typical source of damage in the other Naga lists.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see when it gets down to that super late game position that it really doesn't have an ultimate win condition in the way that Ignite can be for some other decks. Also, obviously against Carriol, Ignite still takes forever to get the job done, and you can kind of account for the Magister hero power kind of doing the same thing as Ignite would be doing anyway, kind of that one source of 2 mana for scaling damage over the course of the game, right, which is kind of the argument that you would make. But particularly I think when your opponent catches on to that, as Sabito did, certainly from the turn after Leviathan onwards, you could maybe have the argument about whether that Leviathan play could have ever been punished. I don't really think it could have. I think the extra dredge and card draw is probably worth the trade-off in that position. But certainly then after that point, statues weren't getting played, right? Like there was just a huge dump of stats that could have been played on the board, even with the 0 mana Divine Shield spells as well, that just was not done at all. Because he knew if he just sat there, healed up, cleared the board, played his city taxes, played his Mackie rolls, that MSBC was just going to die to fatigue before anything relevant happened.
Yeah, and it looks like Sabito is going to be jumping onto the Fell Demon Hunter, not the usual aggressive one we've been seeing for most of the weekend. And an interesting list as well. For me personally, Sol, I think that it's difficult for me to look at any other Demon Hunter that isn't just the aggro or the Naga Demon Hunter, whatever you want to call it, and think it can ever be better. But as you mentioned, we're in a tournament setting, we're in a conquest setting, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean the best overall deck is the best. But I think in this instance it is for me. So we'll see how the Fell Demon Hunter can perform. It's obviously done well to get into top 8 for a start.
Yeah, I do like this list. I do still like the Naga version a little bit more, but I do like Glaive Shark as a card. I do still think that having Jace and Kurtrus as endgame win conditions sometimes helps you out in a couple of spots. I do still take issue with the fact that people are just jamming Chaos Nova in this list, like, fairly commonly these days. I think we've seen 2 copies of it even in some people's lists throughout this tournament. And I think, you know, you've known me a long time at this point, Raven.
Too
Many
long,
people
some would say.
too long.
Yeah, there you go.
But you know this is a pet peeve of mine, you know, going all the way back in the day, the people who put Hellfire in Zoo, and I just never spoke to them again. And it's just such a weird idea to me that you're playing a board-based deck and then you still want to have a symmetrical AoE effect in your deck. It just makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. I do, of course, understand that Chaos Nova is a fantastic card against some of the matchups. For example, Naga Mage on the other side, where you are going to struggle to deal with their big pop-off turns as they tempo past you in the early game. Also very useful on the actual Jace turns to clear out boards before Fell Barrages and things like that start going off. I understand there are upsides, but for me, I would try this. I mean, I wouldn't try this for a start, but theoretically, I would try this. I'd play a 1-2-3 curve, and then I'd draw Chaos Nova off the top, and then I would immediately concede and take that card out of my deck every single time.
Yeah, I can imagine you, and you know what impression it will be, but exactly saying, isn't that cute, but it's wrong, about Chaos Nova. I imagine that you sum up perfectly about a lot of these wee choices in, as you said, board-based decks. But we are into the game number 2, and we'll see how it goes. MSBC looking to, honestly, not do much different from the previous game, apart from win it, I think is key here, because I think he did well. He just went against the Paladin that had the board clears, and there aren't many decks that do have relevant board clears against Naga Mage, so did run into one of the more tough matchups in this series.
Yeah, for sure. It's very hard for any deck to have really the sustain to get past Control Paladin when they draw like that. Smooth early game curve, tons of card draw, tons of healing, Carriel on 7. Very, very difficult to beat. And even though we said that Naga Mage does have a plan B, it is just a plan B, right? Like, to beat Control Paladin in the long game, you need a plan C and a plan D and a plan E as well. And MSBC did his best, but I think he only got as far as C before he ran out of ideas. And Control Paladin is going to take it down in that situation 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, if it was truly that powerful, it would be plan A, right? So
Exactly.
it just makes sense. It looks like MSBC is going to pop off a, does have the 1-drop available to do so. Does utilize the coin in arguably a non-optimal way, but you can just say it's more optimal to do this on turn 4 instead of turn 5 anyway. So yeah, it looks good enough to me. Generally, in any deck, especially a deck that runs removal, the earlier you can make a 7-minion board, the better.
Yeah, and I think it's obviously down to the context of your hand, right? Yes, he burned the coin, but his hand was 1 mana Naga, double gift, and a fully intact First Flame as well. So his pop-off potential was enormous from that point. The only thing you could maybe argue is it would be nice to see a minion on the other side of the board, and you were seeing why that is right now with this exact setup of the hand. Second Flame even just still costing 1 too much mana in this situation for what MSBC really wants to do to keep going on this turn.
And you also just see what you have to deal with if you run this version, right? There's a Reckless Apprentice and a Modresh in the hand.
Yep.
If those were Naga, it was very likely that MSBC could have potentially carried on the turn. So, and not to say he's wrong for bringing the list. Obviously, he's got very far, but it's just the sort of ups and downs you deal with different builds.
Yeah, one thing I do want to highlight, by the way, it does feel like a very new wave Zoomer European Grandmasters match that we're casting right now, by the way. It certainly has some Bly's frenetic vibes in terms of the speed these players are playing at. But one thing I do want to highlight in the middle of that Naga turn was that MSBC took Build a Snowman over the First Flame that was offered, which you would think First Flame kind of a premium card to clean up a lot of these minions that you are looking at on the other side from the Demon Hunter, but he chose to go with the persistent freezing effect instead, which is very interesting indeed.
I like it though, because at this point in most Demon Hunter games, all the damage is coming from swings to face, right? I mean, you just saw then, if he could have frozen phase, like Sabito just hit a minion and killed it and pushed 5 and then swung again, right? So he got to just push so much damage because the Demon Hunter can keep swinging. So I think Snowman, not a terrible pick. I think the biggest question is, does MSBC survive long enough for it to even be relevant? Because maybe with the 2 predations used, it's way more likely, of course, but the 3-3, generally, I never rely on sticking. I normally play it to try and get to the 6-6, right?
Speaking of which, he went double First Flame for removal, and then with 3 mana remaining, he chose to play Arcane Intellect as opposed to dropping the Builder Snowman, which I think was planning just to juice up with this bigger turn with the Spite Lash Summoner. But I think the question there is, if you wait one more turn without putting the freeze effect in play that would need to get dealt with, do you actually have enough health to play with to make this second Spite Lash Summoner turn relevant? Certainly now with a Treasure Guard, you might argue that yes, you do.
Yeah, and also I think this is going to be a school teacher into Ice Barrier potential plan here as well. Not this turn, of course, but I think that's what MSBC would very much like to see in the near future.
Oh!
There it is, the strictly best card in the deck.
Oh no! That's insane. All right, he's going to hold. Yeah, I like the hold. Set this up for next turn. Just let MSBC do whatever he wants this turn and deal with it next turn.
Oh, yeah. I've got too much of the other weapon on the brain. I was like, that was lethal, but I realized he's got a Draki Warblades and not the other weapon.
The 1 mana weapon?
Yeah.
Finally, a minion appears on the other side of the board for the Flurry to be able to hit.
Oh, Ruined Orb. He'll get Barrier.
Refreshing Spring Water is the pickup. We are on Naga, so this Spring Water could gain a ludicrous amount of mana, and does.
You could also trade off and play the big snowman, right?
Like he may have bigger plans.
Bigger plans than the big snowman?
Well, it's the medium snowman, to be fair. If we were talking about the big snowman.
True.
And that's a different story.
Yeah. Still gets a lot done. Chaos Nova might well come into play now, Sottle.
It might well indeed.
Doesn't do 5 though, does it?
No.
And again, the earlier predations being used like limits the sort of throwaway removal tools that aren't exactly the weapon. It does have multi-strike, which is a big deal as well. Gets to push a ton of damage.
I mean, it's not the greatest showcase for Chaos Nova, is it? It's an entire full board of 7 minions, and it's still not being played.
I'll play the other side of this, Saul.
Yeah.
It's not played because Sabito puts his opponent to 3 instead.
Uh-huh.
Is that fair?
And if Chaos Nova was a card that did 3 damage instead of a Chaos Nova.
Well, if Chaos Nova was a card that did 100 damage, it would be better as well, I suppose. But you know what? It isn't, okay? Modresh not active yet. So MSBC doesn't have the ability to really push max damage this turn, right? Just blast away the minions and keep pushing with his board too. Honestly, what are the ways here? I guess Gase is the best draw for him, because if his face is frozen, running low on ways to actually just like deal the damage to face, right? To end the game.
That is very true, yeah.
I can take them. Wait, not all of them.
On that note, like, I am still, even though I am making fun of the card, a little bit surprised that Chaos Nova hasn't been played over the past couple of turns, because now we are in that situation where that Snowman does get to attack.
And again, just as much on the other side, I'm still surprised that just something wasn't taken off the board to play the bigger one. Survive through Chaos Nova. And just
Sabito is no longer frozen, for he is Sabito instead, and that means he does get to attack phase for that final 3 damage. If that card was in hand, right, if the Kurtrus hero card was in hand, then 100% I would support the line he took, because it was almost guaranteed lethal from that position. Even if further taunts were coming down, even potentially through an ice barrier as well, because there's enough mana to be able to attack with the rush minions and juice the hero power even more off the resets.
Yeah.
Not sure if that would have ended up getting through. Like, that seemed like a very guaranteed setup, but it did feel like a high-risk line that he went for, choosing to leave up the snowman on board and kind of removing all of his potential damage for the following turn. But in the end, Kurtrus came off the top.
And Demon Hunter, in its many forms, continues to be a formidable deck, or class, should I say. And I feel like Demon Hunter will never not be strong. I feel like it's been a strong class in the meta since its release a few years ago at this point. And now MSBC is massively on the back foot. I believe now Sabito has his Druid. Was his Warrior banned? Sorry, I've misplaced my ban list.
I don't actually have the tracking sheet open either, Raven, for that is usually your job.
Wait, it's not on the tracking sheet. Officially not my fault. Perfect.
Oh, okay.
It's the Druid band. He does have the Warrior. Okay, yes. I thought there was a Druid band, but it wouldn't have made sense. So just his Warrior left over with now. It is the Control Warrior, but fortunately, the Demon Hunter's been banned away, so he won't get a loss on his Control Warrior to that in this series, so he's got to be feeling confident now. Now, kind of jokes aside at this point, from what we've seen this weekend, Soto, how have you felt about Control Warrior from everything we've seen, at least on stream so far?
I've actually been impressed by it. It's been stonks up for me, honestly. I came into the tournament thinking it beats Demon Hunter. Does it convincingly really beat anything else? To me, it felt kind of potentially targetable as well, with some other decks that you can throw in there. Like, I hate to sort of echo any sentiment that comes out of Neil Lorinda Bond, but, the idea of some super heavy mech lineup with mech paladin, mech mage, all that kind of stuff thrown in there, high value, infinite reload aggro deck thrown in to try and counter Control Warrior seemed like something that might work, but the more I see of Control Warrior, the more I think that is actually impossible, because the deck is far too flexible, and it really was a gap in my knowledge when I was doing my fake prep for this tournament, trying to come up with what I would bring to the tournament as a player, is that I did not put enough time into Control Warrior to really understand how flexible of a win condition deck it is, with all the dredges and various tempo options that you can find from the bottom of your deck on discounted cards. You don't just have to play sit back and remove everything your opponent plays. You can actually grab tempo in a lot of matchups, and that's where that plan falls down.
I think I was saying this the other day, where I almost feel like it's a disservice to call it Control Warrior. It feels way more just like a value warrior than anything else, because when you actually look at the list, yeah, there's some removal tools, but it's not the majority of the deck by any means. Like, I think what you said is right. Like, the sheer volume of ways to win the game is huge, especially in this list from Sabito. And I think that's the strength of the deck. Yes, there's removal, but it doesn't just sit back and remove minions all game, right? It does have a lot of proactive things to do to actually take over. That's one of them, Sir Spinley.
Yes, indeed.
Do you think this is a matchup where Plan B is useful yet again? Because although I was just talking about how it's not all removal, the Warrior removal does line up very well versus Naga Mage.
Yeah, certainly. I think normal Naga Mage, play your stuff, get brawled, and then have to reset back to trying to draw extremely heavily. With multicaster and so on from that point, because I don't think that regular Naga Mage just straight up loses to Control Warrior if you get brawled on turn 5 after you've had your pop off. If you've played 3 total copies of Gift and Arcane Intellect during that pop-off turn, you're probably deep enough in your deck that you can start thinking about an Ignite win condition at that point anyway with your multicasters. So I think there are still ways to win the game for sure. And still with the amount of kind of regeneration and Zola and Discover effects and so on, you can find enough value to keep occupying the board. But I do think this version of the deck, of course, with the Bran thrown in there, I think, you know, if you want to be a straight-up control deck, Bran is probably the best individual card that you can throw into most decks in the metagame right now. Like, even if you're just running Amalgam, right, it just gives you so much extra value over the course of the game. I do think this has, you know, maybe both decks have a plan B, going back to the earlier analogy, but the Ping Mage is better at finding perhaps a plan C and a plan D if you get down there. Not to mention that they also have the tools to be able to deal with, you know, discounted early Nelly, right, that comes down on the board and then Big Board of Pirates comes out. They actually have the tools to be able to clear that up quite effectively.
Just going to be the hero power to clear off the school teacher. I did not see what was picked for the Nargling, but maybe we'll find out soon. Beto has missed the early-ish...
From the depths.
Yes, from the depths. Thank you. Wow, the Day Soul's better at card names than me. Ooh. Scared. But yeah, has missed the early from the depths to really make this Finley shine. We're not going to see any truly broken early turns like this super cheap, Rakara, Nessie, so on. So not going to. Speaking of which, not going to see that quite yet. But now suddenly does have a fairly aggressive curve in general. A little bit unfortunate. There's no coin, so everything seems like a 7-drop right now, and obviously you can only play one 7-drop on 7. So it's going to take it a little bit slower than he would like, but still, he's ahead on board.
Ice Barrier ended up being the pickup off MSBC's Nargling here, by the way, which is a little bit surprising. Again, that was up against Build a Snowman yet again, which is another massively high-value card that he could have potentially picked up, as well as a lot of board state being generated immediately. But I do think you have to be careful taking Build a Snowman when you're going into a Spite Lash turn, because it's -1 board space, which is a big, big deal, right, when you get into these kind of spots. And it's also -1 hand space when you get into these spots as well, which can be a big, big deal. So that might be part of the motivation for the decision.
Get some nice card draw again. Just all the value is there. But it is a worry you can get into, right? And it's very similar to what we saw in the Paladin matchup earlier in this match, is the rate in which Nagamage cycles through its deck is very fast. But then fatigue becomes a real factor, because the sustain from Warriors, we've seen already this weekend, has the potential to be like through the roof.
Extra Wildfire found, extra Spite Lash found as well. Just going to drop that Wildfire, just going to follow up with the ping. I love all of this. And yeah, just going back to my point about Snowman. 7 minions on board right now, so you wouldn't have wanted that board space being used. And also, after the Savara was played, there was exactly 10 cards in hand, which means there would not have been enough space for the Savara had there been an extra copy of the 6/6 Snowman in hand at that point. So just illustrating that point perfectly. MSBC had that all perfectly calculated.
And a very slow turn here from Sabito, and this is one of the reasons why I have multiple times now mentioned that Cornet Control Warrior is, fine, but also not strictly true in my opinion, because look how many things Sabito has that are not removal in his hand right now, and all but the Nargaling are just cards in the deck. So we'll really be looking for a Brawl, a Shield Shatter, just anything to stop MSBC having just free reign on this board.
MSBC is double Spite Lashing this turn. Infinite illegal amounts of mana. It was a little bit difficult the first time you do this to work out exactly how it's going to happen, but generally they will start desynced for one iteration of either Naga or Spell, and then as soon as you miss once on one of them, they then get perfectly synced up for the rest of the turn, kind of by default.
Yeah, but it's simply one doesn't change on the first thing you do, and the other one does, therefore they're both equal at that point.
Exactly.
Looks like he's just going to call it a day on the Dawn Grasp. But yeah, it's a weird problem to have, but board space was an issue with him really popping off that turn. but
Hey.
that's good because he gets to hit face.
It's the wildfire as well. Not sure if any first flame, second flames have even been cast over the course of this game. But either way, does find the much needed wildfire. Frozen Buckler was the mystery Nargling all along.
Surprised he's started with Shield Slam.
Taking room
Just
in
getting
hand.
the hand space, yeah. I mean, there you go. That's the card he was really looking for. So as long as he got a Shield Shatter, loses the From the Depths, but at this point, he's already drawn the majority of the best cards you have from the Depths anyway. So, yeah, got to be happy with that.
And now here we are. 4 cards remaining in MSBC's deck. Opponent at 47.
I love the way
Solve this equation.
I love the way this Wildfire plus Hero Power gets, you know, even a new Modresh would probably be very close to being active with just the 1 Hero Power from Dawngrasp.
You just one-shot it. You just generate a brand new Mordresh. Boom. Done. Easy.
Ready.
Such a nice change for this style of deck, though, right? When Wildfire wording was changed so that it affected all hero powers over the course of the game instead of your current hero power. So crucial.
And just most importantly, way more fun as the Dawngrasp player, right? Because it's just cool to like work on building up the hero power and really be rewarded with it in the late game. Look at that, a casual 8. Okay. Oh. I was honestly looking at... Oh, I get... Yeah, he was a turn away, never mind. I was staring at Brand Mutinous and was like, why is he not doing this? And then I looked, 9 mana. That's a fair reason, okay. You got me.
Understandable.
Does mean, though, with the way his hand looked before he played Spinley, the rest of his deck was pretty much the armor gain and removal, right? Because everything else he had in his original hand was all the value and aggressive minions.
Choosing to leave the 3/5 up here as well, had an option to remove it, perhaps with the Onyxian Drake. Instead, valuing that from the depths, really wanting to try and see some tempo in a few turns' time. Did see the discounted brand down there, which now could be a very big deal.
Does still have Heavy Plate and an Onyxian Drake for the kill on the Modresh, guaranteed if required.
Yeah, very true.
Because, let's be honest, after last turn, he knows it's active. That was 16 damage.
I'm a long way. Who was it? Was it Wama who brought Ping Mage to Grandmasters for that 1 week?
Oh, yeah.
And ended up winning the tournament?
Yeah.
The deck has come a long, long way.
Oh. Oh, here we go.
Here we go,
Across
indeed.
brand. I imagine the first one was Buckler. Yeah, this is...
Again.
Oh, it's disgusting.
Here! Here!
It's still so weird for me to look at the brand Nargling Frozen Buckler interaction. Because, like, on one hand, it's a cup half full or half empty, isn't it? It's like, I gained 20 armor. But it's like, but I lose 10.
Yeah,
No, I'm losing more armor.
Brand's doubled the amount of armor I'm losing.
Yeah.
Absolute jerk.
Job's done.
Pick me! Pick me!
So when you play an Amalgam in Battlegrounds, you already have Sephin, and Brand just gives the Amalgadon taunt. You know, oh, come on, what are you doing?
Anything but this.
Yeah.
It looks like a solid Modresh. Gonna say no to this board. Pushes an extra 3 as well.
Your board of 7 minions stands no chance against this epic guitar solo.
SBC could have actually even just not attacked there. Now, at this point in the game,
I'm running out of cards.
Yeah.
how do you think Sabito will at least plan to use Queen Ashara? Because most commonly, we see the Colossal or the spells, I think. I guess there's the ring as well. But it's a bit of a tough one here when you consider, well, Kazaka-san will probably want to be played soon. Will a sort of random Colossal do enough? It's a tough decision, I think, with Queen Ashara.
Yeah, I think so too. I do think one mana Colossal is still probably the most likely. There are situations where maybe the weapon comes into play because MSBC is facing fatigue damage now very shortly. But honestly, it might just even be a card in general that Sabito just does not have time to play over the course of the game with the amount of pressure that's going to continue to be heaped on him.
I love this pickup. This Rune of the Archmage. If all else fails, let's just go. 2 more Reckless Apprentice to just obliterate boards and faces.
Mass Polymorph. Mass Polymorph Rune. What a collection of cards this is.
Yeah. I think Mass Polymorph was a really good pick, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's sensible.
Because if Kazaka-san comes down, it's a really great tool to deal with a lot of the board-based aggression.
Just more Frozen Buckler. Really? Axe first over trading the heavy plate first is interesting.
Impossible.
Just dead.
Oh,
just dead.
Was just too much. And again, you see the I'm not going to say strict upside there because, again, we can't really talk about it with versus Ignite because you just don't know how the Ignites are going to play out, how much card draw is going to be left at the end to sort of keep cycling like a single Ignite most of the time. But look at the sheer power that 8 damage from the hero power just time and time again. There was multiple Frozen Buckler effects played, a lot of armor gained across the course of the game, and it just didn't really matter. It didn't help, I think, that Sabito didn't get from the depths early. Then he drew all his sort of value-based minions and not the removal, and they switched the deck to have the removal, but then didn't have the board presence. It was a little bit of a tricky game, but you see at least there an example of the power of that version of the Naga Mage. In these slower matchups, the damage is just simply relentless.
Yeah, and you saw there that from the depths getting burned, which, I think might actually end up being more relevant than perhaps you gave it credit for initially, because the pure survival plan just never really looked like it was going to get there from Sabito, right? I would say it feels like the kind of matchup where, one of those inventive win conditions that I was talking about as we led into the matchup just might have been more the order of the day. And those all come generally from the depths. You saw later on Sabito prioritizing very heavily, just jamming that from the depths that he drew later instead of just clearing a 3/5 on board when, obviously pressure and an 8 damage hero power was making his health total premium, but he still took the time to leave that minion up and just play from the depths to generate some kind of win condition for himself. So likely that is something that you need to do. And suddenly we are starting to see MSBC's lineup coming together just a little bit because, Raven, just don't. Can we just agree that you just don't at this point? But I'm going to say some words and just don't, okay? You can't possibly say that MSBC is playing a target warrior lineup because he has Demon Hunter in his lineup himself. However, the having this Boar Priest and the super greedy version of Ping Mage as well does give him, at the very least, some good matchups against Control Warrior. Gives him the luxury of being able to leave that deck up on the other side.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting as well that the Boar Priest itself, I was promised would be dominating this tournament, and at least I have not personally witnessed the domination as of yet. But yeah, it's definitely a good matchup here. And why do you think Boar Priest, at least again from what I've been seeing, hasn't really been a highlight deck? Is it just the amount of aggro lineups we've been seeing?
Well, I can give you a clue. It's 48% win rate in the entire Swiss out of 800 games. 65% against Warrior, cool. Like, that's job one that you want to do. 30% against Druids. Oh, that's a problem. You need a better win rate than that against Druid, I think, in particular. Like, that matchup isn't amazing on either side, but I think the best Boar Priest players will tell you that you are supposed to do better than 30% in that matchup against
hope
Druid.
so.
So that is probably a big cause of the, the sub 50 win rate overall for the Priest, I'd say.
Makes sense. But yeah, this matchup, things normally have to go quite wrong for the Priest for this to be a struggle. I think the case I've seen, at least in my experience, the most is that Warrior gets like from the depths and then starts pumping out the minion pressure, and then that can be pretty difficult to push back on if you don't have exactly, heal X amount plus Zyrella nice and early.
Yeah, but even then, the number one scam that comes from the depths is super early Nelly or a brand boat, right? When you just boat all over your opponent. Jada the Naru is just perfectly equipped to be able to deal with that situation. So the train of cheap pirates just never leaves the station as long as you can get one of those win conditions on board.
Or is just the best thing to just from the depths and then mutinous a pig?
I mean, yeah, that could help for sure. Certainly slow down your opponent significantly.
I do love the tempo brand though. I think that it's just a very, very strong play. Helps, of course, that he has School Teacher to follow it up, but this brand is so unlikely to die that it's just worth it. Even if there wasn't an immediately powerful card to follow up with, I think you can rely on the brand just living for a long time anyway. I'm just going to triple check MSBC's list. Yeah, he isn't running a Holy Smite that I've seen some players run like even a one of, just to give it a little bit more defense against some of the aggro. So yeah, it's just not going to die realistically, is it?
And I think that makes sense. I don't mind the Holy Smite list if you're, kind of a bit further down on ladder, because what I'd say is the Holy Smite is good against some of the bad decks. It's good against Mech Mage, Pirate Warrior, Mech Paladin, those kind of things. But I think when you come into a tournament meta, you're expecting to see less of those things and more of the...
Tell that to all the Mech Mage and Mech Paladin players.
I mean, yeah, very, very true. Tell that to Lorinda specifically.
Yeah, just call him up.
I think coming into this, you're expecting to see more of the Control Warrior and Druid type decks where, what's a Holy Smite going to do in most of those matchups?
Yeah, so I think that was heavy play and a from the depths ×2 with the Naggling.
Into Finley! One spinny boy! Who wins an army of pigs or one spinny boy, Raven?
I mean, the answer is always the spinny boy.
Yeah.
Oh my, that is so... As soon as I saw from the depths on offer with the brand just chilling on board, I was like, my God, that is insane.
Oh no.
And one of those other cards, I think, was Nelly, right? So that's a one-mana Nelly.
Was it really? I didn't even see.
His second from the depths, from the obviously the Bran effect, was a one-mana Nelly. And it's like...
Disaster with a capital D. This is exactly what I was talking about, right? Tempo Bran on 3, trust that it sticks, land your School Teacher. That is a creative alternate win condition that he's found in a matchup that he's usually going to lose, and now he's just Bran boating.
Yeah, and I do just want to mention as well, if people are confused, the second from the depths did not offer the Spinley, which is obviously, which is why he hasn't drawn it now. If anyone's just a little bit confused, we were hyping up Spinley and it's not been drawn. It's because Spinley was from the first.
And it's the next card now. He will draw it next turn.
Yeah. It's just, I think it would have been easy to just miss that, with the Bran effect, of course. But yeah, it's still extremely strong turn here from Sabito, and this is the way you can lose. There it is. Perfect.
Yep.
Bran there, just look how smug he looks. Just chuckling, yeah, I'm back. You missed me. It's like...
Yeah. Not sure you entirely planned this one through.
It's fine.
I can't imagine he intended for that to happen, right? I can't possibly... What?
Wait. I don't know what's happened there because I could see the argument for clearing the board if it kills the ship, right?
Yeah, if it
Get
kills
the
the boat,
pirates, but it
and he has
didn't.
he has a smite in there as well. Like he absolutely has a smite in there, so that's
Yeah.
totally fine. But it didn't.
But it did not. Wow, there's no silence, but there is hand maiden, right? A big deal as well. Is he just gonna go cleric heal? Okay.
What is happening?
Wait, okay. Bill doesn't get it. Does he? Wait, did he not shuffle first, or is he going to go? Okay, he's going to play the Naga.
He's gonna go priestess
Yeah,
and
okay.
maid and stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely
There's two
fine.
copies. There's two copies.
Yeah,
in
that's
the
what.
deck.
That's what I mean. I'm like, oh, that was it, wasn't it?
Okay. All right.
There. This turned into a bit of a mess.
It sure did.
I think there could have been more minions on this board, so.
Yeah, and I think the turn started off with the Bran Finley interaction, which I was initially confused about because obviously I don't think you ever want that battle cry to go off twice in that position, right?
Yeah.
You want all the cheap cards that are on the bottom of the deck, so I'm not sure if Sabito knew that was going to happen. I don't think he did. And then what followed was just infinitely more baffling.
Yeah, I can, to an extent, with the rope burning, I can understand playing Finley and then going, oh, wait, oh, no. You know, like, I can understand that, but the shield shatter at the end just has definitely thrown me off.
Yeah.
And now MSBC just needs to keep on top of this, right? I think he's had a very fortunate outcome of how this game has played out based on if we asked that question a few turns ago. And now he just needs to get back in the mindset of, okay, all the broken things that could have happened now haven't or have been answered. Let's get back to making some pigs.
Let's get back to making some pigs. Sabito is marching his way up this armor count, though. Don't think he's
Yeah.
going to get to 90 anytime soon, but...
Yeah, I'm wondering now if... I mean, I guess the trade would just happen. I'm looking at this Onyxia Broodmother and wondering if that's, you know, a solid way to try and stick something, because just because the boars go off with the weapon doesn't mean you auto-win any game of Hearthstone. It does not just say win the game. If you build a board that they can't answer on that turn, then either they take a turn off to answer it if they can, and if they just can't answer it, you can try and race the weapon, right? Like, it happens. Even with no mana, as long as you can build up a relevant board. But that's the big question. Like, can Sabito put something on board that's either sticky or just strong enough to force MSBC to wait or to try and race with the weapon?
And the answer to that question, unless there is something spectacular from this amalgam, is a definitive no, because it is happening next turn now. The only piece that MSBC has been missing, apart from that Shard of the Naru, which was a pretty crucial piece he's been missing the entire time, but the only other piece he's been missing this entire time was the second ball, which was just then found on the following turn.
That was a good effort, though.
It was.
It could have swapped the brawl, right? With an amulet?
With delay by one turn.
Yeah. Good try, good try.
Yep, respect it. It is also, of course, a taunt minion, which does theoretically gain 15 if MSBC was going to want to do it now.
He can take a turn off, can't he? He doesn't have to go now. I can't think at this point of any punishes, especially with Bran gone.
Well, the question is, does the board just keep getting bigger from this position if you don't do it right now? Because you know there are discovered cards in your opponent's hand, as you were talking about the Onyxia being able to be played on the following turn. So do you just lose your window if you don't do it now?
I think, again, it's difficult because I'm staring at both Onyxias, right? But the Pyro deals with a raid boss, and then you just kill the 8/8 with the weapon swing 1. And then you're fine, right? Like, would be the assumption. It's if the board has like a variety of different, you know, like wide minions that don't die to Pyro. I think exactly either of the Onyxias is the easiest thing for MSBC to deal with on the turn. Yeah, if you still had a Bran, we could talk about what impact Mutinous with Bran eating like double Pyro could make, but again, it doesn't stop the combo, it just slows it down a little bit.
Yeah, just delaying tactics at that point, but delaying tactics are better than nothing at this point.
Yeah, they're better than just, I'm dead. So, yeah.
Almost out of cards.
And he's doing this sort of piece by piece, isn't he?
Yep.
Even now, he can actually clear with Zyrella if he really wanted to. As well as play more pigs.
I am out of cards.
Looking at using the Shadower Devour here, which finding a little surprising.
Ah, it's just going to silence.
Okay, fair enough.
Interesting. He's still... The Zyrella would have cleared there, right? And just put a 4/4 on the board?
Well, so using the gift healed the 3/7 back up to a 3/7, right? So he would have had to have found 7 healing, which he didn't have without using the Desperate Prayer.
Yeah. I think he would have been fine with all the healing he did with the gift, but yeah, regardless.
Oh, no, that's true. Yeah, obviously, because the gift is counting the healing on the minion.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm just being stupid. You're absolutely right.
MSBC takes the win, though, and again, it was... that game got weird, I'll be honest. Sabito made, obviously, the play with the Finley, which I'm guessing was not planned or really thought about too much. And then I think panic could potentially set in. It was a last minute, oh, I'll try and kill the ship. And then everything but the ship died, which put him in a worse spot. The silence was found, and it all snowballed from there. But up until that point, right at this point in the game, it looked incredibly good for Sabito and looked where some of those wins came from.
Okay, that replay very, very specifically answers my question, right? Because what I wanted to know was whether he knew there was a shield slam or something like that, something to guarantee kill his ship on the bottom of his deck that he was looking for specifically, which clearly there was, because we saw it there from the double from the dredge, right? A 0-mana shield slam coming out. I think also when he played the first Finley, he was roping and immediately tried to snap play the Brawl, which obviously would have been a way to potentially kill his own ship if the Brawl was to cost 0, but of course it didn't because of the way things worked. So I think you're absolutely right. I think his initial plan, not accounting for the fact that Bran Finley doesn't work, he wanted to play the Finley so that he could get to that shield slam that he'd already seen on the bottom of the deck and then potentially shield slam his boat if he had enough hand space, which he probably would have because you'll be able to dump a bunch of other 0-mana cards that have been double discounted at that point as well, right? That all makes sense, apart from the fact that the mechanics just don't work like that. And then when the mechanical misplay sort of came along, then just overdrive brain scramble panic mode, right? Like that's what kicked in at that point. Yeah, pretty awful situation for sure, because it looked like he was about to find a way out of a very, very difficult matchup with his life intact. But now it's going to come all the way down to a control warrior mirror Raven.
Oh, yay. I cannot wait. Here, though, big difference between the two lists, or at least the main difference for me, is that Sabito is running Shadowhunter Vol'jin, and MSBC is not, and that can be quite impactful with some of these minions that are, you know, available in the deck, whether it's his own minions or his opponent's minions, right? He can potentially bounce some stuff to help out with that. So, especially when we talk about the ship, right? He can just bounce the ship, and then it's just a taunt minion at that point because the ship doesn't have the battle cry, right?
Yep.
So yeah, it's a good way to do that. Maybe looking at in response to that potential killing off the ship, like we sort of saw the attempt at in the previous game.
Very, very interesting matchup for sure. Certainly much higher than control, much more interesting than various control mirrors have been in the past, or control warrior mirrors specifically. As you may remember, Raven, I actually didn't mind the the Grandmaster's control priest matchup as long as there was only one per day. Exactly one per day, I actually found very interesting as a matchup overall. But generally, control warrior mirrors haven't really tickled my fancy. But again, because of all those creative win conditions that you can find that we've been talking about, I do find this one a little bit more compelling than usual, particularly because you also have the ability to mess with your opponent's win conditions so aggressively, as you were talking about with Vol'jin. But then there's also Bran, Mutinous, the ability to get those things discounted so you can chomp on your opponent's Nellies and Kazakhstans and whatever other win condition they're going for in their hand. So it's a really like crunchy back and forth between two players just kind of trying to find a way to scam each other, just back and forth over and over each turn, which tickles my fancy quite nicely.
Yeah, and then just to mix it up, even if things are eaten, the Amalgam can just potentially get them back that we've seen before. I think we saw that, what was it, day one, the Gabby game, like match one? Again, Gabby
very first series of the tournament, I think, yeah.
Though I think this is less of a crazy Spinley than we've seen in recent history. It's more of, I don't like my hand, I want a new one. And yeah, double school teacher with shield block seems reasonable to me.
And keep cycling, yeah, I respect this. School teachers are nice, but they're not going to win you the matchup, for sure. So I think in this spot, just continue to cycle, look for something a little bit more broken that you've got going on somewhere deeper in your deck.
Yep. And speaking of such things,
this card.
Yep. Hey, nothing mind-blowing.
Extremely medium dredge there, yeah.
What are the other two cards? Question.
That's the great mystery, isn't it?
I would take a guess that he picked shield block there just to have a 0-mana draw card next to it.
Like the night before Christmas and you're a real whiny child. Like, come on, I just want to open my presents now. Your parents are like, all right, you can open one, but you have to leave the rest until tomorrow. And then you open one. You're like, but I want to know what the rest of them are now.
Or you spend hours working out which one do you open.
Yeah.
Do a full analysis of size of package, shake it a little bit, sound, weight.
Do a full analysis of size of package, do you, Raven?
Yeah.
Okay.
We picked the Frozen Buckler. I did not expect that. There's, of course, like hand space to consider, but shield block was an option. He does have the heavy plate to be able to trade it as well.
Yeah.
He wants to cycle. Yeah, maybe this is just draw it so he can play it, keep hand space, and just get it played, get it out of the way.
Here is that Gorlock Ravager tech. Talked about the way this worked, I believe, again, in that very first series of the day. Or at least in a Control Warrior mirror that we've seen, or a Control Warrior matchup that we've seen. But just that guaranteed ability to find either Mutinous or Sir Finley, whichever one you are particularly looking for. In this case, right, you played From the Depths, so Finley is suddenly an incredibly high priority card. Therefore, if you'd even from the dredge seen the Gorlock Ravager, for example, right, you can then pick up the Gorlock Ravager, play that for very cheap, to then tutor out the Finley, to then tutor out all the other cards that you get from the depths as well. Just really, really nice, spinning multi-layered synergy that you have between all of these.
And look at the setup. The funny thing there is that put the Mutinous in the bottom X amount of cards. He's hit another from the depths, and he has Bran in hand.
Yeah, very nice.
So there's potential. I'm not sure. Does he put them in order of hand? I actually don't know this. And
I'm actually not sure about that either. No, that's something that I do not.
Very important, right?
Yeah, that is a good point. I suspect it does, because the other way around, it does have an order, right? The order that you are shown the cards on the dredge is the correct order. Of
Yeah, third, second, last sort of thing.
Yeah, so I suspect that it does work that way around in the inverse as well.
But you never know. We'll have to test. Oh, yeah, I'm guessing that insta-pick was a Mutinous Soul. Would you like to question my logic?
No, I wouldn't.
Think so.
I mean, I would like to. I do generally love to, but in this instance, it would be foolish.
Oh, and it is the thing for Sabito, like, he's got from the depths, he's got his Mutinous, but everything is just, what, a turn and a half behind, would I even say right now?
Yeah.
Versus MSBC. And now it's just got to be chomping time, right?
I mean, chomp or be chomped is kind of the golden rule.
There is no signal from Sabito that he's likely to have Mutinous because he isn't running Gorlock Ravager.
Right.
But still, like, there are so many good targets, right, to hit, especially when you're hitting twice.
Really considering it, but I do think you go.
Who knows what secrets will
Yep.
The winner is...
I see Sabito like holding on to it. Oh no, it's gone.
Huge.
It's gone. It looked like Sabito was actually just mousing over it in his hand, just trying to pull it back down.
And also, the Kazakhstan, of course, a huge eat there from Mutinous. But even the Shadowhunter Vol'jin, right, like one of the cards that can also cause some havoc for MSBC, that was also gone, so...
Bran is cleared up, though, so no Bran boat on this occasion. Shataranka, it would seem, based on that beginning.
Would also choose to play Nelly now and just shield Shatter, even though it's a bit overkill, but, that's where you are.
Well, I think one of these minions will get swung into regardless.
Again, maybe just leave the other one up, if that's the case, yeah.
It is.
I just think, like,
right?
he's just done the Mutinous thing and caused big issues.
Yeah.
Just play Nelly. Just get Nelly out of the hand, right? Like, done.
I'm pretty sure you still want to draw cards here. Yeah, it looked for a moment like MSBC was going to clear there, but I still think, like, when you still have your Kazakhstan win condition alive and waiting in deck, and you are still very interested in drawing those cards. Misses on the smite, hits the 54%er instead of the 46%er, which amazingly seems to only happen about 5% of the time in my experience.
Are there any amalgams left for Sabito? Because I wonder if he picked the Golaka for that. To gobble up the amalgam.
Oh, and we're gone. We will need a reconnect here.
The pesky Nelly bug strikes again. We'll get a reconnect as quickly as possible for you guys, of course, but it is an unfortunate bug that I imagine will get sorted out in the near future, so fingers crossed for that one. Going to be a tough one, though, for Sabito, I think, right? He's lost so many of his valuable resources. I think it is going to be a big ask if he can't discover the likes of another Kazakhs.
Yeah, it's curving straight into this Raid Boss Elixir at the very least, and there is not the Mr. Smite on the other side, so he should be able to seize a little bit of tempo here at the very least. It will prove smart for MSBC to have held onto that Rancor as well, because that will clean up the remainder of the Raid Boss Elixir very nicely. Rancor Onyxian Drake is kind of the go-to counter to a Raid Boss Onyxia, right? Because they just naturally feed each other as cards so well to be able to come up with the counter.
We there? We back.
Anybody? Pick me! Pick me!
Oh, okay. This might just be a quick reconnect to make sure the players are good to go. Although saying that, at least on our screen, Sabito ended that turn on 10 mana. So
yeah,
questions may have to be asked, decisions may have to be made. We will wait and see. But in the meantime, as we were saying, Subtle, at least from the snapshot of when the bug happened, of the disconnect, to us, it looked like Sabito was in a rough spot, just based on the resources left available. That could also change, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, not sure entirely what will, if anything, will be happening here. We will wait to hear anything from our admins, but at least for now, the game does seem to be proceeding.
And at this point, just a big ask, isn't it? He does have the shield shatter to deal with the majority of this board, with the weapon swing as well to draw. This Amalgam Discover might be the biggest impact we see here. Raid Boss Onyxia, not a Kazaka-san, but still not bad, right? It's still another big threat that you can just throw out there and just add to the pile.
Yeah, it's a decent second prize, but honestly, it's felt like he was going to need exactly Kazaka-san
yes, I agree.
out of that situation. Because as it stands, the tools are going to be there to clean up multiple Raid Boss Onyxias. It is Control Warrior after all. There will be another Shield Shatter. There is a Rancor. There is still Onyxian Drakes. There's another Raid Boss Onyxia on the other side to come back the other way. Now the Brawl is drawn as well. So I think there are always going to be the tools to be able to deal with any actual threat that gets generated.
It's been the age-old story of the Control Warrior mirror, right? Because they generally play few threats. It means that the opponent always has relevant removal, unless there's extra value generated. We go for Dragon, makes sense over Pirate. Oh.
Well.
Ouch.
I mean, 1 against 0 seemed unfair. 2 against 0 seems exponentially and somehow also infinitely more unfair.
Be a nerf to MSBC's hand, though, because Mutinous is still available for Sabito, so
true.
There's a chance he can just eat it instead, and we're back to a 0-1 Kazaka-san count.
Yeah, it's like the Brand Frozen Buckler interaction, right? It's
yeah.
Like if you Brand Frozen Buckler, you lose twice as much armor. If you have 2 Kazakazans, they're twice likely to get eaten by a Mutinous.
Oh, no. Also, with just the way this is taken out here, yes, the Raid Boss was good as an additional pickup, but there's no playable Dragon to be able to actually fit in with the Amalgam, right? To be able to try and discover a Kaz again.
Not to mention, of course, that there was just too much pressure on board, I suppose, to even really consider jamming that Mutinous at that point. He would just be on a hiding to nothing at that point, tanking all that damage on the other side.
I think now MSBC just has to... Sounds a bit silly, but not lose, right? 1 Kaz is eaten. Oh, it was the natural, wasn't it?
That's the real one as well. That's so cruel. Oh, false hope.
Yeah.
False hope. The one thing that we didn't want to happen. It's so cruel.
I'm not sure what he picked up off the Nagaling as well, but if he got like a shield slam or any kind of removal, this turn could be huge, right? Just get rid of the 12-12 and play Kazakhstan.
Yeah, even if not, he'll probably can just raid boss and chill this turn if he really needs to.
Yeah, I believe the 3 cards left are Forged in Flame and 2 heavy plates.
Okay.
Is my understanding of what's left. So 3 cards that at this stage of the game and how far ahead he is, he could just burn for Kazakhstan if he... he did get shields.
Oh, it actually is a shield.
Oh, I knew it. But yeah, 3 cards I think he could have just thrown away. But I also think he's, on the flip side of the argument, he's so far ahead, he doesn't need to rush playing Kazakhstan, right? So why not just hold off and get more cards in hand?
Exactly, yeah.
And the 2 heavy plates are effectively card draw for the treasures anyway, so why not wait?
Yeah, essentially Sabito's game has gone so badly here that he's so far behind on card draw that in Kazakhstan now, in terms of raw fatigue calculations, doesn't even put MSBC that far ahead, right? So he's going to hold on. Like, obviously, he would probably just straight up win the game in terms of raw pressure from the Kazakhstan treasures at that point. But if he can hold on, I see no reason why he should hold on, not to mention that he can, you know, secure this tradable in his hand as a matter of last order after he's got through the rest of his deck as well.
Yeah, he could even go for the power play now, right? Yeah, cards and then use the weapon break.
Yep. And that generated Kazakhstan after Sabito munched on the real one.
Yeah.
It's got to feel so savage. It might be a blessing in disguise, of course, that Sabito is not on camera, was granted the exemption to not be on camera for the tournament. And perhaps that is for the best right now, as we do not get to see how crushed he is seeing this generated Kazakhstan come down.
Yeah, because if you look at the way the game looks right now, if the Kaz was just a different dragon, like, Sabito's looking okay.
Oh, the treasures are so good.
Yeah, quickly having a scan of those treasures. Yeah, seems good.
Yep.
Winnable. Sabito, of course, just going to do what he can here. Pile on as much pressure as possible, but...
Ancient Reflections, Raid Boss Anixia. Oh, come on. It has to be the play. It's so cool. Oh, no, you can't target it. You can't target it while it's immune. It doesn't work. Never.
I was looking at Deathwing Soul, personally.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. It's fine. You can take a whelp. It's almost as good.
Oh, Jaws.
Hmm?
You got one anyway.
He did get one anyway, and it's immune.
Yeah. Oh my. That is just the cooler way to do it, Subtle. Don't bother having to trade loads in. You just trade the one. Easy.
Honorable killed his own 2-2 for the sake of it as well.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
Brawl might, in some worlds, make this board worse for Sabito, but he has to do something.
Okay, a 1-1 lived, which was one of the better outcomes.
I mean, that, honestly, you can't argue with that, can you? An 8-8 and then 3 bad minions? Like, okay. Doable, at least in his mind. On the depths, we're going to get a look at 3 of the bottom 5. None of them looked impressive enough to win this game, so I'll be honest. Even without looking at Embers.
Pow, pow, pow.
And I
Push
think...
the damage. Second Embers in hand.
Yeah, I think the second Sabito sees Embers, he knows the game is 100% lost, right? Because if there's no Embers and the actual, you know, the treasures were the worst set of treasures ever, there's maybe a glimmer of hope, especially with Nelly. But I think with the other Embers, it's... Oof. Wait a minute. Ancient Reflections, the ship...
I know, I thought of that a couple of turns ago and was I'm not bringing that up. I'm going to let that be a surprise.
And Rancor. All of the pirates.
Unfortunately for us,
Smite.
Embers of Ragnaros was guaranteed lethal anyway. Although if you can, I suppose if you look at what pirates are in the boat, you could find out that that method was also guaranteed lethal with the amount of Mr. Smites and charging pirates that you'd end up getting. So, yeah, fair enough. I mean, what a game, Raven. What a series in general. Like, weirdly, this feels a bit strange for me to say, and I might have to go and test my temperature after this one, but from the moment the Control Warrior entered this series, it went into absolute overdrive about halfway through.
Yeah, 100%. You know, unfortunate for Sabito, I can just confirm, because we obviously had that disconnect earlier on, that the admins ruled that the game would continue. So if anyone's just still wondering or questioning that, it's why the players kept playing the game, as you quite easily saw on screen. So yeah, it is going to be MSBC with the win, and I think he'll be maybe wiping some sweat off his brow after that one, because even with everything that happened in all these Warrior games, that was not easy for him, right? So it was a very, very tough series indeed. He does get the victory and move on, and unfortunately for Sabito, he does take the loss, but still a very strong run for Sabito, a player, at least for me, Sol, I've not seen too much of, and a player I look forward to seeing more of in the future.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, MSBC keeping the China dream alive. Of course, Chinese players have been absolutely smashing these Masters Tours events in recent memory. It does really seem like China and Europe are the two regions that are really taking a full stranglehold on these events over the last year, or even more than that. It goes to be said. So MSBC is the lone representative, continues to move forward. Hopefully he can get a more stable connection on his camera for the future games, so we can get to see a little bit more of what's going on with him. But he is going to have a very, very tough test later on when he goes up against Orange, and I think that is very fitting, because when I talk about Europe and China kind of being at the deciding ends of Masters Tours over the last year, 18 months, 2 years, well, there we have it once again in a semi-final.
Yeah, and those were just the first two matches of the top 8, as you just saw there. There's plenty more great matches coming up. And then, of course, we'll be playing out the whole bracket today. So we will be crowning a champion by the end of the day. The caster predictions are in and are posted, I believe. So get ready to laugh at us and call us dumb a little bit later on as we move towards those finals. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break while we set up the next match. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
everybody, welcome back to Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City. The quarterfinals continue here. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by Gia. And we have a pretty good match coming up next. It's going to be Letta versus Face Off. Gia, how you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling great because it's the Letta face off, TJ. My joke, not yours.
That's right. That's right. I'm glad you got to get that one out of your system right off the bat. But this is an interesting matchup because we have sort of the aggressive lineup from Letta, right? With like the Beast Druid, Mech Paladin, Pirate Rogue, etc. Versus the lineup from Face Off that we've actually seen quite a bit already in the top 8 with the Ramp Druid, the Boar Priest, and the Control Warrior. What are your thoughts on this matchup going into the series?
Definitely feel that Face Off has an uphill battle with his Druid in particular. His type of lineup with the slightly greedier decks, I'd say he even has like anti-control to a certain extent with the Boar Priest in there. It's not necessarily well placed against Letta because I've seen this lineup with a Quest Hunter in there, maybe instead of the Boar Priest, and slightly favored that chance more against the likes of Rogue and Demon Hunter. But I could see that Boar Priest struggling against the decks that Letta has to offer. And then there's also the fact that Druid, I think, doesn't have any particularly good matchups here, at least if Lorinda is to believe that Mech Paladin is actually favored against Druid, but it's a close one for sure.
Yeah, it's every time we've seen sort of this Priest on stream up until the top 8, it seemed to be doing not that great, to be quite honest. We saw a good opening with it. I think it was like Series 1 with Meaty, but then it struggled. But now that we're in the top 8, the representation of Boar Priest is actually pretty high. I think there's still a couple players left. There was half the players in the top 8 that brought Boar Priest, I believe, or at least 3. So kind of an interesting dynamic there. Reminds me a little bit of the Naga Mage. But Letta's going to be opening with Pirate Rogue, another deck that I still don't really know how to size up in terms of its strength. We've seen the fantastic games from Pirate Rogue, but we've also seen games where it's supposed to be an aggro deck, and it just fizzles out.
That's right. I generally don't think it's one of the best decks in the current meta, but it certainly has its little niche where it can prey on Druid if you get off to a very aggressive start. And if you tech it a certain way, like what we're seeing from Letta here with the double Shadow Step and Hook Tusk package, you can have a lot of game against control decks as well, because as long as you get to that Hook Tusk uninterrupted, you can, in theory, yoink 15 total cards from your opponent's deck. And Letta's taken that even one step further with a Mutant as the Devourer at the top end. So I think the Rogue has a real shot against Face Off's Warrior as well. And we've already seen that Paladin potentially can prey on Warrior also if you can just get a good enough curve and have consistent flow of resources with enough radar detectors. So Face Off is actually starting with that Warrior, which might end up being a problem deck for him later on.
Yeah, when you sort of break it down like that, it really doesn't seem to bode well for Face Off. He's got 2 decks that seem like they could struggle against the lineup from Letta. So we got that little setup going in terms of story going to the series. But taking a look at the Control Warrior for Face Off, we really haven't seen much variation in Control Warrior builds thus far. There's a couple of flex slots, but it's one of the decks that, alongside the Naga Demon Hunter, to be pretty set in stone in terms of 30-card lists.
That's right. I think the only card that I see come in and out of it is the Vulgin, maybe in favor of like another Forged in Flame or something like that, or another Rancor or Brawl. But very often you have this very heavy package of legendary cards at the top end, and you're also running the Brandon Finley. Like since day one, Control Warrior has been one of the most expensive decks to craft, it feels like, and for good reason. because you are able to run so much card draw thanks to Forge and Flame and then the Finley and the new Dredge mechanic, you're much more consistently able to see the bottom of your deck more so than ever before, I feel. And you do have much more consistent access to all of these one-of powerful effects. But against Rogue in particular, this build from Letta, I am so curious to see how Faceoff will pilot it, because I feel like he has to be aggressive, honestly. Because if Letta has unlimited time, he can just use this Hook Tusk and the double Shadow Steps to steal all that value from Faceoff.
Yeah, Letta's already got a good opening here with Prep Vessel. Already has Dredge as well with Gone Fishing to be able to pull those pirates out immediately. So the value is there, or at least the pressure is there. We'll see if he'll be able to make good use of it.
Right, but for Faceoff, he's put together the combo of From the Depths and Finley, so there's a chance that he can do some very, very powerful stuff. Early Nelly, early Rakara. We've seen how much of an impact that can have in any matchup, but for Letta here, the pickup of Cutlass Courier is pretty much perfect, because the only problem with this hand is that prior to that draw, he didn't have a guaranteed way to combo the Gun Fishing next turn, unless he wanted to Shadow Step at 3-3, which doesn't feel particularly good. But now he has Courier and the Gun Fishing. He can get the maximum amount of minions on board, and we can see that Faceoff's Dredge options are mediocre, I would say. Not any of the legendaries, but a 1-mana School Teacher is still pretty decent.
Yeah, Shield Shatter could also be an option, knowing that the Prep Vessel is there, because he does have the Heavy Plate, which Heavy Plate plus Shield Shatter by itself with the discount from the depths is enough to clean up these board states. And I'm curious if, is it worth, with this much pressure on the board, actually dredging the pirates? Because Gone Fishing will draw that immediately, and it would play right into a combination for Shield Shatter.
Yeah, Letta says no. It was a good question to bring up, but the counterpoint is if you leave this much pressure, isn't Warrior kind of happy to just Outriders Axe? But now that I look at it again, Outriders Axe could be a bit greedy here, because it leaves Letta still 5 attack on board and attack from the weapon. And honestly, the pick of the Shield Shatter itself from the Dredge last turn was interesting, because no matter what Faceoff picked there, he still had access to the other two because of that Finley in hand. So I was wondering if you ever pick the one you least want to use and then just Finley that turn. But there is, of course, no rush on the Finley, so I still respect the pick of the Shield Shatter, and he's going to hold on to that for next turn, most likely. Bootstrap Sunkeneer is the draw for Letta.
Not fantastic in this situation, but he is picking up all of these sort of anti-combo, anti-control cards with both Hook Tusk and Mutinous in the hand early on. And Hook Tusk will almost certainly be active immediately on 8, because Vessels has been played. He can go fishing at any point to get the 2 additional summons as well.
Right.
So he's looking good on that front. So he's got the Wombo combo, Mutinous into Hook Tusk, and then the Wombo combo Wombo with Mutinous into Hook Tusk into Shadow Step into Hook Tusk.
And if you extend that to this turn where he's put so much pressure on the board, it's the Wombo combo, Wombo combo, Wombo. Because he just has powerful turn after powerful turn starting now. With the discovery of the Edwin Van Cleef, it guarantees him a good refill, even if there is a Shield Shatter here. Letta very measured with how much pressure he wants to put on board. It's just enough that just Outriders Axe to clear is awkward for Faceoff, and it's not too much that a Shield Shatter would be backbreaking for Letta. Very, very cleverly approached.
And it's only turn 5, so not the best situation for Faceoff to be in. And we'll have to part ways with at least one of the Shield Shatters here.
Right.
Let's have the second one load up. Another Vessel!
Yep. And between the first 4 pirates that hit the board and this vessel and dredge, that means that Hooktusk is already active. So Letta could very easily go Mutinous into Hooktusk on curve. Depending on the situation, he could immediately step the Hooktusk, but he's got enough pressure that there's a world where he doesn't go for tons of value, but seeing second shield shatter, I do think he needs multiple Hooktusk activations. All right. So face-off deciding this is the Finley turn, and I believe there was a school teacher and a shield block or something at the bottom.
Amalgam. There was an amalgam was the
My bad.
choice. Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, cheap Rakara though. We could just go face and Rakara to re-equip a new weapon and play school teacher, but there is a world where he wants to get maximum charges from the Outrider's Axe, although with 3 weapons total available to him, that doesn't seem super necessary. Another from the depths picked up though is excellent. Inajara? Oh. Slithering Death Scale.
Okay.
I mean, he has seen both vessels, but even outside of those 3/3 pirates, I guess there's still some targets that AoE is pretty effective against.
Yeah.
And now Lada has to decide whether it's chomping time, because it's not an ideal state to play Mutinous, right? He's face down with 8 pressure on board and the weapon. Like, there is a world where a Nelly on the other side could be the counter pressure that face-off needs to end this, but Letta is fearless, goes for the Mutinous, and gets the highest stats target.
Yeah, I think he knew that, like, at this point, well, I don't know, with the Nagaling, that's a pretty risky choice. Either way, you're getting some value because it's either Nagaling or whatever Naga was chosen by face-off. And if looking at the rest of his plays, none of them seemed particularly appealing. I guess it could have been Edwin and just try to reload a little bit in hand.
Okay, hit Smite, which is annoying for Letta, but it's not Hook Tusk, right? Which means that he can use Hook Tusk for counter pressure this turn if he wants to steal the Mutinous on the other side. However, he is just kind of dying because face-off says, let me just smack this Mutinous and deal 9 to you, and he is setting up lethal.
Yeah, if he goes for Hook Tusk and steals the Mutinous, he dies.
Right.
to the weapon swing. So,
So there is like Fillet Fish or Bootstrap.
okay.
You can put either Mutinous or School Teacher at the bottom of face-off's deck and at least be alive on board. Actually, no, you're not, right? Because if you trade Mutinous into Mutinous and remove the 5/4, there's still 8 on board, including the weapon, and then Hero Power just ends it. Was he... Huh? Oh, he's looking for something from the hand? Interesting.
There was still there was still discounted cards, right? So maybe the discounted cards from the depths could have bailed him out. I think he realized that was his only potential out. But I feel like face-off just kind of stole that game. That looked like, obviously, Letta didn't have incredible follow-up, specifically on that turn 7. Everything in hand was incredibly expensive. But it seemed like he was off to the races. It was just pressure from nowhere from face-off, which really allowed him to keep snowballing.
Yeah, it's really the nature of Control Warrior these days is that they're not just sitting there removing minions. They have bona fide threats of their own, and this 4-mana Rakara just, you know, as the base weapon is threatening 10 damage, and by having a Mutinous on board, it dealt 14 with this weapon, and that was well enough to close out the game. Even though in terms of the long run, if you look at the deck list head-to-head, like, yeah, okay, Hook Tusk and multiple activations theoretically can steal the matchup. Like, face-off found that small window, that grace period where he could be ahead on board and just snowballed off of that because Rogue doesn't have any healing. Very cleverly approached.
Yeah, and I think that's a big one because we talked about Warrior kind of being the secondary struggle target. I guess all of his decks have a few poor matchups across the board. I guess Warrior did have some good ones. I don't know. Ban Demon Hunter. Oh yeah, he's running the. Oh, never mind. It wasn't him. I was gonna.
Not the Fell Demon Hunter.
The Fell Demon Hunter. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I guess trying to get his Druid across the board as easily as possible.
Right. True. There is still the Boar Priest to contend with, though, which is another thing that Hook Tusk can very easily disrupt, because stealing cards from the deck like Boar Priest requires so many combo pieces to be intact and undisrupted by Mutinous / Hook Tusk that I feel Rogue can have a real leg up in that matchup. But for now, Letta is moving to his Mech Paladin, which I would assume has a decent enough matchup against Druid. Otherwise, there's... You know, it's a questionable deck to bring overall, but still, I don't feel like Druid struggles that much. And then into Boar Priest, I've heard very, very conflicting opinions of who actually comes out ahead. Boar Priest players say it's pretty easy for Boar Priest because they're one of the decks that don't really struggle with Divine Shield that much, given that Wild Pyromancer is one of their premium board removal tools, and that deals with Divine Shield as if it's just one additional health.
Yeah, and Mech Paladin is still one of those decks that does have some glaring weaknesses. One being obviously the reload potential if you don't hit radar detector. The second being like the inconsistencies of actually finding like ways to buff your minions.
Right.
Like if you don't hit weapon in the early game, or if you can't find a bubble bot to protect your board against certain things. So sometimes you're just playing reasonably statted Divine Shield minions onto the board until you're out of cards. And that's your game plan. So we'll see if Letta's going to be able to find the goods here. And it will be against the Boar Priest.
If I had a criticism for Mech Paladin, it would just be that the deck just seems too fair, which is crazy to say because we are literally running a 4/4 that can give the entire rest of your board if it's Mech's Divine Shield, which, you know, a few years ago would have been an absolutely bonkers card to print in Hearthstone. Same with Ini. She just has such a powerful effect, but it just has such a linear game plan of if your opponent knows what they're playing around and can consistently keep you off the board, you have no like effective comeback mechanisms. But against Boar Priest, it's not so much about comeback on the board, it's a race against the clock. Can you kill them before they get the weapon online? And that is questionable because Priest does have access to multiple board clears. Again, Wild Pyro good against Divine Shield. Cyrella and Light Bomb not so much, so FaceOff still needs to be a bit careful in how he kind of parcels out his resources, but I think that it is very much doable.
I will protect
Well, gee, I don't think we'd be doing our jobs well if we didn't mention that Paladin always has a win condition in their back pocket with Cariol plus.
Yeah, but what if they have 1 mana left? Can't play Smite.
That just gives you more of an excuse to keep pressing the hero power return after.
You can't though if you have 1 mana.
Well, after the Sword of a Thousand Truths is gone.
Yeah, but they have another one from Cyrella to devout.
Yeah, but maybe that won't be there at that point.
Alright. We'll see.
It's
it won't be
always
there
a
because you're dead
possibility.
already.
No, you won't be dead. You can't
Yeah,
be. Mr. Smite has to win.
Oh, I thought you were going to make the argument of, oh, the Cariol weapon's intact, so you won't die. But even if you're at 35, like 6 charges of Sword of a Thousand Truths is 90, and half of that is 45, which is greater than 35.
All right, you weave in an Annoyatron in between. There you go.
Okay.
And the priest is completely out of removal.
Yeah, on turn 3, they're out of removal. Oh no, what they're gonna do. Yeah, of course the early game does seem a little bit scary for Priest in these situations where they only have Like some lists only have Holy Smite to actually deal with a minion. This list from Face Off doesn't even include that. So he is very much banking on the Zyrella to get work done later on. But I wonder what kind of player Letta is. Is he just not going to hit Face Off at all to prevent Zyrella clear? Or is he going to go for incremental damage? He's already thinking about it, right?
Ooh, caught himself. It's near automatic. Like, oh, yeah. Buff the automaton. Just deal one.
Does commit to the Annoyatron hit. And this breakpoint is interesting because if you went with the Automaton hit and not the Annoyatron, you're still playing around Gift of the Naru, drawing anything. Just hitting with the Annoyatron, I'm not sure what it achieves, but in the end, he just decides to not respect Zyrella. It's super early in the game. I think it's reasonable. But here we go. Face Off has access to Devour for 0 if he wants. Because the rest of this turn is Gift of the Naru, and then he can play Devour after that, right?
Yeah.
And it's not a clear on the Automaton, but it is a clear on Annoyatron and... Oh, just Annoyatron, my bad.
Yeah. Does contest the board with a 3-5. But Automaton could get up to value trade point.
Right. The 5 health breakpoint is huge, though, because just Bubble Bot from Letta would, I mean, technically allow him to double trade, but then the Divine Shields are expended, and then Zyrella can come to play after. Although, having said that, Face Off is at 29. The Clocker? Nah, he already has one. Maybe you go Mooncatcher.
Yeah.
Okay. Once again, Letta deciding whether he attacks, and he is not respecting Zyrella, but now this 26 health means that Face Off can heal up for 4, and Zyrella can clear everything but the Click Clocker. But he can also choose to play a bit with fire and take another cycle turn and gear up for a bigger Zyrella.
Yeah, the Automaton is a little bit scary, but reasonably, it probably can only get up a couple more attack. He's at 26. He should be perfectly fine.
The real scary thing, though, is Bubble Bot. If you don't clear this board, you don't have a Pyro left right now for Face Off, and Zyrella does a whole load of nothing against Divine Shields, so... Oh, man. He goes for the switcheroo. Don't fault him for taking the risk, but this Bubble Bot is going to be huge. The leash only refreshes for 2 mana, but if he really wanted to, he could play 2 spells and then Valish and then Zyrella, but that really doesn't seem worth it. Like, you cannot play an Amulet with only 1 board dead. That just wrecks your win condition. So
yeah.
He is going to refresh for Handmaiden instead. Bubbles? Or... You could do like a halfway play where you play minions that naturally have Divine Shield but not the Bubble Bot.
Yeah. But this is a lot of damage to protect with Bubble Bot. I guess there would be trades on board.
Exactly, yeah.
And the Annoyatron being in the way does make things a little bit awkward. Or maybe... with that many cards drawn over the last 2 turns, I think that respecting Zyrella is probably a good thing to do.
There is another way to respect Zyrella, which is to not damage Face Off this turn because he has healed all the way back up to 30. So, I mean, there's many ways that Letta can approach this. Really, the only thing he's scared of is Wild Pyromancer if he doesn't decide to damage Face Off here, but...
Yeah.
He could now because he's committed the Bubble Bot and really only has like 2 minions that will die to Zyrella. I think he'd still be fine if Zyrella were to come down here.
Yeah.
Oh, Shard though. That's huge.
Yeah.
So it's between Shard and then Flash Heal or Desperate Prayer and then Zyrella. Desperate Player would be me in this matchup. Upshot of Desperate Prayer is he can weave in the boar as well, which is nice. Sometimes it's hard to find a window to actually get that played and dead before you go amulets.
Yeah.
And it's back to the drawing board for Letta. Mooncatcher into Vindicator lets him draw the other radar and get back the Sunken one guaranteed, plus X amount of mechs.
Strength comes from within.
I think he drew 4? 2...
3.
No, 3. Sometimes I can gauge it by just how smushed together the rest of the hand seems, but I'm not an expert.
Yeah, but this is off to the races for Face Off. Already has gotten through vast majority of the deck.
Right. And he has access to second Pyro and Cleric now, so he can empty out his deck whenever he needs. He can also play the first Amulet after this board trades, because I believe that's on 2 Resurrects at the moment.
Yeah.
The other Amulet, though, I think that was the first trade on it, so ideally he'd like to draw it back and then trade it so that it's immediately able to be played.
Is someone injured?
Wow, he just tempos Cleric here, says he doesn't need any further card draw.
Yeah, he's only going to have 2 cards left in the deck once the turn passes over next turn, so maybe he doesn't want to find himself in a position where fatigue is a huge deal, or potential fatigue if there's too many minions on the other side of the board to heal.
Yeah, Face Off does have more information than I remember because he did Dredge twice at the beginning, but there is a chance that the Amulet is at the very bottom, right? The second Amulet, which could be scary. Oh, a sheep? Uh-oh. That's annoying for Letta. Like, you could make the argument that, okay, if Pyro procs sheep, then Pyro dies, but there's Shadower Devourer, so that's not necessarily the case. Kills the Cleric in the end. I think that's reasonable. I would still be scared, honestly, of Face Off even getting 1 or 2 extra draws here because it speeds his win condition up by that much.
Yep. So at this point for Letta, it's looking like a pretty desperate situation. He really doesn't have much pressure on the board.
Oh, Thrive is left. Okay, so that's guaranteed Amulet, and it's 2. Okay, so he has to trade it first before going for the big pop-off. So it's still 1 more turn, I think, of setup necessary. Okay, you can trade the other one. It's fine. Oh, no, that one's at 3. My bad.
Oh, what?
Okay, I thought it was at 2 only, so yeah, that's just GG then.
Yeah, Letta shaking the head. Not great. There's the concede coming out. No way for him to do anything going into the next turn. So 2-0 for Face Off now. Had the good setup. Tempoing the Cleric that previous turn made sense. He knew that the Thrive was in the deck. So it was either you drew the Thrive or you drew the Amulet in that scenario. So was able to get that immediately. Even if he had to trade that second Amulet, right? Even if it was at 2 and he needed to trade it back, I still think he has time to get there.
Absolutely.
The only thing that may have stopped him would have been like a buffed taunt, right? Because while Pyromancer may not have cleared it enough for the sword to actually be able to push through it, but that would have required a multiple card setup for Letta to even have that chance, like a weapon plus Divine Shields breaking.
True. I think Face Off was very much in control of this game start to finish. He knew the win conditions. There were questions to be asked, I would say, of whether Letta was really supposed to damage Face Off for small amounts and allow a potential Zyrella, but you can always make the counter argument of, okay, if you're not damaging them, then they just shard your board and you lost most of your damage because all of your buffs are gone. So it was a tough situation for Letta no matter what, but he is going to give us a full tour of his lineup, it looks like, moving on to Beast Druid. Needs to win with every remaining deck against Face-Off's Druid.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool deck. I've been playing it a bit recently. Actually, this specific version. And it's really fun when you can pop off with like multiple gardens and dredges in the early game, because every minion you draw just feels incredibly powerful. But it also feels really bad when you're just drawing minions in your deck and you really don't have the damage follow-up that you once did with Beast Druid. You do have access to the Claw for your adept, you have access to Power of the Wild, but no Arbor Up means that when you're out of stuff, you're out of stuff. And if you don't find the composting and you're playing against a deck that can remove your board, then you run out of resources seemingly incredibly quickly, even if your minions are buffed with the gardens. So,
I mean, earlier on in this tournament, I expressed disdain for this version of Druid that didn't include Pride's Fury, because I was just like, why not run a spell that can buff your deck without the condition of buff your board without the condition of having to dredge it first? But the more I've seen this version with the Ajaran Gardens instead, the more I respect that the power ceiling of this deck is way higher than the Pride's Fury version, because like you said, when you do get the pop-off with multiple gardens, it's way more total buffs than a Pride's Fury can afford you. So even though it requires a pretty specific order of draws, I can understand the want to go for a bit more of a high roll potential and a higher power ceiling, because that's just the meta right now. A lot of decks have so many high roll like interactions they can go for, especially Warrior these days. But right now, Face-Off is only left on the Ramp Druid, which I would think it's fair to say any iteration of Beast Druid would be quite an annoyance for a Ramp Druid to have to face off against, because they don't want to see minions in their early game. That's when they're busy trying to get their ramp online and the mana accumulated. But there is a one of Doomsayer here for Face-Off, which could be very clutch in the matchup.
yeah.
Any cost.
Could be the difference between a win and the loss, to be honest. Just a single card. Ooh. Starfish in the opening hand. That could also be pretty good, but obviously you may not even hit targets that are even worth silencing, and you'd much rather have access to the mana ramp.
Right. It is close. We saw, I think, Orange keep Starfish alongside Druid of the Reef in a similar matchup during the Swiss. And even just as a 3-mana 2/3 with an upside of silencing whatever effect is on board by then from the Beast Druid is decent. So we'll see if Face-Off can kind of leverage that tempo in place of a Wild Growth to give himself the time towards Nourish later.
Yeah.
Can't go round, gotta go through.
You see that
Alright.
Meta has hit a Gardens. No Dredge effect just yet, but once he does find one, these stats can get way out of control. Insane top deck for Face-Off, though. The Jerry Rig filling out the curve very nicely.
Yep. And Leda obviously going for the coin Ram Commander, knowing that Garden's going to be played just to get the bigger benefit on the buff.
Right.
To get the additional stats in hand. You also get most of the time another minion off the top, since the vast majority of the deck is minions. So just solid. Is this worth a Starfish?
Reflect in the moon.
I mean,
Okay, no.
I was going to say I found the idea at least worth considering, because it is just a tempo play on that board where you can make the same argument that Oracle of Elune is also a tempo play, but I felt like the Oracle of Elune had a potential higher upside. Face-Off, however, is saying that no, the potential upside of Starfish is more important here, because Elune doesn't get very strong until he's hit the one of Druid of the Reef or like Naga Giants, which are going to take a long time to get online. So fair enough.
Yeah. And if you reach the point where you're playing Naga Giants in this matchup, one's probably going to be enough.
True.
Because you will most likely have the board at that case, having played like Scale or Miracle Growth or something. So
Wild growth, better late than never, even though on the immediate future it doesn't actually give him any extra plays. I guess it does in the sense where like he could go rampant growth and starfish next turn, which he couldn't have without wild growth. Now, oh, Letta can dredge the gardens now.
Yep.
It's strong, but it means he can't play school teacher this turn if he goes for the sunken gardens.
But
Is it
which
worth it?
gardens? Obviously the sunken.
Reflect in the moonwell.
Oh, this is a beautiful starfish. Just
Yes, it is.
starfish. Oh my goodness.
Dredging first for another nourish, I guess. Actually, is there any benefit to Doomsayer? Like, if you play it this turn, you can't play it with the rampant growth and starfish this turn, but next turn it sets up for like a scale Doomsayer play, which gives him time to go for a potential uncontested miracle growth, which probably seals the game.
Yeah, that's actually really sick. Because with the starfish, Scale will have an easier time cleaning up the board next turn.
Right.
And then there's not really going to be a way for Letta to deal with the Doomsayer from hand. Would have to have overwhelming pressure on this turn to where Scale wouldn't clear and then go for it. Not that he knows that's there, but just, you know, kind of thinking down the line into the future for what Face-Off's game plan is. And then if he is able to land the uncontested miracle growth, I think the game is 100% locked.
Letta's in a bad enough spot where I don't think he can afford to worry about scale at this point. Like, it blows up pretty much his entire board. So just pray it's not there and build the strongest board you can. Takes Aquatic Farm over Feral Rage here. I was honestly interested in Feral Rage to kill off the starfish, but clearly Letta has bigger things in mind, which is maybe getting the other gardens. I didn't even see the third option. One of them is the gardens we saw from a while ago. All right, so if you trade Starfish and play Scale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's 1 off of a full clear, but I think it's reasonable to play Doomsayer against a 1-1 and say, this is going to go off.
Yeah, it would have to be something crazy that would allow Letta to kill it off. Like multiple Druid of the Reef, or Oracle Druid of the Reef, I guess would be.
And he actually has it with the Ram, right? Because it's buffed by Sunken Gardens.
Oh, yeah.
So there is a clear, but it still is a pretty good Doomsayer in that, I mean, it spends the rest of Face-Off's mana.
Yeah.
I like this though, leaving a 1-3 instead of a 1-1 and keeping his Whelp, because it's really just attack. That's the only stat that matters here in protecting the Doomsayer.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, we know there's 1 Gardens from the Dredge. I don't know what the other option was, but Letta does know. And then there's one that he hasn't seen yet.
Yep.
Pack Mule and Guidance. Pack Mule does fill out the turn, right? Unfortunately for us spectators, he can just go for Ram. Wait.
It's good this time. It's 50-50. Yeah, it's 50-50 whether or not it's face up or face down.
Yeah,
I've seen it like 3 times face up, 3 times face down when we've been watching this. So
keeping the Pack Mule tally, thank you.
Yeah.
Huge though, the difference that 1 minion sticking left for Letta makes here, because he has perfectly enough mana to kill the Doomsayer and develop this huge of a board. And it's all the difference in the world. Like, Face-Off's Miracle Growth is far less effective here than it would have been if Doomsayer had gone uncontested. Still think it's the play, but maybe he starts with Moonlit and looks for another scale first. Nyxia is huge. If he can just stabilize, he is looking for Earthen Scales, finds it.
Okay.
Yep. Matriarch is available for Letta to consolidate this board even further, but he is gonna go for Moonlit first. More Gardens, anyone? Not great, because it's not the Sunken version. But it does make for some very big Matriarchs.
Yeah, and at the end of this, you could just Finley.
Ooh!
Because he gets two of them, and it's board too, so it actually buffs the minions on board. But it would only be that'd be it, right? That'd be his entire turn.
Right. Maybe he Finley's only the Pack Mule away, because I would really want to play the Matriarch here, even if you don't get full access to Gardens this way.
Well, you'd have to make more trades this way because the Matriarch would summon 2. I guess you're making
fine,
trades
right?
anyway.
Yeah, you put a 3/3 in, and then Finley, and then Sunken, and then a 4/4 in.
Yeah. No, makes
Perfect,
sense.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the biggest Finley I've ever seen.
It's only gonna get bigger.
Yeah. He does actually miss out on a copy of Finley with this order, but I still think this is the ideal way to go about it.
Yep.
Max damage while also getting the Matriarchs on board. And Onyxia, this is one of the few board states where she's just not good enough.
Yeah.
I think that's the game. Is there any Amalgam option? Like, if he had 2 more Innervates, I could look at Amalgam to discover Deathwing as an out, but nope, not enough mana, no Guff in play. Miracle Growth is...
Double scales? Miracle Growth double scales?
survivable, it looks like. But winning remains to be seen. Okay, Naga Giant, okay. Double Giant?
And Druid of the Wreath actually allows... Oh, never mind. Can't do it because it's going to go double Earth and Scales. I was going to say it does allow to kill off one of the 4/5. So that's a big power turn next turn. The Onyxia is going to be a little bit weaker just because you're summoning less.
Oh, no!
Oh, see, 50-50. We've seen 2 this game.
It really is. Yeah. And the fact that that's 11 is just making for no clean trades for Letta here whatsoever. Everything is awkward. Like, if it were single scale, he could go 4/5/5/7 and hero power in. But now he needs to trade at least 2 minions, and he rather trades 3 to maintain the high health on the Matriarchs, which I think is absolutely correct, because wasting one of those makes the Naga Giants able to value trade.
Yep. All right. Pack Mule Alarm. Nice.
Yay! Thank you, production.
Still a massive board.
It never ends. But Onyxia is quite good here, right? So both 8/8s into either 8/9, I guess. And yeah, now you can Druid of the Reef, innervate Onyxia.
I still don't think he's alive, however. Right?
Not. I haven't fully counted, I confess.
He needs to clear off all but 2. So the Oracle and 1 Pack Mule. So this would need to...
He misses 1 Whelp this way, but I think he had it calculated that he couldn't really kill an additional Pack Mule with 1 additional Whelp anyway. Yeah.
Alive at...
Wait, no. He's not. He's off a Whelp. I think... Right, if he had 1 more Whelp here, he could have been alive, right? If he had traded both 8/8s into each 8/9, right? Was there a way to stay alive? I think that might have been the line.
Yeah, because would have had the 3 Whelps left to kill the 3/3. Obviously, wouldn't have had an 8/4 remaining. It would have been an empty board except for Raid Boss Onyxia.
Right.
But that would have been enough to stay alive. And then from that point, you do actually have a scale of Onyxia, like off the top, to stabilize even further, because you'd be able to hero power out of range, because you'd go down to 1 life, and so you'd have to hero power. So potentially a little bit of blunder. It would have been difficult regardless, because it was just like what Amalgam, draw 3 version of Nourish.
Yeah.
So not much to work with once that was gone, but still, I think that he could have stayed alive that turn.
Yeah, I agree. It was a mechanical error. Obviously, he was in a bad spot no matter what. Like, even if Face-Off had gone for the play that let him be alive at 1, Letta had tons of top decks for lethal / just another board that Face-Off couldn't answer after that. But it's still turning maybe 1% into a 0%. So bit of a slip up from Face-Off there, but he still has 2 more chances on this Druid.
Yeah. Yeah, there was still double Claw Fury Adept, there was Power of the Wild, there was 1 School Teacher left to be able to find that little bit of extra damage. So there was a lot. There was a lot that Letta could have still found. So maybe not even in the best position. But nonetheless, we move on. Pirate Rogue and Mech Paladin remain for Letta. And, you know, from the get-go, I feel like this Druid was the deck that Letta was trying to target the most. Given the lineup, and we'll see if that's going to come into fruition here.
Yeah, could be. There is a lot of anti-aggro potential tucked in by Face-Off here. He is going for a bit of the Swiss Army knife approach. 1 Druid of the Reef, 1 Doomsayer, 1 Starfish, 1 Alloon, and 1 Spammy Arcanist. He doesn't have the 1 of Dozing Kelpkeeper to truly give us a full tour of the Druid decklist possibilities. In fact, like, I think at the beginning of Swiss, one of the matches that we had potential for fill but didn't show, somebody was running a Reno Druid, and I'm like, I'm not even surprised that's a thing. It just looks like there are so many tech choices you can put in Druid that it's not unreasonable. But it really will depend on whether Face-Off can hit exactly what he needs at the moment, because against Rogue, I think it's very important to get a good spammy Arcanist turn, because otherwise it's hard to deal with all of those stealth minions, given that Letta won't necessarily unstealth them going into a scale turn.
Yeah, very true. With Moonlit Guidance, nothing is ever truly a 1-of.
True. Imagine
Except
you Moonlit
if you
Reno.
play Moonlit Guidance also as a 1-of. Then Moonlit Guidance is then a 1-of.
Very wise. My head hurts, but that is true.
All right. That is going to be on the Rogue. And Druid of the Wreath opening. Wreath. I keep saying Wreath. My brain automatically says Wreath. Wreath? Druid of the Reef?
Christmas of the Reef.
Festive.
I mean, it's a pretty good curve. He just gets 1-3 into 2-3 into Wild Growth. Best you can ask for in this matchup, honestly.
Oh, 1-3 into 2-3 into top deck. The other Amalgam, Earth and Scales, max tempo.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you'd even pass up Wild Growth into Nourish for that. Oh, wow. Even more tempo options. Dire Wolf, Dire Frostwolf.
This is it. Amalgam off the top. You go Amalgam Scales into Dire Frostwolf. Or you just jam Ibis on 3.
Amusing. But man, Letta throws his hands up. He's like, really? You had the perfect curve, 1 of Druid of the Reef into your Amalgams, into Wild Growth. Wait till he sees the Nourish, man. Sorry about your curve game plan, TJ. Nourish into Trade Hero Power is just too clean, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
And Letta shaking his head. He knows he's getting druided, but can he fight back? He has Vessel, and he has Smite and Krakatoa. These are the heavy hitters of the deck available.
Yeah.
And now he has the Dredge for the Vessel next turn.
Things are looking up. Could also hold on to the Dredge for Burst with Mr. Smite.
Oh my god!
Guffs.
It is guff stuff. Now, the question is, does Face-Off even Aquatic form here? Like, obviously, you can play Miracle Growth this turn if you get it off the Dredge, but you can aim bigger with Guff. If you Guff Hero Power here, you can Aquatic form and play an Onyxia and draw it all together next turn.
Yeah. You can even yeah, just go Guff Frostwolf.
True. All right. Being less greedy here. We don't get to see the Dredge, unfortunately, but it's just going to be for a second aquatic form. But now Face Off has more info, right? If he saw an Onyxia at the bottom there, I don't think he plays second aquatic form.
That rope's burning again.
I don't want to play aquatic form now. I just want to play the Frostwolf.
Yep.
It's the hero power, but that's fine. It's fine.
It is fine. Especially if there is Onyxia to be dredged here. That would pretty much just end the game, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
Very awkward turn for Leda in that his mana expenditure is very weird because he has to combo the gun fishing to actually draw the vessel. But if he wants, he can just tempo the Rustrock Viper, actually. Just spend your mana that way.
Oof.
You trade Viper, is there anything you can get on 2 that is better than Viper? Not really, right?
Yeah, I think just playing a 3-4. Because there's not really even any value in like daggering up because you have Krakatoa. So, yeah, I like just playing the Viper.
Chooses to Shadow Step the Fillet Fighter, to have a guaranteed combo activator for the Sunken year.
Also,
Don't see the Dredge.
Also burst with Mr. Smite. It's 10 damage
True.
from hand currently.
Yeah.
So
Big deal. Okay, so the Innervate makes it so that Face Off can go Ivus and then Vate scales. Huge. No unlikely outcomes here. It did get all the keywords and then the buffs. Now the full face game plan is starting to fall apart for Leda, but he does have a pretty good Krakatoa. There's also a decent like Ivus being bootstrapped after you've seen double aquatic form seems pretty decent as well.
yeah. The double prep, however, is not great. This deck doesn't run many spells whatsoever. The preps are really just there to make sure you can get vessels out faster.
Right. Unfortunate, but these are unfortunate draws for Face Off. Like this giant just costs his entire turn. I think he still has a Nourish left with Jerry Rig,
Yep.
but he needs something better than that. Like Scale of Onyxia was close to necessary to deal with this board, but he's still sitting on 30, so maybe a bit more breathing room still.
Yeah. He can get both the giants down.
Oh, one mana off.
I can't get him down anymore.
He has Scale and Onyxia herself, but one turn too late could spell the difference between victory and game 5 here. Can Leda capitalize? Krakatoa just to get the 4-attack weapon, I think, is very reasonable here.
Yep. A lot of damage being pushed. Good amount of damage in hand as well with Mr. Smite. Maybe even able to pick up a 2-mana Pirate along the way next turn. Face-off's going to be quite low, all the way down to 13.
You ever get hungry when you see Krakatoa? The claw is the tastiest part.
No, because the claws have eyes, which would turn me off a little bit.
I mean, it's gonna be dead when you cook it. It's fine.
Still.
It's Face Off gonna be dead. Did his goose get cooked? Onyxia is not enough to clear everything, I think, but it might be enough to stay alive on board. Because Onyxia herself trades into Krakatoa. You put 2 scales in a 4-4, 1 scale in a 4-1, and 2 scales in a 3-3. There's still 6 on board, so it's very scary, but he's just gonna pray that the smite isn't there. But we got news for you, Face Off. It's there.
It's there.
Oh wait, sorry. Yeah, if you isolate the claw and remove Kravito itself, it's down to 2 attacks. So smite is 1 off currently. With hero
But
power?
Cutlass.
Oh yeah, Cutlass is gonna seal it.
All right, that means we're going to a game number 5. That one was quite close, to be honest. With face-offs opening, I thought it was going to be smooth sailing, but ended up picking up double giant in that mid game, which slowed down just his ability to clean up the board. Anixia came to the hand, but just a little bit too late in order to take full control of the board. So now it will come down to the Mech Paladin versus the Druid. And I think looking at the matchups across the board, the series is playing out at least close to as expected, with the Druid being the deck that Face Off is struggling to get across.
That is true. I tend to think that if you give Druid 3 chances against, not abysmally unfavorable matchups, it should get there though. And I am in the camp of Druid's not that bad against Mech Paladin, but we shall. This is definitely a matchup where early Doomsayer can be very annoying indeed, especially if they've gone for like a dual kit setup. Because Doomsayer is a way of killing a Divine Shield minion without even proccing the shield and punishing that slow start. But of course, beyond Doomsayer, it's still about, of course, as usual, ramping up quickly, getting to scale of Anixia as soon as possible, and then stabilizing with your giants.
See if you can get it done. Doomsayer, like you mentioned, it's only a one of. Everything's only a one of.
Play Reno Druid, everyone. It's the future.
Yeah, but then you can only play 2 wild growths. I mean, you only need 1 guff. You can only play 1 guff.
Unless you get another from Moonlit.
I wouldn't even know what to fill out the rest of the deck with.
Oh, so the list I saw in round 1 was still playing 2 ofs of all the good cards, but you just kind of say,
okay.
I'm gonna see the bottom of my deck anyway, and Reno will be active at some point, which is, not logic that I've tested myself, but it looks fun.
Yeah, so you play like 2 of Aquatic, Scales, Moonlit Guidance.
Yeah, ramp stuff.
Growth, Nourish, yeah. Okay, I can see it, It's just 1 card.
How bad could it be?
Yeah.
Eternal forest.
All right. So the interesting thing with Mech Paladin is always like, do you ever keep radar detector? Some people say yes, but I heavily disagree, because if you're running Stonehearth Vindicator, you want the radar off of that, and you hardly ever want to play radar on turn 2 anyway. So I'm on board for Let Us Mulligan. Oh man, this is a hand, TJ. It's the hand.
Jeez. So Reef into what? Jerry Rig, Growth, Guff, Coin, Hero Power?
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
Okay.
It is clean. Okay.
Automaton is scary, however. That's probably
True.
the card he wanted to see the least onto, because with this hand, his next 3 turns are spoken for, which means that Automaton could get big.
Honestly, like, Face Off had the option to kill it this turn without truly wrecking his curve, right? He could have gone Earthen Scales Coin Hero Power instead of Jerry Rig and still played Wild Growth next turn into Nourish or Guff the turn after. I don't know if that was worth it, but I think it's worth a consideration at least, because the coin as it stands here seems like a bonus with this hand. Like, it allows him to hero power with Guff straight away after Wild Growth, but that's pretty much what a Nourish would do anyway.
True.
Now this Automaton is further protected. I think it's fine for Letta to kill the 1/3 because 3 damage increments from face-off still come from minions, not spell here, right? It has to be Druid of the Reef. And he only runs one. Sorry, it's gone already.
Yep.
Well, nothing can stop him now from just going wild growth. The plan is still to ramp, but the automaton continues to grow and Bubblebot can protect the board.
Ugh. Yeah, I face off with the eye roll, which I mean, I can't imagine a hand getting much better. Oh, okay. Scale doesn't clean up that much, but
It doesn't. Yeah, honestly, looking at the Ini, able to copy and give shield to the Bubblebot, Scale is kind of laughable on the next turn.
yeah. Looks like it's going to be a necessity, however.
Yeah, true. It's pretty much the only way Face-Off can still stay in the game. So the Ini would also buff the automaton, the 4/5. So that means that Scale can't even get through to the bubble bots because they will have Divine Shield but not Taunt, right? Oh, but he's copying the automaton. Okay. Interesting.
So we'll be able to kill both automatons now.
Yes. And weave in a ramp, I suppose.
Yeah. There will be 9, 10, 11 damage on board. Letta is just praying for no scale, because if there's no scale, he just wins.
Right. He did go for a slightly greedier copy here, but it does give him way stronger, like, potential to win immediately if there isn't the clear on both of them.
Yeah.
And he still ends up with 11 on board post-scale, which is very scary. Like, Face-Off is dying very quickly, doesn't have a Naga Giant or a Nixia or anything really to get benefit from Earthen Scales with. Oi, oi, oi.
And Double, you don't even want to scale into this because you're taking like 2 power off board, but adding 1,000,000 power to his hand.
And I think Face-Off's posture a few seconds ago says it all. That is the stance of a man who just lost 3 games on Druid with Wild Growth Nourish every single time.
Yep.
Okay. Arcanist?
Sammy?
There's no truly one health minion, right? Because the Click Clocker has Divine Shield, so
Yeah.
can't quite activate it.
Can't deal a damage either.
Can take Miracle Growth, but he doesn't have mana to play Earthen Scales on it.
Unless picks up Innervate, but he just saw that one Innervate is... Okay.
Okay. Hope. There is hope. But Mothership is still super strong here. I don't know how much... Okay, they're completely unbuffed, right? So there has to be some math as to what order you play Mothership / trade your Divine Shields in. Like, if you trade 3 Divine Shields in, the Mothership goes up to 8 attack, which means it can solo the then 11/8 Miracle Growth.
Yeah.
It means that you don't have any further board space to play Righteous Protector, but I think that's fine. You'd rather just make sure that the 5/5 and the 4/4 can go face guaranteed.
Yep.
Any argument to playing Cariel lets you start pushing the button next turn, but I just feel like you cannot afford to trade these 2 bigger minions.
Yeah, I get you could triple trade with the Divine Shields and then Cariel, which but the trades wouldn't work. Oh no, the trades would work out well. You could
Sheep?
4/4 in your face.
Sheep again? Wait, Sheep is nuts, but he can't. Oh wait, Sheep is nuts! Spammy Sheep!
It's a clear.
How does this,
It's a clear.
How does this work? Like, the Sheep Death Rattle goes off in the middle, right? And then Spammy can keep going? Or is that how it works?
Well, it doesn't matter in this instance because the spammy will hit 3 times regardless.
There's no
And then
3
deal
health
2.
minion, right? But
Well,
yeah,
it's
it
gonna
will.
hit 1, then 2, then 3, and then even if the,
True,
the
yeah.
sheep goes off at the end.
You're right. It does go off in the middle, though, it looks like. Oh my goodness, that sheep. Is this the sheep that gets face off back into it? He is looking like a new
All right.
man here. Everything is
There's the argument for Cariel.
yeah.
Right there.
If you get
That's the one.
sheep from Mothership. Oh no. It's like the new Doomsayer from Shredder.
Yeah.
Okay. Windcatcher? This Mothership is big enough to solo the Doomsayer currently, right?
Yes.
Which is a very big deal, because it means Face Off doesn't get his free development turn. He's back to leaning back in his chair. It's such a roller coaster. He has another scale, but who knows how big the minions coming out of the Mothership are.
Has tons of mana to work with though here, so
Absolutely.
could start off with the Enrich.
Looking for Onyxia, that's the big one. So now 3-2 can go in 5-5. Onyxia can be played and she can take down the Mothership by herself. And he has 1 whelp into the 5-2 and then 5 whelps to clean up whatever mechs come out. I think it's a very real shot. Plus, the Innervate can also gain him 9 health on Onyxia.
All right, this is where sheep comes in clutch. Nope.
Nope. But I still think Face Off has turned the corner. Didn't need a sheep this time. Just a big dragon and 6 whelps.
Gia. Time for Cariel plus Mr. Smite. But for real this time.
For real this time, indeed. Leviathan can pull Mr. Smite, but it is not playable right now. He still takes it, which means that he is floating a whole lot of mana this turn. Leda knows what his win condition is, though.
Yep.
Oh man, I don't think he can get there fast enough, though. Miracle Growth. And if he's just gonna find the Naga Giants, right?
Yeah. Can't play him with Oracle, at least this turn, but can continue to clear up the board and still have a pretty massive board because the Miracle Growth minion plus
Right.
the Ray Boss Onyxia.
In fact, he just sets up lethal on board.
Yeah.
Not through Cariel, but Leda knows there's just no way after this. Oh my goodness.
Oh no, the sheep face off. I mean, he's holding back a smile right now, literally covering his smile because if that's any minion but sheep, no, that's not true, right? Because there could have been another way to go for a spammy clear.
Right. If it were like a 3 health mech, which is, you know, there's a lot of them.
Yeah. So it was just sort of the icing on the cake for Spammy to really come in and shine. But
Right.
very close series. Face Off is going to be moving on to the semifinals. Solid performance from Leda. We've seen him on stream multiple times. We've seen both these players on stream multiple times. So do want to give him a shout out. Heck of a performance, bringing that sort of aggro lineup into the fold. But yet another board priest having success and moving on to the semifinals.
Yes, Board Priest is still the headliner, even after all of that on the Druid. The other headline I want to take away is that's another mech Paladin losing to Druidler, and I don't know.
That still won't stop him.
I know. Nothing can stop that man.
Nope. Literally unstoppable in his unwavering opinions of certain things. But yeah, I'm honestly pretty surprised how the top 4 is shaping up right now in terms of what lineups are actually making it there, because a lot of these lineups are in that minority of lineups where all 3 of these players, Orange, MSBC, and Face Off, have pretty unique 4 decks in terms of like the overall field. None of them have the most popular lineup or the second most popular lineup of the tournament, which is kind of cool to see those, you know, fringe decks in the metagame. Feels weird calling Nagamage fringe deck because it was dominating for like 3 days. That's all you saw. And the board priest, but that's sort of the reality we live in with the way this Conquest tournament has played out.
Yeah, I think it's very cool that the meta is sort of this wide open in terms of the variety of decks that can make it all the way. And because this is the first huge tournament on this expansion and post-rotation, it's going to set the standard in the coming weeks for any other qualifiers coming up, just the ladder meta as well. And it goes to show there's still a lot to be explored in Sunken City.
That is right. Like our backgrounds. Well, maybe not yours, because it looks like yours.
What do you mean? Mine has a giant fish that I've been covering this whole time.
Oh, okay. So there is something to discover. I thought it was just a plate, and I have a tree.
A tree! Tree!
All right. Well, that's our third quarterfinal in the books. We have one more coming up next. This is going to be Cursed versus Posesi, which is going to be quite the interesting one. Posesi coming in. I mean, he's got a little bit of a resume, right? Like,
Just a little.
tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Also playing Board Priest, which I think is the headline of his resume. We have the potential to have 3 of them in the top 4, which is pretty amazing, all things considered. But we are going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into that one. But you're not going to want to go anywhere because we got plenty more Hearthstone to come. So with that, we'll be right back with the continuation of the top 8 here at Master Store Voyage to the Sunken City.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We have our last quarterfinal for you guys coming up right now, and then of course we'll move on to semis and finals to end out the day. I'm Raven, and joining me for this one is Mr. Lorinda, and we'll be going through Cursed versus Posesi. A pretty interesting matchup, Lorinda, because in the grand scheme of Hearthstone Esports, a fairly new face in the form of Posesi versus a fairly older face in terms of Cursed, a player at least me and you have known for a very long time in the scene.
Absolutely. Found a tournament from 2015 that you and me and Sottle all played in, and the top 8 was a stacked one. It was Cursed, Indarin, Powder, DreamHack runner-up Ben, and Lorinda. That top 8 was incredibly strong, and he came second in that
stream right now.
Yeah, I used to play this game.
Notice Raven was not a name that you listed on that top 8, but hey, it happens.
Or Sottle.
True. But we do see that both players' lineups now with the Priest banned away from Posesi and the Mage banned away from Cursed. So we are seeing it's a bit of a weird lineup clash, I guess, when you look at the lineups themselves. But very, very interesting indeed that it's specifically like the Priest combined with the Mech Mage bans, may I remind everyone as well. So a bit of a different bans we're going to see out from both these players, but not a different starting deck. Naga Demon Hunter, even with some, the likes of the surprise factor of Mech Paladin, arguably Aggro Druid, Mech Mage, I still think Naga Demon Hunter, Lorinda, definitely the star of this show.
Oh, I'm not going to argue that one. The Demon Hunter absolutely crushes the Mech Paladin. The Mech Paladin intends to ban the Demon Hunter, but this lineup isn't just how you would expect it to look based on the classes at the bottom there. This is an incredibly aggressive Druid, and it's Face Hunter, which I don't know how you do it, Raven. Every time I cast with you, we're casting Face Hunter, even in a tournament where there aren't any Face Hunters. How do you manage this every single time?
Skills, that's all. But yeah, Face Hunter, Cursed again, a player who likes to do his own thing, or at least isn't scared to try out some slightly off-meta things. But what isn't going to be off-meta here is Posesi's Druid, which is, again, I'm not going to say the usual ramp Druid. Escaped Mana Saber's image seemed to have escaped along with the Mana Saber itself on that deck list. But this is going to be the alignment Druid with Lady Anaconda and obviously Celestial Alignment, and then the rest of the deck, I guess, outside of Alexstrasza feels fairly standard. Druid at the moment outside of aggro does feel like, 26, 27 cards, and then you just decide which version you want to play with the last 2 or 3. But yeah, that is going to be the first matchup, and again, it'll be interesting to see if the alignment form of Druid can really do anything different than the regular ramp to try and combat Demon Hunter. But as usual, Demon Hunter just feels like it's in a good spot, and especially with Cursed, he is playing I'll call it an older version.
Yeah.
The only real difference is it's 2 Bone Glaives and 2 Battle Fiends. This looks more like the first list people were coming up with this aggro Demon Hunter, but it's not like those cards are bad, so it's not like this is a particular negative for Cursed as we open the game.
Yep, quick more mentions about Curse, as we know a lot about Posesi anyway. He's on Team Phantasma now. They've been doing a lot of stuff in the Greek scene, sort of community team that have been going pretty strongly. And if you wondered where he'd been for a while, he has had to do a year's mandatory military service, so that had knocked his Masters Tour results back a bit, but he's back from that now. And he is a player that, I say this about a lot of people, but he's got previous. He was good a long time ago. I think he's somebody we very much need to keep an eye on for the rest of the year, whatever happens here.
Yeah, if the first time we see him for a while is in the top 8 of a Masters Tour, then yeah, that sounds like a start to me.
He's been playing them, but just hasn't had the time to prep for them at all until sort of this one, really. So here he is, and he is prepped with all the aggro. And honestly, I'm not looking forward to your smug little face with all the aggro that we are seeing in this top 8. Like, you predicted it right at the start of the tournament, maybe off stream, maybe on, I can't remember which, but you said you think it's going to be all aggro. I've got to be fair to you.
I'll let you in
well
on a secret, Melinda.
Go on.
If you make predictions for upwards of 7 years, we'll eventually get one right. and this is my time to shine. So,
Well, I was calling
very,
Mech
very
Paladin,
bullish.
so I've still got a chance, but I don't fancy its chances in this one particularly. And already Cursed putting so much pressure here on Posesi. Obviously, Posesi with no answer until 2 turns from now. It will be able to clear up, though, with Scale of Onyxia going into those turns. But again, with the Bone Glaives, if enough damage is done, you waste a whole turn clearing the board with a Scale. They can just come in. Look, there's Double Fury and Chaos Strike for turns 5 and 6, or 4 and 5 with a coin. Curse already adding it up. He can do that. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I think, especially with the coin Bone Glaive, see, it depends what's going to come out here. Predation, okay, not too bad. But coin Bone Glaive and then Fury, Chaos Strike on the turn that the Furies rank up is a big deal, of course. And honestly, I don't really see too many different plays to make. I think with the coin at this stage in the game for the average Demon Hunter, using it on Bone Glaive is probably the best thing he can do, because Chaos Strike would then require something good to be drawn off the top and playable. And is anything going to be drawn that's realistically better than just hitting your opponent for 10 over 2 turns and dredging, right? So I think this is just solid in general. I think that was a Fell Barrage with the snap pick from Cursed, which means you can see the plan quite simply here. There's going to be 7 minions on board, all of which managed to kill a whelp from Scale of Onyxia, which means he has ultimate free.
Just over.
Oh, wait a minute. No, yep, he's
13 next turn from the hand we can see if all the minions are cleared.
And the problem is, I think Posesi already knows, right? There's so much damage being pushed out by Curse now. And like I said, the Bone Glaive, like getting 10 damage by the time turn 5 is over for Cursed is huge as a bare minimum. And then he sat on 4 cards, right? Like the odds on what, at least 2 of them being direct damage seem very reasonable as an expectation. So I think if any 1 or 2 of them is direct damage,
I wondered if we'd see this. It's actually 14 with the hero power anyway, but yeah, Posesi, that was what took him a lot of time this turn, working out that how important is that extra 3 armor immediately. And to be fair, the answer is very. It's just that your opponent has 3 very cheap spells to finish the game off. And Cursed is 1-0 up in the time that it takes Orange to play 1 turn in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think although that looked a little bit silly with the scales there from Posesi to gain that armor, I agree it was completely the right play, because as I was kind of outlining, the odds on Curse not having at least 1 to 2 extra damage cards, whether it's weapon buffs or Fell Barrage like we saw him draw, was so low that Posesi was never realistically going to live. He was on, what, 9 health? The hero power alone for 1 mana makes it 6 damage as a minimum. He did what he could, but in a blink of an eye, as usual, Demon Hunter gets the win in the series. But that's the focus I think that Posesi has to sort of go in on here, is that, yeah, that was very one-sided. Posesi didn't get to achieve much that game, but his insta-loss was to Demon Hunter that was probably going to get a win anyway, at least I feel. So then forget about it, move on, like focus on the 2 decks Cursed has left.
Yeah, it's a banned Demon Hunter lineup, and he hasn't been able to ban the Demon Hunter. So when he saw these lineups, he'd be like, okay, well, I'm starting off 1-0 down, because I can't ban my ban deck, because the Mage is even more ridiculous, because the Mage tears through the Paladin even more, because the Sharks just rip out the Divine Shields. So, yeah, very much had to ban the Mage out. And now it just continues, Raven. Look at all those 1s and 2s in this deck.
Yeah, and this is what you call a subtle special, because there are no cards on the right side of this graphic, therefore meaning it's an even 2 of everything in here. So the double Pride's Fury we have seen, at least I know Gia, and I think Sol was saying as well that Pride's Fury just seems like a good card even now in Aggro Druid. But then we have cards such as Park Panther, Frost Wolf Kennels, even honestly right now, Lorinda, the Iron Deep Trogs are not a given in Beast Druid anymore.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
yet again, Cursed playing a typical archetype, but definitely just using his own build of it. Or, maybe a build he's worked on with practice partners, of course, but definitely not the standard.
Yeah, there's no Arbor up anymore, so what he's trying to solve by playing the Prize Fury, the Panther, is just that little bit of burst, that little bit of put a question in your opponent's mind. Without the Arbor up, they can just, oh, your board's full of Trogs. Okay, I take 7, I don't care.
Right.
But with Part Panthers and stuff chilling in there with a way to buff up the Trogs, can't give him a board full of Trogs, can't leave things up, got to be careful. Part Panther might hit you in the face, everything's going on. And on top of just the raw aggression, Curtis has obviously been getting this over the line in every round because I think he got through on 6 and 2 as one of the lower seeds. But even so, he's obviously had a great tournament with it. And Posesi's going to go in there with the Hunter, which I think might be one of his better chances in this particular matchup because he is pretty much up against it with the rest of his lineup.
Yes, I was honestly wondering whether he was going to do the usual Q Druid until you either win or lose the series, because that is, again, something we see certain players lean towards when you have a really difficult deck to get over the line. But instead, Posesi is going to jump over to the Hunter. And this is a very, very interesting matchup. And I do want to keep an eye on how Curse chooses to play this, because I think dropping a minion down 1 by 1, maybe 2, on 2 on turn 2.
Yep.
If they're 1 drops, you get what I mean. Isn't necessarily the best way to reliably beat Quest Hunter, because that's almost what they want you to do, right? Is just play a minion a turn, and then they kill a minion a turn, and then suddenly the quest is done, and then they start just killing you instead. So Trog on 1. Fantastic, of course, for Cursed against a quest deck at going first. You very much like to draw the Trog. But Posesi does have a way to kill this with just barbed nets, just to be annoyed about it, but at least it's not stacking Trogs, right?
Yeah, and Curse won't mind it too much, although his follow-up is bad. His follow-up's all right now, because obviously it's a quest tick that goes missing. We'll point out quickly before he draws it, there is 1 explosive trap in Posesi's list as well, which would be rather a nice pickup. Ah, he missed it.
Definitely scary though, isn't it? Because with the explosive, there's still not next turn, but that's where Pride's Fury can really come in clutch, right? Because we've seen a lot of these aggro druids not have relevant health buffs in any... Like, Gardens exists, but it doesn't really pop off until the mid to late game. But the Pride's Fury on curve, if these Trogs start duplicating, could be very big indeed. And Posesi, go for the trade and just saying, well, I can't one-shot this Trog, so I won't make more.
Not ideal for Cursed, but the Oracle might be just an okay play here if he doesn't think it's going to get dealt with, because the Trog needs to be dealt with kind of first. Not a lot else going on, going into 4 mana. We'll get that composting and the Adept down next turn, or the Guidance, depending which way he wants to go. So, not a massive amount of damage, though. So, although Posesi's not done anything yet, he's really not got behind yet either.
Yeah, that's definitely a game winner card, the Beaststalker Tavish. But, okay. I mean, an option. A little bit weird with the attack value total, so maybe he goes just this and then maybe composting. I wouldn't have hated to draw 4. These, I guess, like, the trades are fine. I would imagine he protects the Trog.
He might, although maybe the Trog going actually will make room for some bigger things going forward, so maybe he doesn't mind, but you're right, he does protect it, so... I think he did have to get some stuff on the board this turn, though. It's turn 4, he hadn't done much damage. I know it mounts up really fast, but you don't want to get your opponent having too much comfort zone, and this is definitely not comfort zone. You can't explosive trap this board.
Yeah. A little
It's go time for Posesi, right?
Yeah.
Just give them 1 Trog and play some spells this turn. Otherwise, you're never doing it.
The problem is he will want to quick shot this turn.
Yeah.
It just depends on how he wants to use his mana. Because honestly, at this point, I'm wondering whether the quest is even relevant. So could the 1 mana have been used on something else, is my question. And that might not be the case. The quest might become very relevant, especially if this Tavish can go off and he gets the explosive. But this board with composting is absolutely huge because this is the thing that keeps the game even, right? Like, oh, the full health. Posesi, yeah, there you go, mate. Yep, I feel the same way. I have played Hunter against this matchup too many times to count, and just when you think you've got an idea that you can survive, this happens. And now I believe he's not dead. He can go in with the candle shot.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he believes he's dead and cursed in another blink of an eye. He's going to go 2-0 up now with the Druid. And that, again, very rough game. And I think, although, of course, the first Trog was a big problem, I think the second Trog was the one that pushed him, pushed Posesi out, because that was just too much to handle and a really difficult one to come back from as Hunter. That's how Hunter loses that matchup, like I said, and you mentioned as well. When you go wide all at once, there are very few cards in the deck that can remotely deal with like even half of that board, never mind the full thing.
Yeah, you saw there the attack with the candle shot, the penultimate turn from Posesi, playing into that trap, playing into possibly a Dragonbane shot, sort of taking some things out as well, sort of holding out some hope to remove some damage, but basically was playing for that trap at this point and didn't get it. It's a 1 in 21 chance, wasn't likely to get it, but the power of the wild, you saw him shake his head, not just because of the amount of damage that was coming in, but because this now cannot be removed by anything. And yeah, just too much to deal with.
Just to correct my comment about the slight surprise at the concede, he obviously knew there was another Power of the Wild in the hand, right?
Yes.
Which is then the buff just goes beyond the explosive trap again, therefore it doesn't matter. But here we get to look at the Face Hunter from Cursed, and again, a lot of focus, recently, I guess, has been on Quest Hunter. But Face Hunter is a big threat, especially with the addition of Vicious Slither Spear. It's such a great minion to get on one because of the buffs you run, Doggy Biscuit and then Ramming Mount. Like, if you start stacking that, not only does casting the buff obviously buff its attack for that turn, but also you start making a really big minion as its base stats being 1/3 is huge. But I am very interested to see how this version of the list goes, especially because when I've played Naga's Pride, it never felt that strong. Maybe I was just unlucky, but it never really went off how you want it to happen, because it does get a little bit difficult when it requires you to have played one, let's say, before turn 3.
Sure, yeah, I can see that. Something I do really like about this deck is nearly every card does multiple things. So Slither Spear is obvious, it's a 1/3 that gets bigger. Okay, so what? But like the Gnome Private, you get the Honourable Kill, you just get that cheeky +2 attack. The Scribe, you just, you save 1 mana on your next spell on this deck that's trying to run things really quickly into you. Every minion pretty much just has a side effect, a nice little extra thing. You don't care if you don't get the side effect, you're just playing the deck out, but it all acts to give you a little bit more agency in what's going on and how you play it. And I really like it. And obviously, it is just also a straight-up curve deck. Whether I would have liked it before the tournament, before I saw someone was doing well with it, maybe not so much because Quest Hunter's just so good. But we are going to get to see it now for the first time in this tournament, I want to say.
Yeah, whereas I'm pretty sure you will trust me on this, and this
I will.
is the only deck I do, but you would trust me on. But yeah, I've been playing Face Hunter before the tournament as well. I saw a few lists. I believe, and I might be wrong, so I apologize, but I believe Fury Hunter either did well in a cup or won it, I can't remember, and in the lineup was a Face Hunter. It wasn't this Face Hunter, I don't think, but it was a Face Hunter. So I was playing with that for a few days just to check it out. But yeah, you're right, the Murkwater Scribe as well will proc the 3-mana spell. Again, just giving you more opportunities to be able to play a Naga, because without that, the spell is significantly weaker.
Posesi chucking away some pretty good-looking cards there, because one of the things he has to do here is, as I understand it, having not seen much Face Hunter, is sort of try and stay alive and race to alignment and hope you can hold out.
And I think Possess is just tilted right now, and I don't even blame him, but, the Trog scenario last game into Trog into 3-2 this game, now there's just He's going to get harpoon gunned on curve next turn. It's
Scrappy with scraps.
definitely going to feel like it snowballs pretty hard, but there is ramp, a lot of it in fact, for posesi, and this is a much more predictable board state to be able to clear up from Face Hunter than, for example, the aggro druid that ran health buffs.
Sorry, I'm just giggling. Look at his hand. Like the choices he has, even with what appears to be a basic Face Hunter deck already. He's got, what, 3 ways of legitimately deciding to clear up this 2-1.
I think he just plays Face Naga and Quick Shot, honestly. Oh, he's going to go gun. Okay. Forces the trade in, which is still fine. He retains the Trog, and the 3 damage he puts into the minion he gets by putting into the... Oh, wait.
So many choices.
He retains the spell reduction, so next turn he can play Face Naga and the summon.
Yeah. Okay, but posesi is getting there. I mean, I'm giggling here at how much synergy this Hunter draw has and what a curve he's got, but got to keep an eye on posesi here because he is going to have a lot of choices if he's still alive in 2 turns' time. The Alexstrasza might even come in handy because it'll be like turn 5 or 6 that it comes down. All this mana, it's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to make a lot of Trogs as well.
There's a lot of Trogs, but what I was saying earlier about Trogs, you know, you can just load up a 1-2 board and say, okay, you didn't take the doggy biscuit, and now you've got this board of 1-2s to mess around with.
Yeah, this is powerful. This turns off the Raz turn as well. I bet he picked the summon as well, didn't he? Yeah, he did. I thought.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the play's strong, but obviously this is like the weird counter. It's like, you can't play more minions if the board's full.
Might want the doggy biscuit this time, although you know you're getting cleared, but even so.
I mean, Biscuit's still fine to drop on Naz, right?
Yep, absolutely.
And there's still a reduction, so if he really wanted to, he can save the reduction the next turn if this board's cleared. Play like Naz, Biscuit with Quick Shot as well.
Yeah, and then it's aim shot hero power the turn after.
He's just going to bank it, okay.
Yep, that also
I mean,
makes
it's
sense.
fine. His opponent's on like no health, so posesi's probably just going to die if he plays Whelps, so...
It is though, isn't it? It's just Raj, Quick Shot, Hero Power, GG. And Cursed is 3-0 win, and we've only just started.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
All right,
Only 5
don't worry.
next turn.
Oh yeah, it's actually because
Yeah, the spells aren't reduced forever, Lorinda. If it was, I would stop casting and go and play Hunter now.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm just reining you in. I know it's exciting that Curse has just potentially won a series of Hearthstone in like 10 minutes, but still. Does need to think about potential problems. Because now there's a chance that the Naga Giants and Scales are in hand, right? Because they're massively reduced. But that would mean the exact 4, I guess, if you count the draw off the top. He knows 1 is Enrich. He knows that for a fact. It would need like these exact 3 cards, 2 of them to be Naga Giant and Scale to have any real chance. He knows both Innovates are used, right?
Yes, that's
It
an
also
important
can't
point,
be it can't be Miracle Growth into Innovate Scales either.
Yep.
And this is good, right? This just goes wide again and says, okay, well, that's 3 damage. If you play Scales again, you'll be able to push even more, you know.
posesi has just looks like TJ's cam is just slowly slumping off the screen inch by inch through this particular match.
I can understand it. There's the Naga Giant. I took form, can still fish.
Oh,
Moonlit
can still fish.
And he would get 2. Obviously can't play them both this turn if he did. That was an instant.
Hits.
Okay.
Job's done.
Puts him up to 12. Don't think that's enough.
No, it's nowhere near enough with Naz on board. And just like that, there you go, Lorinda. Kirster's won now. Tons of damage, double Biscuit into Quick Shot for absolute max damage here. And Curse, just like that, 3-0 with his very unique aggro lineup. And posesi waves goodbye, and again, I feel for posesi because it's not the most fun series for him, of course. He just kind of got steamrolled every single game. But as usual, I think Posesi's continued to show that he's not going anywhere for a while yet. Done absolutely amazing, making a name for himself in Asia Pacific Grand Masters, and then this Masters Tour, boom, up there in top 8. Absolutely great performance from him. But yeah, Curse just got the job done, right? That was absolutely brutal.
Yeah, and this is the part where I normally say it's a shame that Posesi's not won anything big, blah, blah, blah. He's the world champion.
Yes, of course.
You know, it took him a few years to get there. He had a lot of top 4, top 8 type finishes. And again, this is the part where I normally would have said, it's a shame he's never won a big one. He's won the big one now. So a lot easier to stomach when you get a top 4 at a Masters Tour, or top 8 on top of winning the World Championships.
And also, rightly or wrongly, as a community, we judge world champions a lot of the time based on what they do after they become a world champion, which seems harsh, right? But this is what happens. And the fact that, became a world champion, he's still rocking in high scores in big open tournaments as well, like Masters Tour that we're doing this weekend. Super impressive from Posesi, but he just could not stem the tide there from Cursed. So there you go, guys. That is our top 4 here. Orange, VK, MSB, C. A lot of letters there. Face Off and Curse are going to be the top 4, and I'm okay with it. And I think it was pretty obvious across the board that with our top 16 starting the day, I would have been okay with almost any of them. With any of them making it into top 4, into finals, and onwards. So it's a really impressive group of players. But I am excited for this top 4, Lorinda, because my prediction in the form of Orange is still in.
I deliberately, I have to admit, did not pick Orange.
To dodge the curse.
I don't believe in curses. It's unlucky to be superstitious, Raven. But yeah, I didn't want to pick Orange and have him not win the tournament. I'm too biased. I've got to admit it. I'm not casting any of his matches, so I'm good to go on that one. Especially as I've been happy with Habu, so I wasn't particularly biased in that one. But yeah, I'm a biased person, so I didn't pick Orange. I picked Posesi. That went well.
I'll be casting his one of his matches, definitely, because I'm casting the finals, Lorinda.
Oh, nice.
Confidence, and it's going to ruin me because it probably means Orange will lose, knowing my prediction history. But yeah, that was lightning fast. I almost feel bad to leave everyone so quickly, but we are going to go to a break while we set up our first semi-final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City. My name is Soto. I'm joined by Gia, and we are here a little bit early than might have reasonably been expected after that last quarterfinal absolute stomping from Curse. But honestly, I think he was just doing Gia a favor because Gia's got this incredible thing called a social life. She's going to have to desert us and go to a party pretty soon, so you must be absolutely loving life right now, Gia.
I mean, it's got its pros and cons because I did predict posesi to win the whole thing just out of APAC loyalty, and that did not go very well for me. In fact, it went pretty much the opposite, how quickly he got stomped there. But it's an impressive showing, and definitely a showing for the variety that we're seeing in this metagame here in the top 8. I think Lorinda mentioned that just none of the most popular lineups actually made it through to the top 8, and so we're seeing people that going for their own thing is working out for them here. And at the foremost of that, I would say, is Orange rocking the Naga Mage all the way here in the top 4.
Yeah, and I'm very pleased to finally be casting an Orange series. I've managed to dodge them throughout the tournament so far. Orange was my prediction for the tournament, as well as Ravens. I think after I started to see how well this lineup was performing for the group that picked it, Orange, Habugabu, of course, who also made it to top 16, and then Fury Hunter as well, who, let's call it what it is, would also be in top 16 if he could get out of bed on time in this tournament, because he was 6-2 with a default loss for a late check-in. So obviously this lineup is massively well performing. You know, my general, very basic formula for doing predictions is lineup strength modified by a multiplier of player strength. So when you have a lineup that's showing itself to be this good, piloted by a player as strong as Orange, that is an absolute no-brainer for me. Looks like we're going to be kicking things off with the Quest Hunter. Obviously, we just saw Face Hunter's moment to shine just a few minutes ago, Gia, and it was literally just a few minutes. But how do you feel? Do you still think Quest Hunter was the bring over Face Hunter for this tournament?
I do think so. Just over a wider spread of matchups, I feel that Quest Hunter covers so many things better than Face Hunter does outside of exactly the Druid matchup. If you're okay with losing to Druid once, if it's in the lineup for Orange here, I think Quest Hunter just has almost favorables across the board there. With the inclusion of Beastalker Tavish, you're able to beat even Control Warriors, whereas Face Hunter has a much more polarized matchup spread. And what you said about predictions being based on lineup strength modified by player strength, honestly, I should have just gone for Orange too, because the fact that he doesn't need to fly anywhere means that his only weakness has been taken out of the equation as well.
Yeah, we talked about how Fury Hunter would have been in top 16 if he could get out of bed on time. If Orange could catch a flight, he'd be 3-time world champion by now. Let's just call it what it is. But yeah, we've got Boar Priest on the other side now coming out from MSBC. How do we feel about MSBC's lineup? Because you talked about the strength of Druid and how, you know, you can build a lineup that just concedes a win to Druid and is fine about that. You can target Druid. On the other side for MSBC, we have the no Druid whatsoever lineup with this Boar Priest and the unique Naga Ping Mage coming into it as well. How do you feel about this lineup?
I feel it's much more of a wild card. I honestly couldn't place my finger on what it is trying to target so much. So maybe these are just the decks that MSBC feels most comfortable with. And overall, they all have a pretty decent power level. I'll admit I don't have a lot of practice on the ping variant of Naga Mage, but I'd assume most of its matchups are similar to regular Naga Mage with the sort of upside that you have slightly more of a top-end late-game win condition with the Dawn Grasp and the Mordresh, but maybe a little bit less consistency of going super wide on board. So I'd imagine it loses some percent against the likes of Quest Hunter, but gets a bit better against Warrior, for example. But leading that up, if we take those two things into account for Orange's lineup, then I guess MSBC would rather have regular Naga Mage. The Boar Priest is another one that's a bit of a wild card, though I am still thinking that this deck is mainly in lineups to beat up on Control Warriors, but yet again, that's not in Orange's lineup, so this could be a tough one for MSBC.
It could be, yeah. It's weird, right? You're one step away from calling this lineup from MSBC a target Control Warrior lineup, right? And then it's target Control Warrior plus the mirror. And then there's just aggro Demon Hunter in there.
Exactly.
And you just completely forget about what's going on. You forget where you are. You don't know what's real anymore. It's a very, very strange lineup indeed. But I do think you are right in your assessment that whatever it's trying to do it's whiffed against Orange, and I would peg Orange as a decent favorite in this one. There might be a few X factors in there that we don't understand because they're kind of rare matchups, like regular Naga Mage versus Naga Ping Mage, that kind of thing, like where exactly that kind of thing is going to fall out. But overall, I would expect Orange to be a pretty big favorite overall in the series, which, you know, has to, in my mind, make him a pretty big favorite for the tournament. Although there is a very scary opponent waiting for him in the finals, because once he gets through to that, if he does get there with his Druid in his lineup, then we could just be seeing a very rapid repetition of what we saw happen to Posesi, and both of our predictions will just get stomped in 20 minutes, Gia. You never know. It could happen.
I mean, Cursed just has the Trog magic. I mean, Posesi did it to win the World Championship. Many players did it to win their respective seasons of Grandmasters, and Cursed could do it even in a new expansion and post-rotation, proving that Trogs are still the way to go. Who knows, Sottle? But for this matchup in particular, we do have the bans already locked in. Orange choosing to get rid of Warrior, which I think he has been banning as a priority throughout the tournament, even though Demon Hunter also seems like a bit of a threat to his lineup. It is very much possible that he just says, okay, either one of these two, I'm going to ban one, accept a loss to another, and then be very strong against the rest of the remaining decks, which I think holds true even against MSBC. But MSBC's choice to get rid of Druid on the other side, I think, is also playing into a bit of the fact that his Naga Mage is less likely than regular Naga Mage to get a huge board pop-off because he has the ping package.
Yeah, completely agree with all of that. We are getting into the series now. Just had a little bit of a momentary delay getting MSBC's face on camera, as we did have some problems with in the previous series. So fingers crossed it holds up and is stable this time around. We are going to kick things off. Quest Hunter versus Boar Priest. Gia, where do you stand on this matchup?
I think slightly Quest Hunter favored because they do have so much damage that they can get to the point where even the double Desperate Prayer, double Flash Heal is not necessarily enough for the Priest to stabilize. But in the hands of a skilled player, Boar Priest can definitely get the job done. Quest completion, even like a couple turns post Tavish, can still be enough as long as you are able to beat down the quest reward itself. You're able to raise their damage once the hunter is down to 1 mana. And it's a very spectacular opening hand for MSBC, honestly, with the amulet kept to be traded immediately because you have nothing better to do on turn 1. Then he hit the Thrive and can follow it up with Switcheroo and an active Handmaiden whenever he wants it by that point, because the Illuminate can also be weaved in as the third spell.
Yeah, and I think you saw MSBC kind of planning out that curve step by step on that previous turn as well, as to whether there was any chance the Illuminate was worth being played kind of ahead of curve in this position. Decided against it in the end, which I think was pretty wise with the way the curve will pan out. And now just dropping that Thrive in the Shadows. Picks up Desperate Prayer, which is a card you highlighted as very, very important in the matchup, which absolutely will be. Not in the least just because of raw healing, but with a Switcheroo, there's always a decent chance you're going to pick up a Xyrella as well, which means then that Desperate Prayer could perhaps interact very nicely with an early Drekthar from the opponent, if that's what you're looking to deal with.
That's right. Drekthar, definitely one of the threatening ways that Hunter can approach the matchup, aside from just pointing all their damage spells face. But we saw the keep of Beastalker Tavish from Orange, which also kind of clues us into him thinking about going for just Animal Companion spam, which you can do against Priest also. They don't have unlimited board clears, especially if you kind of parcel them out 2 to 3 minions per turn, and then you threaten lethal just by having further burst spells in hand.
Have to say it just because my brain made me. Animal Companion. That's nothing. Moving on. Yeah, Orange on the other side, just choosing to rip a Dragonbane shot at face, which I think is perfectly reasonable. It's not a matchup where you're going to get a ton out of repeated value from the Dragonbane shot by killing minions. So I think sensible here just to spend the mana on progressing the quest and fire that spell at face.
Yeah, that's right. And if he is going for turn 5 Coin Tavish, which I would have to believe is the plan if you are keeping that hero card, then ideally he wants to not be done with quest stage 2 before turn 5, because you want the hero card in play and then you get your hero power down to 0 for the rest of the game, and then you can do, after Tavish quest reward, refreshing Animal Companions. So he has to plan out his next couple turns without necessarily playing more than 2 damage spells because he's currently at 1. So it still kind of works out, right? He could spend this turn either playing Treasure Guard or Aim Shot, and then the other one on the next turn plus Arcane Shot, and then have Tavish into one other spell afterward, and that will put the hero power to 0.
Yeah, obviously first step of the quest does not really affect the Tavish hero power at all. Try as you might, you won't be able to target your Mishas and Leox into various other minions on the board. Doesn't work like that, unfortunately. So you do have a little bit of wiggle room before you decide which way you are going, but the Beastalker Tavish plan is certainly a reasonable one in this matchup because as you were saying, even after you get pushed down to that 1 mana with the Sword of 1,000 Truths, if it does get to that point, 0 mana Animal Companions can still have a significant impact on the game at that point.
Right? And they will build a threatening board, multiple ones of them, because MSBC, technically, the big AoE available to Boar Priest is in 3 big waves, right? The Pyro 1, the Pyro 2, and the Xyrella. After that, they don't really have ways of regenerating more of those unless they are running Zola, but that's not the case for MSBC. All of the minions, only their base amounts available.
Yeah, there is the 1 light bomb thrown in on top of that that can deal with 1 more board state, but yes, certainly you do run out of ways to deal with boards very, very quickly, which is one of the problems you can run into in the Druid matchup. I was talking a little bit earlier on that Boar Priest only holding up a 30% win rate against Druid in this tournament, which is a little lower than I might expect, and is probably a big part of the reason why there are not too many Boar Priest players hanging around in this top 8 and now this top 4. Orange now choosing to rip the Wound Prey. There is the first step of the quest complete. As G has pointed out, if he is going to want to go now for this Tavish plan, he only has the luxury of 1 more spell to cast. Looks like he's choosing to use that on an aim shot.
Yeah, it works out perfectly. Mana spent, and then he's able to spend the next turn on Coin Tavish, and then can get the next stage done with either the other aim shot or the Arcane Shot. But it is a bit awkward in the sense that if it is straight away Coin Tavish, he loses the extra buff from the aim shot on the hero power because it does get replaced. But I don't think that's a big priority at this point.
I think MSBC's just done on amulets now, by the way. I think he just traded back in a 2 amulet, which is now a 3 amulet. And so now if we're looking at the other amulet being a 2, it looks like he's just done already at this point.
Great, so he just needs to find the other boar. With 1 in hand, he can actually get the boars dead very, very soon here. It's not like a regular combo deck where it feels like when you have this many sort of moving parts to it that you absolutely need to hit the bottom of your deck to get everything done, but that's not always the case with Boar Priest.
Yeah, and with one of those amulets costing 0, and with double Cleric and Pyromancer in hand, if he was to say just like top deck the second boar next turn, he might just be able to immediately do it all in some percentage chance if he really wanted to go for it. I'm sure he wouldn't because there's no reason to, but this is an incredibly rapid Boar Priest draw from what we're seeing so far.
Orange with a slight hesitation as to whether he wanted to commit to the Tavish game plan because he did just draw second Arcane Shot, and if you look at his hand, it is completely stacked in the damage game plan, and it could get there over a couple of turns, but it does sort of discount healing from MSBC as a counter, and they almost always have healing, so Orange sticking with his initial game plan.
I'm just going to stop you right there because the Tavish game plan is better for board and for damage. Like, your regular Hunter hero power only does 2 damage to face. The Tavish hero power does 4 damage to face every time you activate it. That's just strictly better.
1 out of 3 times it happens every time.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right. That is the amulet's done. So now MSBC needs to find the other boar, and he is golden. Just going to throw out the Desperate Prayer into the improved Ice Trap. It is kind of a question of hand space now, though, because I think the Handmaiden still needs 2 spells played, and obviously he doesn't really want to trade the amulets back. He needs to either give up on a Cleric at some point or accept that one of them is just not getting much value.
It looks like the Handmaiden did only need 1. He can just drop it now. Look for something else to dump. Flash Heal looks fine. Shadow Word Devour also looks fine.
Or he could just re-prayer here while it costs 2 and has 2 mana to spare.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. On board with that.
So he does have to consider, though, how to actually get draws from these clerics, because at the moment he doesn't have Gift of the Naru, which is the best way of proccing that with the Pyro. And he probably won't have that many minions to heal up with. Depends how much Orange is able to use his hero power over the next couple turns, but this is still just quest stage 2 that he's about to complete. No Tavish quest reward yet, so the Companions are still a while off.
It's fine. You don't have to go with that one. We can ignore that was ever said. It's okay.
I wanted to attempt it though, and can confirm it really does not roll off the tongue.
No, it doesn't. It's not good, is it? Arcane Shot, clearing up, getting the 0 mana hero power at the very least. There you go, 4 damage to face, as expected.
I should never have doubted. This Heifer just looking down at its brethren, the boar, with contempt.
Don't talk to me or my son, 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 ever again.
The 7th son of the 7th son. Oh my.
Yeah,
Right.
like this. Just get it done. Play the other Tavish on curve next turn. Furious Howl encourages you to dump the hand here anyway. This all makes a lot of sense to me.
Like it a lot as well. And right now, MSBC still has his hand space issues, but that's a gift of the Naru. Now he can draw, what, 4? With Cleric, Pyro, Spell, and then Gift. But he needs to manage how much he actually wants to draw. So he could dump a Flash Heal face and still be able to like draw to a perfect amount. Going Switcheroo though? Okay.
Yeah, Switcheroo makes the most sense, right? Because there's only one card he cares about in his deck, and it's a minion.
True.
So Switcheroo drawing cards to tutor specifically minions, I think just makes a whole lot more sense in this position.
And he seemed reasonably likely to get it. I'm not quite sure how many are left in deck. There's Voyage and Zyrella at least, but yeah, the deck doesn't run many minions to begin with, so that is second boar. And that is sort of 1,000 Truths next turn.
Yep.
Unless Orange finds a way for the boars to stay alive, but even if he left them alive, I think MSBC can kill them off and resummon and kill the new ones off all together in the same turn.
Agreed.
So, how many Huffers?
Wait, what? It broke.
Again. Tavish, Furious, again.
You'll need to run faster than that.
Weirdly, in this spot, does he not want Huffers? I mean, he gets them, regardless, because that's how it works. But the 4 health minions might just have a better chance of hanging around, right? Like, if he suspects that he's about to get sworded next turn, he wants to have as much of a board state potentially hang around as possible. Maybe with this many 1-attack minions already in play, that's kind of a pipe dream anyway, and therefore the Huffer damage is just the best thing he can do.
Right.
It's pretty close, I think.
Yeah, there's so many layers to it, because if I were Orange, I honestly wouldn't even be expecting to get sorted next turn just yet. It feels not particularly likely with 9 cards still left in deck, but he does know that there's been enough tradables done here. So for MSBC, just double trade the boars, Pyro, Amulet, Amulet, and that would even kill off the Misha. And he can sword face, but he would be leaving a Tavish on board there, which is a little bit scary.
Oh, this is so smart, by the way. That trade into the Cleric on the previous turn, specifically with that Huffer, made sure that no matter what MSB started doing with AoE, the Huffer was going to be the very first thing that died, right? And therefore, he gets 2 Huffers back on the following turn, which means he's just straight up representing 15 if the Tavish stays alive.
That's so huge. I didn't even catch that. Yeah, brilliant by Orange here. That means that Yeah, the 15 you were talking about, plus first hero power, and if he gets a one-cost spell off the top, second hero power as well, and whatever the one-cost spell does. But MSBC doesn't really have a choice. He has started the train. He has to stay the course here, go face for 15, and pray that that is enough. But what we're looking at here is not even a two-turn lethal setup, right? Because of the armor from the Tavish.
Indeed, yeah. Desperate Prayer found as well here. This does not change the breakpoint on Orange's clock, but could well change the breakpoint on MSBC's clock. That's a very, very big deal as well. And now suddenly Huffers and Leox are both almost equally relevant. That's not the card, though.
Nope, that is only one hero power this turn, and whether it's a Huffer or a Leok, it's gonna have to take either the Tavish going in or two minions going in to kill the Pyro. So at that point, you probably just leave the Pyro, everything goes face, pray there's no further healing, and you get another Huffer next turn. Oh my god! Hello? 19 damage. So if he puts MSBC down to 11, and he draws Arcane Shot the next turn and gets another 2 Huffers, that's still just 10 damage. So he doesn't have a guaranteed lethal, but there is a chance that his board sticks around. Like MSBC sitting on very few cards, but the Light Bomb will make quick work of it.
Yeah, I wonder whether there's ever a trade of the Tavish in that position, and that way you can say, well, if there's no Light Bomb, then maybe my board sticks. But I think when there's a minion in hand from the remaining switcheroo, right? The switcheroo that pulled Boar plus something from Orange's perspective, which I think is almost always either Pyromancer or Xyrella in this position, which would be able to clear up your board anyway. So cashing out damage does just make the most sense.
Leash as well now. I think MSBC is just fishing for his Xyrella. The minion. Doesn't particularly need it. Like, even if he were to just go face and then Light Bomb here, he has a very clean 2-turn setup and there is nothing Orange can do about it.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, Orange can get a Misha, which would stop the sword going face for a turn, maybe.
Yeah, if Light Bomb's like exactly the bottom card or something, right? It's an out at the very least.
Or if MSBC just uses it here to kill the Tavish, and he does.
Yeah, okay, fair.
But he actually maintains the Pyro and plays the Valish, which plays around a Misha being generated.
Yeah, very, very nice. I was going to say, I don't actually think there's a way to die in that position, so I was going to question using the Light Bomb, because then that, Misha into Misha into Misha for the rest of the game, factor comes in. But yeah, MSBC clearly had the setup covered there as well, maintaining the Pyro on board, playing the Priestess as well at the same time. Perfectly had his bases covered, was going to be securing lethal through any possible scenario on the following turn. So very nicely done indeed. It was a very good Boar Priest draw, but I think it was a very well executed game of Boar Priest by the player as well, which you can't ask for more than that. It's very often the key to winning a tournament is that you run well and you play well. You quite often have to do those things at the same time, which is very, very tricky to get those things to line up.
I agree. Well piloted by MSBC, but we also saw some very good interaction knowledge from Orange, just setting up with the Huffers as well. I do kind of wonder if the Tavish game plan is the standard way to approach the matchup, though, because when I've seen players say that they feel comfortable as Quest Hunter in this matchup, they generally have told me that it's through just beating down the door with damage, and not really bothering with the animal companions being summoned. But again, I don't have too many reps on that. Who knows? I think in the future we'll be seeing more Boar Priest as people get more and more comfortable with playing the deck. I feel it's very similar to Garrote Rogue, honestly, in its history, where you hear whisperings of it as a potentially super high power ceiling deck, but it's so confusing, and you need to fall into all these traps first and brave the very steep learning curve. But as time progresses, I think more people will feel comfortable playing it, and we'll get more of a sample size on how to actually play around it.
Yeah, I was talking about this with, I think, Lorinda on day one, where with every expansion, there are always these decks that start off as like a 43% win rate deck. And we all agree that they'll get better than that, but the trick is working out whether they'll reach a 51% win rate deck, in which case the 2 months of practice you put into learning it probably isn't worth it, or whether that 2 months will get it to like a 57% win rate deck, right? And then you're in business. And I think that is definitely the hard thing to get a handle on with Boar Priest for sure. But very much at the opposite end of the scale is Naga Demon Hunter, which you pick it up, you play your first game, and it's already a 54% win rate deck, Gia, and that is what we're going to be running into a mirror with.
It is so forgiving as well. I can't tell you the number of times I miscounted damage or like forgot that Senna would go somewhere else than face first and missed out on multi-strike interactions. There's always the thing where like, okay, I have Dread Prison Glaive. Let me kill a small minion and then play multi-strike and then go face, and then you realize, oh wait, if I played multi-strike and I already attacked a minion, I cannot go face after that. That's the one order that doesn't work. So
You
there
may
are
attack
still
additional
things.
minions, you may not attack an additional face. That's not what it says on the card.
But you could count it as the additional minion just happened prior to it, you know? It's the base. It's the additional in the...
How does the card know? The card's not paying attention to what you did before you played it, Gia. Come on, it's just chilling in your hand, waiting for you to play it. Then it starts paying attention.
But I still won that game. That's how strong Demon Hunter is.
At the end of the day, it's a moot point because the deck's just broken.
Oh, man. That's an opener for Orange here. Dread Prison Glaive is without a doubt the most important card in the mirror, I would say. Having it early allows you to not only deal with opposing one-drops, it also makes sure that you get an active Puffer Fist as soon as possible. It means that you can play Drekthar and also immediately attack, because Drekthar in this deck in particular is so much stronger when you have a weapon pre-equipped, because it can summon so many things with bonus effects if you have a weapon, like Puffer Fist and the Battlesworn Vanguard.
I almost wondered whether the Slither Spear got thrown away in that specific opening hand for Orange, because you go weapon on one and then you want to have potentially coin Puffer Fist things available to you. But the way this lines up, if you were going to be dealing with a Battle-Worn Vanguard on the other side, you'd be doing that a turn later anyway, most likely, unless your opponent also went weapon on one into Battle-Worn on two. So I think it's fine just to take care of the one drop first, get it on board.
Bit of a slower hand from MSBC. He only kept the Mankrik, which is kind of slow, but if you run Mankrik and you're not keeping it in the opener, I don't know why you're running Mankrik, so fair enough here. Just going to respect the Slither Spear, even though it feels bad to use Fury on rank 1. I completely agree that if his next turn is going to be just a 3-4 with no further development, you should get rid of the minion problem while you have the chance.
And since you are known worldwide, Gia, as the Queen of Mulligans, I've just made that up, I've never heard anyone say that before. I wanted to ask you, there was a Battle-Worn Vanguard in MSBC's hand, which he threw away on the play. Do you have any thoughts on that in the Demon Hunter mirror?
I think it makes a lot of sense if you don't have exactly Dread Prison Glaive on turn 1, because if you are keeping Mankrik, also it kind of conflicts with your turn 3, because you don't want to play the Battlesworn on turn 2 without attacking. It's just so easy to kill it off and you don't get any extra value from the 1/1s. So the next possible turn to attack with it would be turn 3, but that's when you want to play Mankrik. So I much prefer MSBC putting his eggs in the Mankrik basket and looking for more flexible options, and he does hit the weapon for himself.
All right, straightforward turn. Spider Tank, go. Orange has some slightly more explosive options available to him on the other side. There is a lot of damage to be pushed here with a multi-strike if Orange would like it.
There is, but I highly value Puffer Fist multi-strike in the mirror. It's just so much AoE you can get. It's one of the few ways to cleanly deal with the Drekthar board as well, that I think the turn for Orange probably ends up being Fury Hero Power, kill the Mankrik and chill. He does also have like a pretty good responsive hand, even if he's playing from behind for a couple turns, because Treasure Guard can fill out the mana and he has coin into Kurtrus, which is such a huge deal. Hitting the hero card in the mirror, I think, is very, very important. He does go Treasure Guard instead of killing the Mankrik. Also sort of baiting, I suppose, MSBC into going wider and then cleaning up the Mankrik with the Puffer Fist. That does look even better than Fury now that I see it.
Yeah, this was going to be my counter proposal. I really like the look of this because ideal scenario, right? This 1-5 tanks a little bit of damage for you, maybe softens up the Mankrik for 1 HP, and then your opponent slams Drekthar, does a Battle Worn Vanguard turn, whatever it's going to be, right? And then you have that Pufferfist multi-strike turn to clean up everything and have a massive swing the turn after. This makes a lot of sense. However, he's just going to take 5 for the privilege of playing a taunt minion, which is one of the unique functions of playing against Demon Hunter.
Indeed. Yeah, the punish to that play is if MSBC doesn't take the bait or doesn't even have the option to. Like, there wasn't really good board development that turn. If it is just a weapon on the other side, then Orange has to take more damage from the Mankrik than he intended. I don't know if he can afford to leave it up another turn here, because I think his priority now should focus to just landing a clean Kurtrus and using that tempo to give him the victory. And Kurtrus hasn't been particularly buffed throughout this match. Orange hasn't attacked too many times, I think.
Yeah, he played a 1-drop on 1, he did attack on 2, but then he played the weapon after, and then he didn't attack on 3. So if he attacks this turn, that would be the second turn that he had attacked during the entire game. Obviously second and third if he ends up using the multi-strike.
Right. And I'd say that 4 attack on the bats is the important breakpoint because there aren't really minions other than Treasure Guard that get above that health total. There is still the wife to contend with that's hiding somewhere in MSBC's deck, but I don't think Orange can afford to worry about that because he is so far behind on damage here.
This predation is looking pretty juicy right now with these 2 Slither Spears built up on board, but obviously you are looking for the Spectral Sight first. I wonder if he is just going to rip it this turn just to get the additional buffs on the 1-drops, which I think is probably worth, right, in this particular matchup. Okay, he's going to hold on to it. Fine.
It's really close, right? Because if you expect Orange to have to face tank either of them on this turn to clear, then yes, it is worth. But if he's not going to deal with them, or if he uses a spell to deal with it instead, then sometimes you'd rather save the predation so that when they're actually attacking on your board, they still have the buff. I really like the design on Slither Spear. I just think it makes for so many cool decisions. But the other thing to note is if it's exactly Kurtrus, right? Then having 3 attack on these Slither Spears means that you can potentially top deck Pufferfist and have that easily deal with the remainder of the bats. Now though, even a Pufferfist draw, I guess it's okay with multi-strike, but not super clean. Ooh, that's huge though.
That is huge.
Puffer, but again, breakpoint is awkward. He can only kill 1 of the bats if he plays Pufferfist here. And because of that, maybe he gives Orange a bit of deja vu, plays the Treasure Guard, and then sets up for Puffer multi the next turn.
Yeah, problem is leaving minions up and trying to suck your opponent into just making attacks into a taunt minion. A lot less appealing when they're already Kurtrus and each of those attacks is adding 2 damage on the other side. But yeah, as mentioned, Gia, need for greed into Pufferfist was the exact reason why you would predation on the previous turn. So that your opponent's coin Kurtrus, trade into your 3-attack minion, and then based on exactly that 1 pan out, you're able to clear the board with the Pufferfist. Sorry, I'm sounding like an America's caster right now. We're better than this, Gia. Sorry, I'll move on.
Yeah. Man, can't stress enough how awkward that turn was for MSBC, because if he wanted to clear both of them, it would involve hero power and predation and then float 2 mana. Like, he could, like, multi-strike, but that's essentially floating mana anyway, because you couldn't Treasure Guard. So he takes the halfway play of Treasure Guard plus the predation, hopes that Orange can't get too much extra value from leaving a minion on board, but Orange knows the drill here. I don't think he's going to be too fussed about trying to get, like, super wide on board. He doesn't even have the option. I think it's going to be just push the damage onto the taunt and then use this Foul Barrage while there's no other targets to make sure it can go face. Ooh, but he's going Puffer instead.
He is going Puffer, yeah. In terms of maximizing damage over turns, this does make sense, right? You can get 2 damage out of a Pufferfist now that you wouldn't be able to get out otherwise. All the other cards in your hand are basically guaranteed to connect for the damage they say on the card at this point. So I do think, you know, in terms of parceling things out, this makes a ton of sense.
That's a steno for MSBC, but there's too many things in the way, and I don't think even she can handle this. That's a wife, though. Steno counts. I mean, MSBC can't even face tank both of these with the Dread Prison Glaive because he'd die. So,
Yeah, that's very true.
It's just not enough. He can't even remove them without face tanking one, I think. Or I guess you could, but like, does it work? Because you go Steno, multi, then the Steno deals only 4 damage to this 5 health board. And then you cannot play Puffer Fist, so yeah. Very dead.
There is a treasure guard in hand, though. And currently, the only damage Orange has absolutely guaranteed to go face is the Predation. There is, of course, Fell Barrage and the Chaos Strike, but both of those are played around by just having minions in play.
True. MSBC now is at a health total lower than Mancrick's wife, though. And
Yes.
now it's tied with Puffer Fist as well.
Unfortunately, it is also just 3, which is the more salient point at this point. So Predation will go face and clear things up, and that means Orange is going to square up the series 1-1. And I think that's a super important win, actually. If you want to weigh the relative merits of the weird method of like who's ahead in Conquest as to what did each win mean, I think that win in the Demon Hunter mirror was probably a slightly more important win overall than the Boar Priest win against the Quest Hunter earlier on, because of course these are just 2 of the stronger decks. You could argue that the fact is these 2 decks are going to get a win in the series anyway, so maybe the result of this mirror didn't matter too much. But I think picking up wins in mirror matches in Conquest in general is just a very powerful thing to do.
I agree, and especially in the context of the fact that it's Orange's Demon Hunter that's gotten a win, and MSBC can still land the Demon Hunter into regular Naga Mage matchup, which is one that I find highly contentious. Like, the reason I felt like going into this tournament that Naga Mage wasn't particularly strong is I struggled with this matchup so much on ladder. It's the one that I felt was keeping Naga Mage from being all the way at the top. But then I saw players like Orange and Habu Gabu able to reach the upper echelons of Legend, even running into this matchup. And I'm so excited to see how Orange approaches it if he does run Naga Mage into Demon Hunter, because I often feel like the Mage gets overrun way too quickly. And even if you are able to pop off on turn 5, you've often taken too much damage to seal out the game anyway. But maybe there is something bubbling under the surface that I haven't gotten the chance to try out for myself. Hopefully Orange can give us a masterclass on that matchup.
Yeah, certainly. I think it's been very interesting watching Orange and Habu Gabu kind of become the 2 flag bearers for this deck, because I think they are 2 massively different Hearthstone players that are both gravitated towards this deck for different reasons. Like, Habu Gabu is the natural, right? Like, day 1, week 1 of any meta in anything, any game, any activity, anything in the world, Habu Gabu's probably one of the best at it, right? It always seems that way. It's happened with various fresh meta games in Constructed, it's happened in Battlegrounds, it's happened in Mercenaries. Habu Gabu just picks things up, dissects them, learns them super quick, and is just way ahead of the curve. Whereas honestly, Orange quite often starts off a little ways behind the curve, but then just through hard work, practice, learning through iteration, grinding, being, practicing sensibly, and just having a great work ethic and a great understanding of the game in general, then catches up and overtakes everyone else towards the middle and end of metagames. So it's been interesting to see both sides of that dynamic just gravitate towards Naga Mage, and just Habu Gabu getting off to the very early lead with the super early rank 1 legend performances, while Orange was still grinding away trying to catch up to that level with the deck. But I think he is very much there now, and I am looking forward to a good performance from Orange. But here we go, Gia. We are going to have to answer the question of who wins, Naga Mage versus Naga Ping Mage.
Oh man, that's a tough one. I still want to add a little more comments on the Orange versus Habu Gabu dynamic there, because I've always looked up to Orange in the sense that he is a learner, right? We've always sort of given him this tag as casters, and personally as a Hearthstone player, I don't identify as somebody who has the natural talent or skill to pick up a deck and know what to do immediately. Oftentimes I look at this and wait, what's the combo here? And have to watch a bunch of streams before I even get anything. And to have someone like Orange who is so consistent with good results despite not having necessarily the fastest natural talent compared to some of the other players is, I think, very inspirational. And it's also reached the point where he's not just necessarily picking up the lists of others. He has a distinctly different Naga Mage list from Habu Gabu's. And I think the hot streaks, you know, earlier when I cast this series today, came in very, very clutch in the Quest Hunter matchup. And they could still have some value later on. But against Naga Ping Mage in particular, I think there will always be enough targets for Flurry to actually get value on. But who is actually favored here, I am honestly not sure, but me with my learner and not instinctual mindset, I look at the fact that it's easier for base Naga Mage to pop off on board early, and I look at the fact that MSBC doesn't really have big AoE until Mordresh, and that makes me think that Orange should be slightly in the lead.
Well, let's dig in and find out. These opening hands, I think, are going to be very telling, and that is far too many spells and not enough Nagas hanging around in Orange's hand right now. He is going to have to find some very worthwhile support in the coming turns. At the very least, some form of card draw off this Runed Orb would be nice, if not off the top of the deck on the following turn.
He at least has the Vicious Slither Spear to start the train of damage, though. But for MSBC, this is a very strong opener. Being the player on coin and with access to Sivara in the opener is so huge, because Sivara is an amazing card when she also is... She gets a balance of like tempo spells and damage spells, and the coin is the highest tempo spell that you have access to in Mage. So it means that you can play Sivara as early as turn 3 potentially, and if she's active, you can straight away coin out another spell and be even on board state while also having gotten your value.
Orange here already taking his time with this consideration. There's multiple ways to go about this. Obviously, having the Slither Spear with initiative here puts you in control of the situation. It could be Runed Orb, it could be First Flame, just depending on how much health you want to protect on your own Slither Spear, how much damage you want to push to face. There is Wish Fulfilled, though, the Arcane Intellect coming off the Runed Orb, as I was talking about earlier.
Right, that's huge. I mean, the consideration for First Flame, Second Flame was very real, like you said, because the 3 health breakpoint is so much harder to deal with than 2, because that's the breakpoint for Runed Orb and First Flame on the other side. But Orange, I think, realizes that those cheap spells are such valuable resources for the turn he does eventually pop off, that he's willing to sacrifice potentially the Slither Spear dying. Does pick up Enforcer that turn.
Oh, that says 4! That says 4! Oh, it's the wrong one.
I mean, it's still a good play on turn 4. If you top deck Siren on 5, it's perfect.
Yeah, that's true.
Crush Claw being picked up by Orange right on the turn he played Runed Orb was very clutch. It means that he can continue to be the one getting ahead on board first. He's actually making use of being the one on play in this matchup. Whereas for MSBC, the Sivara is still 1 spell off of being active, right? Or 2?
2, yeah, it was just minion on 1 into Runed Orb on 2 currently, right?
That means he can't quite just coin it out. School Teacher picked up for him, though.
And that is now a very interesting prospect as well. That kind of gives a way to fill out the First Flame turn again if Orange wanted to go down that route, but it looks like he is just going to follow the straight curve with the School Teacher.
Siphon or Volcanomancy or Shooting Star. Volcanomancy has its, you know, its merits if you are going to face a big pop-off on the other side. That is a way of dealing with a board. But I'm not sure if he's in the position where he should be taking contingency plans. I think he's in a better position to set up for a Siren of his own, so I think Siphon Mana is where I would have ended up here.
Yeah, I feel like I've fallen into that trap one too many times already, to the point where I'm very put off on Volcanomancy. It always feels like one of those picks where it's like, yeah, this will be great when I'm, you know, have to clear the board on the other side, and then it just never quite is. It's all like the AoE is always just one short, or you can't find a satisfying way to kill the minion you've targeted on, or something goes wrong with it. I've been burned one too many times, I think, by that card already.
Yep, it is a fire spell.
Thanks, Gia.
And speaking of, that's double Wildfire played for MSBC, and that his Sivara will get him back another one, right? So this Reckless Apprentice actually is going to be in range of dealing with a potential big Siren board. And Orange hasn't even found the Siren. MSVC just has the long game in his favor.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Gifts? I mean, it only draws one forever, but I feel like another First Flame is not Orange's priority at the moment. Just cycling towards Siren, I think, is top of mind.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree with that. Orange now has to consider whether to take the card draw right now, which it looks like he is leaning towards, or whether to just take the bump and trade with the First Flame. Hey, with how greedy he has been with this First Flame, if he actually finally hits what he is looking for to start his pop-off turn, he is going to be rewarded by these greedy keeps with the spells that he has.
Is he though? Because MSVC can make the biggest hero power with the Sivar. How many wildfires does this give back? I mean,
if you wait even longer and then play it with Bran, well, then the sky's the limit.
Now you're talking. But I think MSVC is correct to consider other options as well, because he is staring down at 9 on the other side, and even though there is only one basic knight for Orange, like these Nagalings that he could have discovered could be further damage. But yeah, that's an additional 2 wildfire. Oh man.
I think Orange is dead. Because the hero power just does 5 now whenever MSBC wants it to, with the AoE already in hand. Yeah.
But it means even when Orange does pop off, like MSVC just presses the apprentice button and poof goes the board, and he proceeds pinging for 5 every turn again.
Okay, so card draw plus ignites, plan B, I suppose. Does that ever get there fast enough in this situation? Racing a 5 damage hero power?
I'm gonna say no, but Orange is the master at this deck. Seafloor Gateway gets him an Amalgam for 1.
Yep.
That seems better than the other options. Maybe Springwater is okay, but it feels like he's drawn a disproportionate amount of spells compared to Naga, so he's pretty likely to whiff on Springwater.
Yeah, completely agree. And Amalgam is a lot more Spite Lash than many of the other cards in his deck. Still doesn't find it.
Hey, Baba Naga's damage!
True.
It's the thing that I don't know the name of. Dang it, Orange.
Which is also damage, I believe. I think that still hits face, right?
Oh, it does? Okay.
I think so.
Sweet. Wow, MSVC really saying this doesn't need to be the Wildfire Apprentice turn. He's not blinking until he sees a Spite Lash, it looks like. There's gotta be a Siphon mana here. He has Second Flame. Does it actually help him though? Like, he's had the mana to play these wildfires regardless. But cheapening the AI seems decent at least.
Yeah, that's very fair.
It would be so funny if MSVC just gets so greedy with the Apprentice that Orange gets there with the incremental minion damage. Because, I mean, it's not super far off from happening. MSVC is deliberately leaving still a bit of damage on board. And yeah, Orange is still a long way from getting there, but this could be the one way he does get there against this type of hand.
Yeah, for sure. It seems weird that, you know, we're sitting there talking about how all these minions might just keep getting there when at any moment MSBC can just pull the trigger and clear the board. But obviously he is not really willing to do that until he sees some sort of significant commitment from Orange. So if he can just skirt the line where there's 2 or 3 small minions in play, just attacking every turn, the damage is adding up.
Right, and now that Orange has seen like 3 wildfires played and knows about another one in hand, he won't even necessarily prioritize Spite Lash just for board. Like, if anything, he plays it for more mana expended or for more mana cheat in order to play more spells. Like, he knows that his board is just so fragile against this wildfire ×4 setup. No, I am not sure what's in the other Nagaling.
Same. No, I have also lost track. Volcanomancy.
He actually did pick it. Okay.
Good.
So both players setting up contingencies for Spite Lash on the other side, but we've hit the weird pan out where neither player actually has the Spite Lash.
Orange just continuing to chip away, though.
Yeah. Oh, is it time for MSBC to blink? He doesn't have to just yet. Like, one more Wildfire and a ping face deals 5, and then he could still Brand Reckless, which would deal 10 to the board and the face. There's a Spite Lash, but he doesn't have a cheap Naga that he can play with it right now.
Oh.
Yeah. He can set up Siphon, but I don't even think that particularly helps. Like, the spells are already cheap enough to play with Siren the next turn.
Right.
So strange. I've never seen Naga Mage pan out like this. And
It
a
is
mirror
very
at
odd.
that.
And I am sort of sat here wondering, like, what would have happened if MSBC had just on 6, just played double Wildfire Reckless, cleared whatever board was there, and then just started pinging Orange in the face every turn, you know, and just forgetting about all this nonsense. Like, obviously that would then get immediately punished by an instant response Spite Lash on the other side, but very, very interesting to see this panning out this way now.
Orange has drawn his Ignite back as well. A little bit awkward this turn if he wanted this turn to be the one to expend using the 7 cost minion, but I think Orange is probably having that earmarked alongside the Volcanomancy to deal with the Spite Lash turn, but yeah.
How is this still not Spite Lash? Are you kidding me?
I don't know.
And look, genuinely, look at the mark of a good Naga Mage player. No matter how long it's taking, Orange's hand is still perfect for a Spite Lash draw, right? He's got 2 cheap Nagas, he still has cheap spells, he still has card draw, he still has everything that you could possibly want for a Spite Lash turn. He's been, you know, manipulating that situation perfectly the entire time. But both Spite Lashes, bottom 11, and they've been, you know, potentially tutored twice by the Crush Claws and missed on an Amalgam time as well. Like, this is absolutely disgusting from Orange's side.
Finally, but now there's Spite Lash for MSBC. But Orange actually gets to clear it because he has Nagaling Volcanomancy into the 7 mana one with AoE.
Slithering Death Scale is the
Yes,
card.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Cool teacher, 2 Nagalings with the Bran. It's gone on so long that the Bran can be comfortably slid into the Spite Lash turn.
And comfortably slither into the turn.
Yes, exactly. And I think he can get the Apprentice in there as well. If he wants to.
I was going to say, if you're
Saving
going
all
to
this
play it now, you should have played it on turn 6, surely. Come on.
But you have Bran now.
I mean, that's fair.
Gifts.
Time runs out on me.
Played Wildfire, right? Yeah, and then Spell Coiler, sure. Fireball, oh. That's such a big deal. Probably creates a breakpoint for MSBC. Can probably kill a turn earlier because of that. And he's, oh, is he Branzolaing the Apprentice? Love it. Love it. That's so cool. So much damage.
And still a hero power to be fired for 5 more.
All right,
This is
finally.
going to have to be lethal for Orange this turn, somehow.
Somehow. Ignite Siphon picked up. A Volcanomancy is pretty useless at this point, but the Naga still generates him mana. Board space is a scarce resource though.
Okay, what is in the Savara? I confess, I have not kept track of this.
An Ignite! That's the one that
Ignite.
matters.
Okay, fine.
Orange is wasting no time whatsoever. That's another ignite. He knows it has to be lethal here with the double apprentices in hand. There is a very high likelihood he's dead on the backswing, so he is not bothering with clearing the board. It is ignite, Volcanomancy on whatever. You don't really have time. Yeah, kill off your Nagaling. Oh, actually, Volcanomancy creates space for Orange, right?
Yes, it does.
That's huge.
He needs
But
to
does
go.
he have time to play enough
needs to
ignites?
go. He needs
There's
to
another-
go, Gia.
Oh my gosh! He is going, but did he go
Steer,
far enough?
Orange. Steer. He looks too happy. He looks way too happy. I'm concerned about how happy Orange looks. No, no.
Oh no, he doesn't look happy. He doesn't look happy, Zana. That's game. Double apprentice and the brand going face.
Take 'em. Wait, not all of them.
Oh.
It was so close. A valiant effort for Orange in the end. But this lovely setup from MSBC with the Reckless Apprentice guaranteeing the damage. He had damage to spare in the end with another Reckless, another Fireball, everything that could possibly have been needed. And I think, to be fair to Orange, he knew the assignment there. There was no concern about efficiently clearing the opponent's board. None of that nonsense was in his concern. Obviously, he had that pegged with the Volcanomancy anyway, but you could see he knew what that turn was about. Play ignites, find more ignites, get the other ignite out of the Savara, draw cards, find more ignites, play more ignites, but in the end, he just ran out of time to do it.
Well, I hate to say it though, but looking again at the end board state there, if Orange had veered one ignite into the Branded and it was a full board clear, I think MSBC was one off of lethal because Orange was at 12 and he had two apprentices that each dealt 5, I believe. It was well over lethal because it was exactly Brand that survived there. But I think with Fireball and Apprentice on 9 mana, he had 11 and couldn't fit in a further ping. Maybe there were some top decks that could have changed that, but if I'm correct, and these only deal 5 apiece, and I think so,
Right.
then
Because,
there,
you can only get one source of ping plus a Fireball in, right? And that is your max damage. You cannot do any more than that, no matter how hard you try. That is a very good point.
it's a really tough call to make on the spot though, because I completely agree that if I were in Orange's spot there, I would think, yeah, it has to be lethal now. Like he has 2 Reckless Apprentices, but on 9 mana, it's actually still a challenge despite all of that against all odds for MSBC to go completely off of board to lethal.
Very, very interesting game indeed. I think made all the more interesting by the fact that both players drew kind of poorly. Mediocre on the side of MSBC and quite poorly in the end for Orange with how deep he got in his deck and didn't find that Spite Lash. Certainly, I think he will feel hard done by, but yes, if there was a moment to stop and think, I suppose right at the end there, when he went last Ignite into refreshing back up to 3 mana and then casting Arcane Intellect, his chain always stops there, right? Because he's gone spell, spell. So he ends up on 0 mana no matter what. So therefore, that Arcane Intellect never finds additional outs unless Hot Streak Ignite, unless there was a 6 damage Ignite in his deck at that point. And then you can go Hot Streak Ignite off the Arcane Intellect with 2 draws. Really, really hard to say, but super interesting game nonetheless. But it is going to mean that MSBC now goes up and Gia, the dreaded matchup, is now going to have to come out, at least from your perspective.
Yeah.
And if Orange is going to get there, he is now going to have to give you your requested masterclass on how to win this matchup as Naga Mage.
Please teach us. I just can't win this matchup as Mage. I mean, you can in the world where you pop off very quickly, turn 5 at the latest, I would say. But Demon Hunter has often dealt a lot of damage by then. If they've Drekthard before that, you need to delay it even sometimes. And this is by no means a whiff of an opening hand for MSBC. He's the first to get on board even, and Orange does not even have a minion to target with Amalgam of the Deep. Oh, the Slither Spear's 1 turn too late.
Oh, that could be game deciding at this point as well. Just having that extra 1-3 on board to be able to challenge the 1-3 on the other side, discovering a whole extra card from the Amalgam, which could be the Spite Lash you're looking for. All of these things can end up being crucial. Not to mention, we're stuck with 2 Crush Claw Enforcers in hand on the other side, which are just going to be functional spider tanks at this point. And yeah, I think MSBC understands where this matchup is at. Fell Barrage pushes 5 for 2 mana on this turn. Looking absolutely beautiful already for our Chinese representative.
Even fitting in the coin there, which, make no mistake, it does get the glaive out, but it's mainly to cash in on the Slither Spear while it's still alive.
Yep.
Orange really needs a spell to make this work. One that deals damage, preferably. Oh, no. This hand is terrible. It's not Naga spell. Naga spell, it's Naga, 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 and multicaster.
Naga pirate.
Wait, what?
Multicaster's a pirate.
I know, but I mean, if you said that to me during a Naga spell turn, I'd be like, huh? And it's multi-strike fodder, subtle. It's too
It
clean.
really is. It's so gross. And I think this is heads up from MSBC. I was thinking about this on the previous turn when he coined out the weapon. It just sets him up so nicely for his multi-strike turn, right? Whether it was this play, which is less expected, but even just 3-4 on curve, right? This would be able to clear up so smoothly with the multi-strike and the hero power going through. It's just infinity damage going face at this point. And this is now the scenario that Orange is already in, where even if somehow, with this pile of garbage that he has in hand, he was able to engineer a perfect turn 5 Spite Lash pop-off, you can do all the pretty little things you want with your little Naga spell dance. It does not matter if you're at 8 freaking health when you're doing it, because the Demon Hunter's just going to murder you over the top.
I was going to add a small footnote of, but maybe Ice Barrier from Nagaling, but no Ice Barrier from Nagaling, and that's a Fury. Ay, ay, ay. You can easily ignore the school teacher here. It's just a question of whether you want to Puffer Fist and just cash in the damage now, or trade in Need for Greed to find something better to do.
I feel like there's a chance you need to play Need for Greed for some cards at some point in this game.
Okay. So just Puffer Hero Power Face, I think, is reasonable.
All right, he is going to trade it. I mean,
Ooh.
sure, yeah, strict upgrade. Well done.
Yeah, Insta Spectral Sight from here. He has the mana anyway next turn. Oh, there's the Bone Glaive.
Oh,
Does that just end
Reaper.
it?
Enough time.
I mean, asterisk Ice Barrier, yes it does, right? That's always the out. When it comes down to it, we've already seen one Nagaling whiff. There are, of course, multiple different ways that you can generate an Ice Barrier with this deck. But with the cards that Orange plays in his deck, that Bone Glaive is going to represent lethal.
Even if it's Spite Lash off the top, he doesn't really have that much card draw going for
It is.
Oh, it is, though.
It is.
Okay, all right. Nagaling, and then he has the Hot Streak. Okay, cast AI. That's big. Okay, he has Flurry. He has infinite mana. Sure. That's the other school teacher. He can get Ice Barrier. No, he didn't get Ice Barrier.
So, 2-turn lethal back the other way?
Yeah. Possible, possible.
Gonna need to get rid of these Nagalings at some point and replace them with significantly more impactful minions.
Yep. So sorry. They're very cute, but they're just not cutting it here.
Yep.
He can also potentially hit Treasure Guard. That's a 2-of in the deck. The taunt is still relevant here. He can bluff a secret, but I don't think MSBC can ever afford to not hit face from this point if given the opportunity.
But it's also the next best thing to Ice Barrier, right? It's potential damage to the opponent, which is a big deal in that spot as well.
Okay. All right. This is huge. He set up, what is this? 10, 14, 17, 20 damage on board. He's just counter lethal.
And he's dead.
Yeah, he is dead. Exactly. Oh my gosh.
Insert
MSBC.
Indiana Jones gif of man spinning swords real fast and then just getting shot once. Like,
That's so I mean, MSBC thinks this is ice barrier, right? He's like, oh no, I just lose. But he's gonna quickly come to the conclusion that there's no way he can play around ice barrier, so you just play as if it's not ice barrier and take your victory.
Yeah, absolutely.
Soon, I think. Surely goes face with the other Fury. That's a heartbreaker for Orange.
Gets the good news. Does MSBC that he is going to be finding his way into the final. The bluff was called. Orange with the shake of the head. He tried his absolute best in that matchup. Maybe question marks over just one or two micro plays towards the end of the previous Naga Mage game. Nothing I think that could have been done better in that one, absolutely. And even then, I think, you know, may he without sin cast with the first stone? Is that the expression? Like, find me a player that plays Naga Mage better than Orange in the first place to come and criticize his play with the deck. It's a very, very difficult neck to navigate. What am I even talking about, Gia, at this point? Do you have any idea? Oh, shut up. You say some things that are smart. Go ahead.
No, I mess up my words even way more often than you, Sottle, don't worry. But absolutely, congratulations to MSBC there. Actually, if you think about it, he was even 7 over lethal if he played Predation first and then got the honorable kill with the glaive. It's an extra 7 damage.
True. Yeah, that's a good point.
Man, very, very well played. He has a unique lineup. Honestly, all of our players here left in with a shot have done something different from the rest of the field, which combined with their pristine play have gotten them this far. It is a heartbreaker for the many, many Orange fans out there, but I believe with the semifinals finish, he still has locked in enough wins to make it through to seasonals.
Yeah, I believe that is the case as well. Obviously, our word is not law, but yeah, the calculations that I have done, and even Orange himself has tweeted words to that effect, I believe. So he is locked in as far as I'm concerned. But of course, we will wait for the official invite list before we are saying anything official on that front. But certainly, a excellent performance for him, and I called way back at the announcement of this new system where every win was going to matter and Masters Tours could qualify you to all of these various things, that at some point Lorinda was going to get on his high horse about people not dropping from tournaments and how he was going to find any opportunity to tell a story about how someone sticking it out in a tournament paid out big for him. And that is exactly what happened this morning when he got on stream and immediately talked about how Orange was having a bad tournament, hated his lineup, stuck it out there, picked up a few more wins, and now is rewarded with a potential spot in these big tournaments later on in the year. But honestly, absolutely right. That's what this year was about. Every win mattering, every point mattering. And I think Orange has put in a fantastic performance. But let's not take anything away. Let's refocus on the winner here. I think MSBC has yet again put in a stellar performance from a Chinese representative in one of these top 16s, top 8s at a Masters Tour. And I think once again is looking very strong to be taking a tournament home for China. Would you agree?
Absolutely, and we often sort of talk about our CN players as this sort of monolith because we have a very separate scene to them and don't necessarily know what's going on with their own local tournament systems. But thanks to Benage and other help from Chinese community members, we get to know our individual players a little bit better. And MSBC is very much prone to human error, just like all of us at the beginning, right? Playing that deck, the odd deck without the Baku in it, going all the way from there to making multiple Masters Tour top finishes and playing decks that are honestly a bit overlooked by a lot of other people. I think this Naga Ping Mage definitely has a lot more to be explored to it and showing a true masterclass on Boar Priest as well. These are not easy decks to pilot, and he's shown that he can make it all the way to the top 2. Only one series standing between him and another victory for the Chinese region.
Yeah, with all that said, we've all got places to be. Gia's got her burgeoning social life to go be a part of. I'm going to go take my 20-minute break while Cursed bodies another opponent 3-0 and finds his way into the final based on the previous. We do have a semi-final left to go, followed by the final. And so everyone at home, do not go anywhere. You are not going to want to miss these last 2 series. We're going to take a short break and we will be back with more Masters Tour action.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City. We just got to see Semifinal 1. Now it's time to see who is going to join MSBC in the finals, which is going to be coming up actually probably pretty quickly, given the lineups that we have in front of us. I'm TJ. That's Neil right over there, surrounded by the Naga, about to get speared. They're not after the fish. They're actually after Neil, so I'd be careful if I were you.
I always am careful when I'm casting with TJ. Never know what things I'm going to fall into if I'm not looking carefully where I'm going. But yeah, Cursed versus Face Off. And if you didn't see the quarterfinal for Cursed, you probably wonder what happened. Well, what happened is he just won in a total of about 12 turns and just got it over with and out of there so that Evelyn could go back to watching her Netflix, apparently. But Face Off has brought a slightly slower lineup than Posesi. We have still got the Mage. We do have a pretty aggressive hunter on both sides. No, we don't. Help. That's Curse lineup. That's what I'm doing wrong. I knew I'd do something wrong, you see, straight away. Curse with this really aggressive lineup. Face Off does have the Warrior, though, which will slow him down substantially, most likely. Warrior pretty well designed right now, and it's going to be a thorny point here for Cursed because obviously there's a Demon Hunter with Face Off as well. Interesting to see what the bans are, and it is actually Face Off's Boar Priest that has gone. Cursed might have a bit more of an uphill struggle this time.
Yeah, it's going to be not quite as easy as it was as we saw for him in the quarterfinals. But, you know, obviously getting to this point with this type of lineup from Face Off, maybe not so much the Board Priest in general and, you know, having to eat a ban on it. He's made it to the top 4 with this very aggressive lineup. So we'll see if he can continue that success. Face Off going to open with good old Naga Demon Hunter.
Yep. What else can we say about this deck? This is the version with a Warblades in it and not a Bone Glaive. That's it. That's the analysis. I think that's the only... There's a Mankrik chilling in there, I guess, but pretty much the same as everybody else is playing. There's those 2 or 3 slots that are still slightly up for debate, and that's what he's chosen to put in them. But the rest, hit your opponent with loads of stuff, then finish them off with a gigantic weapon or a gigantic Lady Steno attack. And that really is all there is to it. Although it's not as straightforward to play as you might think. It's straightforward to win with because it's so powerful, but quite a lot of technical aspects in terms of setting things up or not setting things up, choosing tempo, not choosing tempo. But overall, I think we've all seen this deck enough to understand all that anyway.
Yeah, it's been pretty much the deck.
Yep.
For the course of the Masters Tour. Not drawing that many bans, so it's up in pretty much all the series. We've seen players try and target it to an extent, but largely unsuccessful, given how the Demon Hunters are still up here in the finals, or at least in the semifinals. But yeah, we should be in for at least a new taste of decks here in the second semifinal, just because we haven't got to see much of this pure aggro lineup that Curse is bringing.
Yeah, and I think this might be the weakest of the decks, but I really like the construction of Face Hunter right now. I'd much rather play Quest Hunter if I was playing on ladder without a game plan, without a tournament game plan to have to follow. I just like the way that every card in this deck does something on top of its numbers. Everything just reduces a little bit of mana or gives you an extra shot at something or does a bit of extra damage or dredges. There's just a lot going on. You still just jam your things on curve, but they help your curve get even better a lot of the time. And it's very consistent in what it does. It's just a question of whether what it does is good enough, not whether it's consistent enough.
Yeah, the big thing is whether or not it's going to be able to hold board against Demon Hunter, right? That's been kind of the weakness of any type of aggressive hunter when we're talking about tempo matchups, specifically Demon Hunter tempo, just because they have access to the one-mana hero power. They can hold board very well in the early game because of that and all the tools that they have access to. So, but let's get underway. Cursed is on the play and has Trock.
Ooh.
Already good. Ooh, Trock into Biscuit?
Yeah.
What is this? 2021?
Uh-huh. The year of killing all day. That was 2021, right?
It's certainly not this year. Ooh.
He was up there for a while in this one, though, to be fair.
Yeah, he's
4
always
and
up
2
there.
or something. Yeah. Always in 9th place. Even when 16 people qualify, he comes 9th.
Yep.
How it works. Face off with a wealth of not particularly great options here.
Yeah, this is, oh my god, he's got like a million ways to kill it. But all of those ways also summon another one. So
I mean, multi-strike must have been tempting, right? Just go blam blam into both of them and just sort it out that way. But now the Trog has grown. It's all grown up. Imagine if that summoned another 3-4 Trog, TJ. How silly would that be?
yeah, maybe you are just supposed to multi-strike. I don't know.
Too late now.
Far too late now. Yeah, you're right.
Just a giant Trog chilling on the board. Now it's difficult. Maybe he was supposed to multi-strike. It would have been 1 mana. Just get rid of the hardest card to deal with. Oh! Oh! Okay. That's going to be handy very soon as well.
Yeah.
Could do with tidying up his curve a bit so the draw is handy.
He's just trying to think if there's anything, you know, more powerful that he could do this turn, but just Harpoon Gun is good.
I want to take the middle card here, I think. We're both just staring at this going, this Trog, about this.
Well,
Trog.
he can Chaos Strike Hero Power.
I mean,
Still summons another Trog, but that's fine.
Down to 17.
I mean, he's already at 17 live. Yeah.
He's got the Warblades and the
fine.
multi-strike, so he could be okay.
Yeah. I mean, this is a ton of damage, like, loaded up in hand already for face-off. Like, this is the straight-up damage hand. So, you know, we could be looking at a situation where he lets himself go down to, you know, pretty low life total, but then is able to burst considerably from hand. Does have to answer this Trog at some point. Currently cursed. He attacked and is looking at the dredge options, but we can't see.
Anything
There they are.
funky he can do? I don't think so. Yeah, there they are. Another scribe. To cheapo other stuff.
Yeah, it's the most tempo.
Quickly.
Here we go.
Gonna launch the arcane shot too. Is that what's gonna happen? Gonna let this value sit. Gonna let the value sit.
Yeah, something Terror Coil piercing shot doesn't quite do anything, but yeah.
Incredibly scary for face-off though. He does not have much time left. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, it's all right saying about these Warblades going to heal him back up quite a lot, but while he's doing that, he isn't getting anything onto the board. And if he plays Drekthar, he might just be dead next turn.
Yeah, he could do something like Lady Stheno, Hero Power, kill Trog.
Coin. Predation, yeah.
It just... Okay. And hope that this lives.
Yeah. Piercing shot, scribe, arcane shot is a lot of stuff, but then you don't get the value out of the Terror Coil.
I wonder.
Is there any weird line where you just press Hero Power and hope they don't have Warblades? You have to kill this. You can't let it live.
Yeah. It's just, what are you doing alongside it?
He's got to decide if he wants to do the old-fashioned weave in the hero powers or whether he just wants to blast everything onto the board, right? That's the two sort of decisions over the next 2 turns, that is. And what he thinks he's going to get out the piercing shot, like he could Terror Coil double Arcane Shot here. But yeah, this is the straightforward looking play.
Okay. Down to 7. But these Eldraki Warblades are going to at least buy face-off some time. With Lady Stheno gone, it's going to be about just trying to heal up as much as possible and piece together some damage. Probably equipping Eldraki Warblades, multi-strike, weave in a hero power, and then do the same thing the next turn.
Yeah.
Just to try and gain as most efficient life as possible. Actually, not even going to multi-strike, realizing you can't die at 10.
Well.
2 shots just for you.
Job's done.
Okay.
Okay, indeed.
The trap has been set.
This is it, though. This is all the health gain he has left for face-off. And obviously the Drekthar going to get the board, but there is damage.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
The Treasure Guard.
Yeah, but at this point,
Yeah.
you're not really worried about taunts because Curse Game Plan has switched over from minion damage to spell damage. See what the pickup off the top is. Just a Trog. That's not good. Not what he wants at this stage.
Needed some burn here, I think.
It's just going to go for it. I imagine it's just going to be Arcane Shot, Hero Power, and then another Terror Coil to try and set up for more outs off the top going into the next turn. It will come down to this.
So no health gain available for face-off. No damage in hand currently for Curse. Obviously, like you say, Arcane Shot is the big deal here. Got to assume that Curse is dead next turn. It is going to come just down to this one turn, unless there's a lethal here, which I don't think quite is there.
Yeah. So we're looking at barbed nets because he does have the... Or it wouldn't even matter. Oh, it is just... Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Oh, it's just lethal. Okay, it's exact lethal. No, it's exact lethal because the Dread Prison Glaive being equipped. There it is. Game 1 in the books. That was a nice little setup. Actually, oh yeah, okay. Yep. My bad.
Cool. Next game.
Yeah, that was a nice little setup, nice little spot. And that's kind of the sneaky power of the Dread Prison Glaive when you have, in combination with multi-strike and other weapon buffs. If you actually can get the honorable kill on a minion and then still be able to attack again, it ends up
as long as you order it correctly,
allowing you to do situations like that where you're essentially not tripling up on damage, but doubling up on damage. So you get the 4 damage from the honorable kill, and then you get to multi-strike attack again to the face. So exact lethal for face-off in that situation. Very well done. And Curse, this face hunter, obviously he got close, but you know, this is when you're putting a bunch of these minions in your deck, drawing those 2 terror coils early on, but no real meaty spells to go along with them, like quick shots, cut down the value a little bit. And also the Eldraki Warblades coming in for face-off did give him that necessary health, obviously because he needed it. Ended that game at 2 life because that lethal did take some health to be able to get through, since he had to get that honorable kill. So now face-off's going to move to the Control Warrior. And this one should be another difficult one for Curse lineup. Just because he is running essentially as aggressive as you can get with the current metagame. And obviously Control Warrior, one of the best anti-aggro decks in almost all of its iterations of all time.
Yeah, and because his aggro lineup is so small on health minions, he's had to ban out the priest, which is awkward for him because that's very good at dealing with him with the pyros, etc. So having to go up against this warrior, which is not ideal, it's not what he wants to be doing in this tournament, I'm sure. It's worked well for him so far, but he is going to go in there with this mech mage first. Just so
this is the meatiest of his decks, I suppose, right? It still can struggle in the ultra deep late stage of the game if it gets there, which it can with Control Warrior, not playing the amulets topping out at the Gaia. So we'll see if it gets to that point, but a ton of cool things you can do with Seafloor Getaway and Mecha Shark being able to have tons of damage from hand. Just a lot of tempo options are available for this deck, and any board that sticks obviously can be pretty dangerous when it comes to Gaia being able to hit the board and deal lots of damage.
Yeah, also lots of options if you want to go that way, if the game presents itself to just hold sharks back, reduce them, and just have a massive shark off at some point and just do infinite damage, but that is slow and tends not to work. You've got to have done some damage to make it set it up. So yeah, it's going to be awkward, but we have seen the Warrior deck. We've seen the strong points of the Warrior deck with the versatility and all the trickery it can do in the mid game. Sometimes it just doesn't draw anything useful and dies to anything. It's not the most consistent of decks. That's the price it pays for that mid-game versatility. So sometimes it just loses. And Curse is obviously going to have to hope that this Warrior just loses more times than you would expect. Let's first put it that way. But it is definitely possible.
Yeah.
All right. Can't hope for...
Brawl in the opening hand for face-off is good. Cursed has... yeah, good stuff.
On curve, good stuff.
The question is, do you go Automaton here and then coin Automaton and then follow up with the Clicklocker plus Trog? Problem is, Clicklocker wouldn't be buffing anything if you don't pick up a mech next turn. And because of that, looks like Curse is just going to play the Clicklocker, get the buff on the Automaton.
Yeah.
Do it in the opposite order of what I said.
Kind of the same thing, but your Automaton doesn't have to face the music for a turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Trench Surveyor. You think that'd be a Tench Surveyor, wouldn't you, with all the fish in his deck?
Is that a fish?
It is, yeah. Or a bird. They're always fishes or birds.
Know.
I think that one's a fish.
They're one and the same.
Whenever you get these, like, anytime you hear of a creature you haven't heard of, it's always a fish or a bird. A life lesson, TJ.
I think statistically, it's an insect.
Yeah, but there are things that, like, it's an insect because not only have you not heard of it, it's called 8-legopede or something. Yeah, that's got to be an insect. But anything with a sort of 5 or 6 letter name that just sounds a bit sort of mediocre, it's always a fish or a bird. I'm pretty sure the same person just named them. Yeah.
Insects represent 40% of all known animal species.
40%?
Statistically speaking, 40% of all known animal species are insects.
Uh-huh. But we know of fewer fish or birds. Because they're hard to get to. Insects, they're in your house, they're crawling on you, it's easy. Fish and birds in the sky, fish in the sea, you can't get near them.
Yeah, but...
How do you name them? What's that? Oh, it's gone. Flew away.
Insects. Some insects are so tiny that you can't even see them.
Wails of these caverns chill me.
So why do we care about them? They don't count.
Well, it's the same with fish and birds. If they're in the sky or deep in the ocean and you never see
Okay.
them, why do you care about them?
Yeah. Done by my own logic, as always. If you can call it logic. All right, face-off clearing up a large portion of this board in this semi-final game as we discuss whether a tench is a fish or a bird. Or an insect, apparently.
Sworn it went back together.
And plenty of card draw here. Got to be tempting to take the shark, though. 'Cause so much damage set up.
Yeah, so double shark with C4 getaway right now. C4 gateway. I always say C4 getaway. It makes sense, right?
It does.
They're the exact opposite. You're trying to get away from the C4 because it's dangerous.
You have to go through the gateway to do it, though.
That's right. So you, in order to have the C4 getaway, you got to go through the C4 gateway.
It does look like getaway. It absolutely does when you're not functioning properly, I guess.
Yeah. So Curse just going, oh my God, the
Shark!
triple mecha shark.
Shark him!
And this is now a C4 get away from my game.
It's looking that way slowly, isn't it? Well, quickly, in fact. Who's going to count the lethal, TJ? Spoilers, not me.
All right, so the first one deals
12.
It's not lethal
9
yet.
and then 6. Is it not? Has he got the mana? He needs 7 mana, right? And then he does 12 plus 9 plus 6.
But there's 2 minions left on the board.
12 plus 18 plus... Somebody help. I can't maths this. 12 plus 18 for 7 mana. Can't be right. That's way too much.
First one deals 3, second one deals 6, and then the third minion. Well, Mothership, but you wouldn't be able to like kill it off.
I think it is that much, you know.
Plus 6,
Yeah, you're right. It's
plus 9, plus 9 next turn.
$12 plus 9 plus 6, I think, is the easy answer. I just tried to work it out
Just-
in a very backwards way.
No, I think that's...
The first one does 4 lots.
Oh, no!
Oh, mother
Okay, it's just an Annoyotron. But that still ruins how much damage he could possibly do because that takes off the third mech, and Trog is not a mech. And also, there's the Vol'jin in the way now.
The first one does 12, the second one does 9, the third one does 6. That's 25, 26, 27.
Wait, why are you going backwards?
I wonder.
Wait, what? So the first one,
So
you
you
play 4
play a
minions
Mecha
after
Shark.
it. Yeah, then you play 4 more cards. That's 12. But one of those cards is the second Mecha Shark, and you play 3 more cards after it, which is 9. Then the last one, you play 2 more cards after it, and that's 6.
Okay. It's 27 if he can fit in 2 mechs after the 3 Mecha Sharks.
Yeah, and he now has the mothership on 1 health, which adds another million to that.
Yeah. That would be if he could kill it off in the same turn.
I mean, so next turn he can play 3 sharks, the surveyor, and ping his mothership.
Yeah. True. So then each of the minions summoned from the mothership would deal 9.
Yeah. It'd be 9 plus 6 plus 3 plus 9.
27. 36.
Yep, something like that. It's more than 26, we're both sure of that, right?
Give or take increments of 9.
If he plays Mutinous and eats the Trog, I'm pretty sure this is lethal.
Oh, yeah, by a lot.
Or the Annoyotron.
It looks like just going to Rancor. which is going to gain him some health. So now we're back to, also board space is an issue here, but he still would be able to play 2 mechs after it and has 6, 7, 8. So could play the Inertron. So this is 7 damage on board. Okay, not anymore. 4 damage on board.
I think it's exact lethal.
And that's plus 27, 31. Yeah.
Yep, you do it backwards to me. We're doing it completely backwards to each other. We're both getting 31, so it must be wrong, TJ. Yeah, it's 27 plus 4, right?
27
Exacties.
plus 4.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're agreed, despite the fact we can't agree on how to do it.
Usually when we both agree on something, it means we're wrong. Usually the only time we're right is when we disagree.
Yeah, because then we've got 2 chances at it.
Yeah.
But this time I haven't just agreed with you blindly. We've worked it out in backwards to each other ways. And we both think this is lethal.
Yep. There it is, 9, and then there's the 4. Neil, Dank on it, we got it.
We did there.
We're 50% on lethals so far in this series over 2 games. We're doing great. Keep it up.
Players are 1-on-1, and we're, more importantly, 1-on-1 already. With 3 more chances, TJ, to spot some lethals. We can do this. They can give us an easy one, like somebody have a 3-3 on the board, the opponent have 3 health, that would be wonderful. But yeah, we got there. And more importantly, Cursed worked it out and got it done against the Warrior. So nice for him to pick up that win. Gonna have to do it again with 2 more aggro decks at some point, but can't win more than 1 game at a time. A wise man once taught me.
Yep, he's got, the only game that matters is this game.
Yeah.
And after that game, the only game that matters is that game.
Uh-huh.
Until an admin messages you and says, all right, you won or you lost, stop playing. The only thing that matters is that game that you're currently playing.
That's at the point where you manage to actually get out of bed for your Hearthstone match. Yeah.
All right, so we got Warrior still remaining and Druid for face-off. And we have Druid, but it is the more aggressive Beast Druid. I believe he's also playing Pride Furies.
He is, yes.
Beast Druid. Yep, as opposed to the Gardens.
And Park Panthers as well.
Yeah. And Kennels. So this is closer to old Beast Druid. I tend to prefer the Gardens because I think it has a higher ceiling. And that's what I look for in an aggro deck, is just the ability to, you know, absolutely steamroll games and have the maximum potential power. But obviously, Pride Sphere gives you more consistency, because even if you get Gardens, if you don't find a way to dredge up the Gardens, then it doesn't matter. So we'll see. I still am in the boat of not having much faith in the Beast Druid overall. I feel like it's been quite lackluster. We have seen a few players that did make it to the top 16 that included Beast Druid in their lineup. But it just feels like it doesn't have those as big of power spikes as Ramp Druid does, where if they reach a certain point of the game, it feels like they just win. Whereas Beast Druid is not always like that. But Curse is going to play the Hunter. First off, this Face Hunter.
And this is in keeping with the Druid you described, right? It's the same sort of thing where this is by no means necessarily got any sort of sustain at all, but it just does what it does as quickly as possible. Not interested in sustain or spikes or anything like that. He's just going to play his cards, hit you, and the last card's going to do the last point of damage. And if you're going to bring a lineup to a tournament, having a consistent plan like that can be, across the decks, can be very important.
Yes. Cursed already in the think tank here. Whether or not it's Trog or Slither Spear on one. Slither Spear has more potential damage. Warrior's usually not going to be playing a spell anytime soon, regardless. Dog skin.
The other problem with the Trog is it can run into sort of spell rancor or something like that quite quickly and just undo all the good work.
Yeah.
Weaving in the hero powers on both sides. player things.
Yep.
Where do you put the biscuit?
Play around Rancor.
Job's done.
Absolutely. Zap, bam.
It's like, oh god.
What is this curve?
Yeah, and he's got nothing in the ways of shield shatter nonsense. Doesn't have either thing, the armor gain or the shield shatter. Ooh. Well, now we've reached an impasse here.
Yeah. I wonder if he's tempted to play the Trog this turn because the Rancor would actually... It wouldn't be nice, but it would take up all the face-off's mana and wouldn't really kill much. No, he's going to keep it back by the looks. I like it. The Drake would get piercing shotted, most likely.
There's just nothing. If he just plays Drake, that's just...
No, he's a mana off, right?
Quite lethal.
Mana off.
Is it mana off? Yeah. I mean, you still do it. The question is, like, do you hold back Trog?
Yeah, so you can
Probably.
piercing shot it next turn
Trog is-
yourself.
Yeah. Or weave in a hero power and then Trog piercing shot hero power the following turn if absolutely needed.
Yep. It's just damage at this point.
Yeah. But face off needs... Is that a frozen buckler? Oh no, it's the shield shatter. So it needs noggling into frozen buckler?
Yeah. Into staying alive somehow still as well.
Yeah,
guess that
funnily
does
enough,
keep him alive.
noggling into frozen buckler would still be lethal. It'd be exactly 12 from Cursed, even through the armor. With piercing shot plus hero power, but from his perspective, that might be the only way to survive. Could also, there are 9 cards in hand, Forged in Flames, and then hit Frozen Buckler and be able to shield shatter clear. Would only get 2 out of the 3 draws, but this might be a desperate enough situation to where that's a relevant play. I actually like this a whole lot better.
Here he goes.
2 chances. Shield slam! Raid boss Onyxia, oh no. Heavy plate would not have been enough. It actually would have been enough to keep him alive if that was one of the first 2 draws. But wouldn't have been enough to shield shatter, so the 5/5 would have still been stuck around. So, Cursed, dodging, getting a very important matchup across the board. Obviously, this could have relatively easily picked up a win against the Druid, but delaying the time that the Warrior gets a win and giving your Beast Druid that additional chance to find a win in the series is a pretty massive deal. So just a rough pan out for face-off. He just drew all of the expensive stuff early on, and none of the stuff that makes Control Warrior good against decks like this. That's a pretty rough loss.
And it's 2-1 to Curse. What do you think he's been doing this whole tournament? Like 8 rounds of Swiss, and he's played like 15 minutes of Hearthstone. He's just been sitting around, watching the games, watching the stream, chilling, having a bit of a sleep, just resting. It's always a big advantage if you can find an aggro lineup that works like that, because you just get to be fresh the whole tournament, where everyone else is slogging it out with their Warrior versus the Control Paladin or something, like struggling and struggling every turn. You just go, nah, I'll think about really hard things for 4 turns and then just finish the game.
It is good for your energy levels, right?
Yeah.
You just have to do intense thinking for 5 minutes at a time.
Yeah.
Instead of intense thinking for 15 minutes at a time. And that adds up, right? So...
Yeah. To 30 most of the time.
Exactly. Oftentimes even more. If you're playing against any class that can gain life.
We saw a 31 a minute ago. 31 mana, 31 damage OTK on turn like 7 or 8 with mechs that didn't have to attack. That was good. Beast Druid, TJ, you've talked about it a minute ago, has that little bit of burst with the Panthers. a pretend arbor up in the Prize Fury, and a whole bunch of trogs and stuff. It's going to be up against the Warrior. And the Warrior seems cursed right now. But it's not cursed, because cursed is the player at the bottom.
Yep. I'm curious what of the stuff that he keeps being on the coin.
Keep the stuff. Look at it. It's just
Or
stuff and composting into more stuff.
You just keep it. Frozen Buckler Shield Shatter in the opening hand.
Sure, but you've got to use it at the right time, or composting is just going to let Cursed reload.
Yeah.
With Oracle as well.
4 keep, and you like
Time waits for no one.
you have to expect it at a certain point.
Yeah, he's already pursing his lips. Now he's sort of got a slight look of fear on his face of what is this 4 keep going to do.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he's got to 2 mana, so now he can actually do the Shield Shatter Buckler thing.
Yep.
Good start.
Has Rancor as well, so this is a very good start compared to last game. Curse is going to have to have some significant reload in this game.
And that composting is going to hit most likely now. Going into the Rancor turn, it'd be remiss not to, I think.
Yeah, it's going to look for a 1 here, probably with Aquatic Form.
Sure.
But we may never know. Yeah. Oh, that's the best one.
All right. Rancor this. You can have 10 armor. I'll have 5 cards. Let's see who wins the race. I'm not quite sure. That's a lot of stuff with Oracle and Reload and Squirrels doing their thing. Oh. This one might go on a little while.
Let's see. How many squirrels will there be?
There's an acorn.
1.
There's an acorn.
2.
Still 2. 2.
Okay, just 2. That's fine. It's all fine.
You're not the one. Yeah, you're not the one facing them down, TJ.
Seems like just a good opportunity to get some kennels. Got 2 in the hand, so it's got to get them going eventually. Outside of that, I'm not sure which of the ones to go for. You could put Druid of the Reef in attack mode.
Yeah. Kind of like the Trog, just sort of tempting out the Rancor. Yeah. I don't know, there's only 1 Rancor in the deck, actually, so...
Yep.
That's gone. The weird thing about playing against this...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, the weird thing about playing against this is, like, every minion doesn't seem worth dealing with individually, but you've got to do something about them.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time, though. There's no rush for the Frozen Buckler Shield Shatter. Obviously, you know, Pride's Fury could be a big deal eventually, but currently everything would still die to the Shield Shatter, even if it was Pride's Furied.
Yeah.
And, well, actually, he has the coin, so he could Pride's Fury plus Power of the Wild, but I don't know if you're expecting that 2-card combination this early, especially on a board that's this low in just raw attack value.
But on the other side of that, if you sit there and just take 7 every turn and Cursed just fiddles around putting a little bit more attack down, you are taking chunky damage whilst Cursed still has the reload in hand. So it's going to be interesting to see how Cursed, how much he puts out there to try and force the removal, and where Face-Off decides, okay, this is too much, I have to remove it. It's going to be a battle of wits. Seems reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, this is about as much value as you could hope for from Park Panther in this matchup.
Uh-huh.
Nice little trade, board clear, a little bit of additional damage push as well.
And again, just says, off you go. Do you want to deal with this now? There's another 2 out there.
Yep.
I've got 7 cards in my hand. And goes back to what I was saying a minute ago. Like, you can't pick these off one at a time. The Drake's pretty sort of hopeless at that against 2 ones. But it's just adding up. Shield slam on a 1-2. Great. Good luck. I like how the kennels, the things from the kennels are looking at the squirrels. It's good.
Why? Because they want to eat them?
Yeah, and they're actually on the right side on the board as well. Yeah. All right, he's drawn out the shield shatter. So now the game properly begins. Now he can get on with saying, okay, well, if you've got another combo kill, sure. Get rid of your second shield shatter, unlucky. Now he can start loading stuff up.
Yeah, but what is it? One composting has been used, and there's not a lot of raw power that can be made on this board.
How about?
And you still have kennels rolling for 4 more turns, essentially, because you're just going to replay another kennels next turn. So how much does Curse want to commit? That's the big question, I think.
Yeah. Double Druid.
Yes, Oracle?
Yeah, it's a double Druid of the Reef. Hope they don't have a clear, and then next turn play the Adept and get a load of damage in if they don't have another clear.
Yeah.
Easy for me to say because I can see it's not there. He's got to play around it because face-off is still on that 10 armor.
Yeah.
A lot next turn.
A lot of damage.
$22? 23 next turn. 24 next turn. Plus the Panther. Oh, there's a lot. That just enables the Panther.
Ooh. $23 now?
14, 20, 24, because you get the +1 yourself from the Adept as well, right? Or is it 23?
It's 14 on board, plus 6 from the Clawfury Adept. That's 20. And then Park Panther would be 23.
23, yeah.
Yeah, what about Clawfury Adept, Pride's Fury, if it was picked up off the top, plus Hero Power?
Living Root's face as well.
13, 14, 6, 20. Oh, yeah. So that takes
On the composting.
Composting is
Now he
massive.
can do it. He can just go for it. And if he goes wrong, he's got another 5 cards. $21, $22 without it, I think, if you go for everything.
What to do?
Is he going to get there, TJ, over the next couple of turns? Is this aggro lineup just so fast it gets under the warrior?
I like the Park Panther because it sticks around. I'm unsure about the Living Roots, because using that for burst damage seems like it could be quite good. And then Clawfury Coin composting.
Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. The Living Roots was only if it's a lethal. If it's not a lethal, you don't do it. It's composting, right? Just get more damage in your hand. Your opponent has shown they can't clear this board. Just have a board, and if they do clear it off a top deck, you get 6 more cards and do it all again. I think he's going to get there, TJ. I think he's going to reach the final.
Well, if Face-Off finds a way to deal with this board, Cursed has like a turn of development, right?
Mm-hmm.
From the Depths is a good pickup. Probably. depending on what the actual options are, he can draw a card immediately. But he can look for a piece of removal here. Actually running low on removal because wouldn't have the armor gain. Okay, I think it's gotta be Sir Finley at this point.
Uh-huh.
Yep, so then you take the draw, get the Sir Finley. I guess this is free, so
yeah,
might as well. You still get the extra cards. Brawl and then Sir Finley? Because he saw a heavy plate, right, in the bottom. So he has that little bit of bit of armor gain in order to get there.
Yeah. He sits up in his chair.
If Park Panther survived, that would have been rough.
If he draws any squirrels, this could be still awkward.
Oh yeah, squirrels. Oh, there's only one squirrel. There was actually a good amount in the deck.
There were, yeah, there was still 6 left.
Did he run out of time to play anything?
Oh, well,
ran out
if
of
he
time.
did, then he's dead.
Oh, he left himself dead. He had the heavy plate too. Oh no. Oh no. I don't think it was lethal through the heavy plate because there was lethal percent on board. I don't know if there was a way. He had Prize Fury, Claw Fury, Adept, Living Roots, right? So that would have been 6 plus 3, 9, 11. Yeah, he wouldn't have had
13.
lethal, I don't think.
Wow.
Do 13. Because he had already used the second Living Roots as well. Oh, that is rough. And with that, I mean, a pretty anticlimactic end to that one. I didn't expect him to win that turn because he did have access to that heavy play after Sir Finley. He just didn't go fast enough. But Cursed, 3-1. Moving on to the finals. Some really tough matchups in that series, but was able to get through that Warrior multiple times with aggressive decks. Decks that you would think would have a very tough time against the Control Warrior, but getting it done.
Yeah, and that last game showed a lot of his skill as well. It's easy to laugh at aggro decks. Sometimes just say, well, you know, it's easy, but he went at just the right pace. He realized Face-Off had to use AoE at some point, just tempted it out, and then when he got the chance to a huge damage turn, he did that while he had a slot of opportunity, which again is easy for us to say because we can see the hand, but he has to sort of image in his mind what the hand might be. Then he made sure he constantly had cards in his hand to reload more than he could, and he is in the final. And just for a change, TJ, it's going to be China versus Europe in that final.
Wow.
Who knew?
Surprise, surprise. Who knew? But one thing that we can take away from this, Neil, I'll consider this a shared victory for us Americans. Is with Curse win, that does mean that no matter what happens in the final, I've won the prediction battle. Casters.
How's that work? Oh, because you picked Cursed.
I picked Curse.
Did.
Yeah.
Did.
And
So he is. That's where his name came
on
from.
the farthest.
Well done, TJ. You have, once again, for the Americas region, us Americans have got... I've always go the wrong way here, every time. That's why I punched him. That was a bit late. We've done it. We've won the prediction battle.
This one.
It's just on the wrong size and everything. Yeah, boom. That's the wrong way. I can never do it the right way. We noticed that with the camera the other day. We'll have to work on that for next season, TJ.
Even though us Americans can't find dubs anywhere in terms of actually winning Hearthstone games, we still get a victory in something, and that's the prediction battle. Well done, Neil. Well done. Couldn't have done it without you.
I mean, to be fair, you couldn't half the time because usually I make them for you. But today you did it all by yourself. Well done.
Yes. All right. Well, that's the second semifinal in the books. I mean, our final is set up. It's going to be MSBC taking on Cursed for the title of Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City champion. But before we jump into that final, we are going to have to take a break. Cursed just played, and he's going to have to play in the final, so we're going to give him some time to reset, get his mind ready. He's longer to reset than he actually does to beat people. That's basically what it comes down to. but we're going to give them some time before we jump into that final. So we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. The conclusion to Masters Tour Voyage to the Sunken City right after this.
It is time for the Voyage to the Sunken City finals here. I'm Raven, and joining me for this one is Sottle. I believe it's been a while since we actually cast a Masters Tour finals together. I think we've dipped in and out with other people, but we are together for this one. And what a finals it's going to be, honestly, Sottle. On one side, we have MSBC, who's managing to hold the hopes of China, I guess, alone throughout the whole top 16. And then on the other side, we have Cursed running an extremely aggressive and fairly unique lineup and getting the job done convincingly on his road to the finals. So either way, I think we're going to have a spicy one for this one, Sottle.
Yeah, and I feel like I've been missing out for most of the tournament, largely because I haven't cast with you since day one, obviously, but also because I haven't got to cast Cursed so far. He mentioned that, he didn't actually get any camera time in his run through the Swiss, and that, well, they can't dodge me anymore because now I'm in top 8 and every matchup gets streamed, so I'll show them what they've been missing. And he absolutely made good on that promise with 2 phenomenal performances, more so in the top 8 match where he just absolutely blitzed through. There have been some stormers for sure in Grandmasters with the likes of Blythe and Frenetic and Gabby and Casey and so on flying the flag for the rapid play. But in terms of Masters Tour, that has to be right the way up there in terms of speed run any % world record for a Hearthstone series. And then that semi-final, it just now, if you've just been watching, a very strong performance as well, showing that quad aggro, Raven's prediction for winning the Masters Tour, coming good and finding its way in the final. But Raven, why did you then let the side down and not pick Cursed? So at least we could counter TJ. Come on.
I know. And honestly, if I was going off lineups alone, I would have picked Curse because I just think, it again, as I said to you before the tournament even started, the aggro felt good to me. But it was difficult to not just root for Orange. You know this as well. And again, we saw Orange just on a brief note as we check out MSBC's first list in the Control Warrior. But Orange did tweet that, he's happy. He had a good run. He would have loved to have gone to the finals, but he has ticked a lot of boxes this weekend for his, for the rest of the year for him, basically. So another congratulations to Orange there for his performance this weekend. But for now, we are on this finals. And on one side, we do have Cursed hyper aggro lineup, but on the other side, we have decks such as Control Warrior from MSBC. So I will say, for me, Sottle, I am quite surprised that exactly if we look at archetypes, these 2 lineups specifically have gotten to the finals, and maybe because I didn't put enough respect onto the Naga Mage, especially the Naga Ping Mage, along with the Priest as well. I felt, especially after day 1, Priest wasn't really looking great for me, but both players have done a great job of bringing, reasonably unique lineups all the way to the last match.
And it wouldn't be the first time that something like this would happen. You look back at Love Storm a couple of Masters Tours ago with kind of an off-the-wall lineup of his own, which then kind of set the standard. And you had, Blythe, for example, European Grandmaster, then came to the first week of Europe Grandmasters and brought Love Storm's lineup. China came along, they changed the meta, and they set the new standard with a very off-the-wall kind of approach to lineup building for Conquest and for Masters Tours. And clearly, as a region, as a country, they are doing something right when it comes to Hearthstone, because they are very much right up there, neck and neck, and perhaps a little bit ahead of the Europe region these days in terms of, overall results based on the sample of players that they have available to play. So, absolutely congratulations to the work those players have put in to really rising to the top, because, it was not that long ago that I was one of the biggest critics of the standard of play that the Chinese players who had come over to championships back in 2015, 2016, so on. I just didn't feel like they were putting up the same numbers as the other representatives from APAC, Americas, Europe. I just didn't feel like they were on the same standard and were comfortably at times the 4th region, and now at times they are comfortably the 1st, and that is an astronomical rise for that region. But having said that, we did see that Control Warrior, for example, in the previous series, did not really put up too much of a fight against what Cursed is packing on the other side, which is perhaps a little bit surprising in at least the case of a couple of the decks. I do think Mech Mage generally just gets the gas going long enough and hard enough to overwhelm Warrior in a lot of positions, but some of these other more flimsy aggro decks you would expect Control Warrior to have some good matchups against.
That is very, very true indeed. I do really like the build that Cursed has gone for with his Face Hunter, though. I think, again, like, yes, Quest Hunter has been dominating for a while now as the main Hunter archetype, I would say. But just the fact that the additional one-drop of Vicious Slither Spear to help out with those buffs, the help of the extra damage from cards such as the, I will continue to just call it Face Naga, and also the raw power of Twinbow Terror Coil, right? We have already seen multiple times over the course of this weekend that, not as much in specifically this list, because there just aren't, the same level of spells expected to be in hand as Quest Hunter, but still, piercing shots in there, aim shots in there, the buffs doubling up are in there, right? So it's still more than enough, and we've seen time and time again the amount of damage that just being able to activate that Naga provides. It is almost to the extent like you can't even play around some of it, right? Because you just can't really say, oh, well, Twinbow, is live. I have to assume I can take like just 10 from one card next turn or something like that, right? It's so much damage to try and manage.
Good old Twinbow Slice, yes indeed. It's a card that was the undoing of Cursed in a particular matchup previously against Face Off, where just having the 4 health minion on board ended up being exactly lethal because of the 4x4 that was being presented the other way, with the glaive and the honorable kill effect. But again, it was only that card that was giving him 1 card outs off the top for lethal in the next turn, right? Aim shot, quick shot kind of deals, that would have been able to secure that lethal. So it is definitely a big boon to this version of the deck. And it is kind of amusing to me the way that sort of naming conventions just kind of dissipate throughout the scene and we all go with them. Like, this is Face Hunter, but the aggro demon hunter that just hits you in the face with big weapons and plays significantly less Nagas than the Face Hunter does. Yeah. It's called Naga Demon Hunter. How did that happen? Why are we okay with this? I'm very confused.
And for me, the confusion is the Demon Hunter. Like, oh, it has a Naga and it must be Naga Demon Hunter. It's like, well, it's probably closer to Weapon Demon Hunter, I think, with like the majority of the damage being linked to not only the one drop but also the glaive itself. Time and time again this weekend we've seen like Coin Glaive or just Glaive, and it's like, wow, that is just 10 damage at a minimum. Like, with just that one card, it provides so much sort of catch-up or game-finishing ability. But yeah, we are going to see this Warrior versus the Hunter. Do you think the more sort of minion and tricky style of current Control Warrior is going to have enough removal to deal with this type of Hunter? Because it's less about just infinitely gaining armor like it tries to do, I think, in Quest Hunter or versus Quest Hunter, and more about, at least my question is, Warrior lacks that cheap little removal in the first few turns of the game right now, or at least that's what I think.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think that is a gap that some people have noticed, is that you can get under the Control Warrior now. Not necessarily a thing that you always used to be able to do when, Sword and Board and all these various things, double ranker being in every list, basically. That was kind of a different animal. Lord Barov in there as well, being able to clear up early boards.
Blade Storm even, yeah.
Blade Storm, yeah. Lots of early, powerful removal tools. These days, not so much. The removal is mid-rangey, as weird of a way to describe it as it is, but, 2-card combos with gaining armor plus shield shatter, brawl, these are all generally sort of mid-game removals. So if you go 1, 2, 3, or 1 buff in the case of Face Hunter quite often a lot of the time, that's a lot of damage that you can push out really quickly. And the only real way that Control Warrior has to aggressively tempo swing against that early is with a Nixian Drake. And if you're playing Face Hunter, you're doing a pretty good job of keeping a Nixian Drake potential under control, because it's unlikely that Warrior's going to be stacking a bunch of armor against you in the early game.
Yeah, it would almost just have to be Frozen Buckler, Shield Shatter on like turn 2 or 3 maybe, right? Even just to kill a minion, because without Shield Slams and a way to gain the armor, it would be very, very difficult indeed to clean that up. So as you've noticed, we're not in the game yet. Kirst is just coming back now. Obviously, he did no blame there for needing a bit of a break before the semi-finals and finals of an incredibly important tournament.
He's done like 35 minutes work in the entire time.
That is true. He's probably minute for minute played less Hearthstone than almost every player here right now. So that is a very good point, but you can bring it up with him and not me. But with this Warrior, do you think it is the Warrior for MSBC that's the most important deck for him to get a win with in this matchup? Or do you think there's potential that the Mage has more of a weakness here?
Yeah, I think it depends on how you want to phrase that. Like, I would expect the Warrior to get a win somewhere in this matchup for face-off. However, if it starts to struggle to do so, that could be really detrimental to the series as a whole for him. So in that sense, yes, it is very important for the Warrior to get a win and get a win quickly. But I do expect, for example, yes, the Naga Ping Mage to probably have a little bit more of an early weakness to these just hyper-aggressive strategies that Kirst is going for. We saw the struggles of Orange, for example, with the more streamlined version of the deck that he's playing, just to stand up against all the early damage that can come out from the likes of Demon Hunter and Face Hunter. So we shall see. We are into the game. Kirst has returned, and MSBC finds that from the depths in the opening hand, which is going to be a fantastic improvement to his chances of winning this game, I'm sure. Kirst very much deep in the tank here, looking for mulligan options. Naga's Pride, I suppose, is a maybe keep here if you are able to activate some of those powerful synergies. But honestly, on the play, I'm very tempted just to go full mulling for a 1-drop here.
Yeah, Naga's Pride, I've seen it get great work done, but in my experience playing, not this deck, but similar, it feels so, it's more of like just a bonus later on as opposed to a planned on curve. Because if it was a planned on curve, you'd play as many low-cost Naga as possible, right? Whereas I will just triple check before I sound stupid, but there's only like 3 total with the legendary, like 2-drop Nagas. And if you were that bothered about the 3-drop, you would play the additional 2-drops that are available in the game right now. So, yeah, I do like the full mulligan here. Kirst going for something a little bit more aggressive.
All right, Trog, not the greatest option I've ever seen, but if you are expecting at least your opponent to want to go coin depths on this turn, it is pretty powerful in regards to that, as long as Rancor doesn't rear its ugly head.
Yeah, and honestly, not the best, but better than nothing. Oh, okay.
Ooh, it just got better.
Yep, now there's a game.
It got significantly better.
Yeah, bonus here for MSBC, though, is this is arguably a turn behind where it could be, right? Obviously, 1-drop on 2, 2-drop on 3. It's a little bit awkward and clunky. And MSBC is going to use that coin to get Outriders Axe Live, can clean up the additional Trog, but still has the 3-5 to deal with. And at the moment, there's not really a great way to kill it. Oh, and this is the trick, right? And this is what I meant by I didn't really see Naga's Pride as a 3-drop. I see it as much more of a, like 4, 5, 6-drop or something to help beef out the board. Will be.
Yeah, I think it's a better keep on the coin because it allows for the coin 2 into 2 curve that way if you get the spell discount out. But yeah, on the play, it's a little bit awkward, I think.
And gazing into the future just a little bit here, Sottle, with the Terra Coil being played, I think Kirst is likely to go for actual raw damage here with this double spell, or do you think he's going to go wide?
First off, medium oof in response to those cards coming out on the other side there. Secondly, yeah, I was just having that debate internally with myself, right? And I think if he finds this board sticking, which he's going to here, just the school teacher coming down, which isn't going to interact with it on the other side, I would be extremely tempted just to rip the double aimed shot in this case and just be able to bank it. I think if you weren't landing this 7, even if you only got to land 4 or 3, if one of the minions got dealt with and the other lived, I think maybe then you might be thinking more in terms of redevelopment. But even then, after the dredge, I think the one thing that you fear more than anything else is the armor gain shield shatter combo. So in this case, I think damage might just be the order of the day.
Yeah, the double aim shot is simply a ton of damage. And a significant amount of damage on the board, as you say, right? 7 just from the minions. I think this is the time where you go face. Probably a little bit frustrating that Trog was the draw and not potentially, a quick shot, a weapon, the harpoon, just another form of guaranteed damage. Because I think if another damage spell was drawn, Curse would have already gone face and ended his turn by now. Because I think that's the moment you say, okay, let's go. Although Barb Nest, Arcane Shot, another draw next turn, I still personally do like the double aim shot here and just jam it all to face.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. The thing I agree with most here is the amount of time that Curse took to make this decision, because I do think it is incredibly close, but boy, oh boy, is that a lot of damage on the other side. The Control Warrior is down to 5 on turn 5.
And the benefit here is, there is, okay, not worst case scenario because there's no shield chatter, but there is Frozen Buckler and Heavy Plate.
Yep.
If that exact combo wasn't there, Curse still has a minimum of 6 damage without even talking about the draw he would even have next turn either, so. And assuming there would be a clear, because right now, if MSBC goes full armor, he will leave a 4-attack minion on the board unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, that's right. And I was, ever so slightly concerned about how juicy this trade was when I was considering the play on the previous turn for Cursed. But because you have Barb Nets in your hand, that doesn't really matter either, right? The fact that if you do have to re-win board after this, say there is just massive armor gain and the trade into the 3/5, that would feel kind of bad if you were expecting to have to then redevelop board and win the board that way. But in this case, because Barb Nets exist, it just doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I do like this play, though. He did Iceblood Garrison, which is going to deal 1 damage AoE for 3 turns, and then just goes for the hero power and the armor as well. Does kill off his own board, though, which I guess is probably at this point a benefit because he'll probably be scared of Piercing Shot, leaving 2/1 healths on the board. So, even though the self-clear doesn't look great at surface level, it's definitely not as bad as it looks. Just briefly important to bring up that there is just the 1 Rancor in MSBC's Warrior. I know we've seen some Warriors actually run 0 this weekend, and the difference between 0 and 1 is pretty huge, honestly. First, looks like he's going to take it a little bit slower and play the Trog out. Don't blame him. As soon as he gets the Face Naga, the spells he's been holding for now will just start adding up to so much additional damage.
Yeah, that is true. 6 health only for MSBC right now, but that is a huge, huge pickup.
It doesn't matter how many Trogs he makes with the other spells if he just heavy plates and clears the whole board anyway.
Yep. And now that is a double discounted raid boss Onyxia. Medium oof has been downgraded to small oof because now the second time with the double discount later in the game, that raid boss Onyxia is actually a phenomenal pickup for MSBC here. And Gnome Private off the top on turn 7, not what you're looking for.
Yep. I wonder if Cursed is thinking it may be time to at least play one of these spells for now. He will have a lot of mana. I'm just thinking of exactly Piercing Shot being quite expensive, and if that stops, if you have to play an extra turn of the game because you didn't use up these spells, then, you're going to be a little bit upset with that, of course. Now there's the Raid Boss Onyxia with the shield block. There's then Rukara for an additional 10. I think Cursed might have just been stopped.
Having just drawn Rancor, though, I think he might just wait a turn for that Raid Boss Onyxia from this point. And then just go Onyxia into Rancor on the same turn. Not only does that gain him infinity armor, it also means that he removes all of those juicy Piercing Shot targets from the board at the same time.
Quick shot looks like the most likely pickup there with 2/1 cost spells from Cursed. It means you can guarantee the additional card draw next turn.
In which case you dump your hand now, right? Because you have full control on the following turn of dredging into anything that you want to pick up and then drawing it with the quick shot.
Yeah, biggest question about that would be the Barrack Kodo Bane, I imagine, right? As the highest cost mana to give yourself more freedom. So if he quick shots into Barrack, he can play it and still play something else. But yeah, this is, I think the nod from Curse is suddenly his opponent's on 24.
Well, start chipping away again. It's a long road ahead. Quick shot into Terracoil.
Terracoil's like, wait, I saw that quick shot.
And yeah, Cursed has the expression and mannerisms of a player who is already looking at other deck lists to get his head focused in different games in the series right now.
Yeah, and you see how close it was, right? Like, one actual health showing from MSBC, the rest armor, of course, is absolutely huge and gets off to a great start. There's a win for the Warrior. Job number 1 done for MSBC. And again, this may be too presumptuous, but Demon Hunter Mage, yes, Mage can struggle, and that's probably what Curse is staring at right now in his opponent's lineup. And rightly or wrongly, I would assume the Demon Hunter will get a win, like I assume Demon Hunter always gets a win right now.
Yeah, you would think so. Of course, just going all the way back to the bans, and a dynamic that we didn't really touch on in this, which is I think a ton of Cursed success throughout this tournament will have been coming from his win rate against Druid in general, right? Because of the lineup that he has. I talked about this with Gia in the semi-final, how MSBC just not bringing Druid at all is unusual from what we've been seeing on stream largely. Playing that Boar Priest instead, and then that Boar Priest kind of getting a ban because of the nature of deck that Cursed is playing. The suddenly Zyrella and Wild Pyromancer and a large amount of healing is suddenly just the ticket for dealing with what Cursed is trying to do on the other side. So instead he's having to leave up another very good deck in the case of the Demon Hunter, which tends to be the king of the aggro matchups when it comes down to it still. So I do think MSBC kind of has Cursed beat a little bit just in terms of raw lineups here, and Cursed is going to be up against it, especially with that Warrior getting out at the first attempt against the Face Hunter.
And we are jumping over now to that Naga Face aggro Demon Hunter from MSBC, as we will continue to decide what it's called. And looking at it here, it does very much look like what I would call the standard right now. There is the Viper in there that not everyone runs, but I think the Viper and even the Mankrik for me now, Sol, is being very quickly cemented as a standard pick.
Yeah, it's interesting that we've reached this point with quad card draw as well. When I started playing this deck on day 2 or 3 of the expansion quite early on, there was a list, I believe, that originally hit rank 1 legend on the China server that I picked up that just had double Need for Greed as the card draw in it, which I quickly decided I didn't like and replaced with Spectral Sight. It never crossed my mind to just cut other cards and play all 4 of them, but I do think that's a development that I am on board with as well. Going down to 1 Bone Glaive generally to make room for that kind of stuff as well, because it's a card that is a little bit clunky overall. But still, I think if you are going to find yourself in a position where that Viper is the card and you feel like you don't need it, the card that goes straight back in is a second Bone Glaive at that point anyway, because it's really not that far off being a 2 of in the deck to begin with. So big fan of this build of the deck, just has enough gas to keep on going over time, and even for an aggro deck it can still win even if you get a hand clogged with card draw in the early game, because your ability to just do explosive swing turns with Lady Setheno, for example, or big multi-strike pufferfish kind of things, right? Like it's not the end of the world if you fall behind by drawing a bunch of cards and picking up resources. So I do think a good amount of card draw in the deck does make sense. However, it is going to be going up against Beast Druid on the other side here, which can present a few tricky problems for it to deal with. This deck in particular from Cursed, though, is different yet again from several of the other builds of Aggro Druid that we've been seeing throughout the tournament, with the Pride's Fury coming back in as opposed to the Azuran Gardens that we've seen in many of the other lists.
And most importantly, the 15 2-offs. to
Oh, yeah.
make a very clean list, which, you know, when someone is making a 15-2 of list and it's an aggro deck, you have to respect it, right? Because you know they've just gone, these are the 15 most aggressive and best cards for the deck. I'm putting them all in. Let's go. None of this tech nonsense here. But we are going to get into game.
It's also a 15-2 of aggro decks with 6 playable on 1/1-drops in it as well, which is, I believe, the Chucky golden ratio for how many 1-drops you are supposed to have in your aggro deck.
The strictly correct number at all times.
Yes.
Here, though, double Frostwolf Kennel that he can coin into, and it's going to be pretty good, because although there are ways for this aggro Demon Hunter to actually clear stealth minions with, for example, a Fell Barrage, perfect timing, still, it will allow Cursed over time to build up a board that Claw Fury Adept can then really pile on the pressure with, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Fell Barrage is a nice draw for MSBC to have picked up, though, because it's kind of rare that you won't be able to kill a Trog with that, with the way this is going. I think the big decision now is, because of that draw, whether this needs hero powering or not after this trade happens on the Need for Greed. Oh, okay. That's exciting.
Kind of like equip pass.
What's your reasoning for that?
Well, the swing, like, I guess if he equips swings, then he can actually just play the guard, so I guess that actually makes sense the more I stare at it. I was mainly staring at Kurtrus and working out how many swings he realistically needs to be good against cursed minions, right? And it's not like you need 7 4s against the average Druid turn on 6, right? So it was just, could he have saved the weapon charge? But I think now that with the Treasure Guard available, this just fills out its curve a little bit nicer. And now with the Fell Barrage, though, into these, the Trog and one of the taunts, looking pretty clean here for MSBC.
Yeah, and this is why I liked the swing a lot, is because Thorngrowth Sentries, the threat of it exactly, so you kind of remove that tiny, well, not tiny, 33% scenario where you would be just duplicating Trogs after the Fell Barrage goes off, and now Cursed finds himself set back, and yep, Frostwolf Kennels does get a lot of work done, but in the spot that Cursed is in, it's very, very slow development! Are you joking?
The wince from Cursed there as well. He was like, well, those were the exact pair of minions I did not want to see. I did mention earlier that there are certain ways in which Demon Hunter can interact with stealth minions, and we saw one of them with the Fell Barrage, but being used to clear up a Trog. That is the other one, and Curse is just like, how am I supposed to fight back? And I think, honestly, that might have looked like a weird concede, but I completely understand Curse's side there, because he cannot fight back against double Puffer Fist, plus everything else that is going to be played in the following turns. Wow.
Hello, officer? I'd like to report a mugging, please. I've just witnessed it in the street. Like, hello? You can't just do that to a person, let alone having the Drekthar on 4. That's bad enough, but hitting exactly double Puffer Fist to make a situation that your opponent can just never develop into their board again. Absolutely disgusting stuff. And I guess you reap what you sow, right? And Cursed may just be hoping that his name is not very appropriate right now, because he is beginning to feel the other end of what it's like to lose a series in a matter of minutes. As, you know, live by the sword, die by the sword. These decks can win in minutes, but they can also show that they are losing in minutes.
Yes, I will tell you right now, if before we started this series, you told me, oh, it's going to be another, 15-minute series, I would have been like, yeah, it could well be. And if it is, it's MSBC that wins. I would have been like, surely not. But it could happen, right? Again, we've said that the mage is the potential weakness here with what's left over. Obviously, the Demon Hunter being super strong. But yes, the mage could get steamrolled 3 times. That's how the series could end. But it is Naga Mage, right? It can pull out some pretty impressive turns, and the second Curse can't keep up, which again, let's just assume is against the Face Hunter list. If Face Hunter has like a spell-heavy start and doesn't really get going with a wider board of minions, and then MSBC pops off on turn 4 or 5, well, FaceHunter doesn't deal with that unless they're literally setting up lethal, right? Like they can't actually win trading board states when it's that wide. So it's still very possible that MSBC cleans this up nicely with a rapid 3-0 victory. It's all on this Ping/Naga Mage.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about, you know, the quicker, smoother version being the pure Naga, straight up Naga spell mage, I guess, whatever you want to do to differentiate the two. But honestly, most of the cards that you need to have a massive turn 5, turn 4 with the coin, huge pop-off turn to beat aggro, they're still all in the deck. They're all there. There's no difference in that regard. It's just kind of some of the 0 mana spells that I suppose you are missing that make the difference. But, you know, the cheap Nagas are still there. The card draw is still there. You can still do very much the same thing. And First Flame, I think, is, you know, the biggest crucial inclusion that you have to really be able to fight back against these aggro boards early on. And yep, 100% that's in there as well. So you can certainly see the merit and see some of the potential win condition for this Naga Ping Mage still, even though it is, you know, arguably a little bit slower than the version that Orange and Habu Gabu were bringing to the tournament.
I think the biggest problem you've got a chance of running into in these kind of matchups is when you go for your pop-off turn, you could draw a Modresh, you could draw a Reckless Apprentice or a Bran, you know, something that doesn't strictly continue the sort of rolling Naga spell chant.
Yep.
And that's the weakness. It's not even necessarily, oh, you've cut some of the key cards or it can't do this, it can't do that. It's just sometimes your hand won't be full of only Naga and spells, which is what the other version, you know, does a little bit more consistently. But we are getting into the game and we will no doubt quickly find out whether MSBC has the ability to finish this up in a 3-0 win, or whether Kirst's fight starts now.
And it's a pretty strong looking opener so far. Naga on 1 into Gift on 2. He does have the option to go Amalgam on 2 here if he wants to really aggressively fight for board. And you know what? I wouldn't hate it, because the threat of Battle-Worn Vanguard, even Battle-Worn Vanguard coin multi-strike, is very real here. And having that extra 2-3 on board will be very, very nice to be able to at least contest the 2-2 body on the other side if it does come out.
Yeah, even to a lesser extent, but even if the Treasure Guard comes out, right, it lets you just punch through it fairly cleanly. As opposed to, right, I have to trade once and it's still there, and then suddenly Curse plays another minion or two, and then, you know, the board starts getting a bit too wide. This just gives MSBC, especially with the Ruined Orb in hand, a way to actually say, right, I can keep you off board for probably one more turn at a minimum.
Are we still Tempo Kings? No, okay, we've given up on
I
that.
was looking at the Zola, though. I was looking at it.
Okay, Reckless Apprentice picked up, no Wildfire just yet, though. And now this Battle-Worn Vanguard does get to come into play. Once again, this is something that the Zola could have been able to contest if it was played out for MSBC, but he chose to go with the card draw instead. But I don't mind.
Ooh, okay. Funnily enough, I like the School Teacher, honestly.
Oh, really?
Purely because Reckless always clears the 1/1s at a minimum, and then it's like, let him fill up the board with 1/1s, and then you just have First Flame, Reckless, done. And you have the extra knowledge of what the Nagaling does, right? Maybe that's even better, you know?
Shooting Star just really aggressively trying to preserve health here, I think, for MSBC as well. Just not letting any kind of basis of board state come down. And now with that double Bone Glaive, we were talking about this earlier, there is a double Bone Glaive in Cursed list, and now he is just going to have to start trying to ramp up the damage as aggressively as possible.
Yeah, one of the matchups as well that Pufferfist isn't great in.
Yeah.
The only, the only benefit here for Cursed, if he did pick Pufferfist, was he has the other one, so suddenly it's 2 damage to everything from turn 6 onwards, if he has a weapon equipped, of course. Oh, is he a Colossal Gamer? He is.
He's
okay. I like this a lot. I like this a lot, because you know what? He's defended a lot of his health, like 25 health on turn 5. Druids have died by now this tournament. So really good job for MSBC so far. And I'm going to go out there and say most Colossal minions that you'll get off this horn actually will dominate the board, right? One way or another.
Yeah, I think the big deal, though, is whether you find one of the ones with taunts. So, you know, Shaman, Druid, Warrior, for example.
Or the Priest.
Very nice.
Oh.
Or the Priest one. I was going to lead on to that. But that is the one that you can at least theoretically play around for a turn or two at the very least. But you are going to have to deal with it at some point.
Yeah. The trick with that is even though it forces the trade with minions, you'd be like, oh, don't play minions. Well, the lifesteal guy still gets to attack.
Yes.
Like, it's not like it does it. If it said can't attack, then yeah, you could sort of mess around a little bit to try and stop it, but it doesn't.
And then it just becomes a Silence Priest minion.
Yeah, wait! And you've just got a weird 1/4 on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10, and this is what I was talking about earlier on. Boneglaive, it looks a bit simple, but simply hitting your opponent in the face works.
Oh, no!
Oh, have I cursed this? For cursed? Oh, and what? I mean, he
It's
has to
so
kill it.
big!
He has to kill it, but he'll take 8, and there's still a Queen Azshara on the board. Like, even though everyone, knows it's about the treasures with this card, it is a 5/5. Like, it's still going to beat him up.
It's so big!
Yep. How funny would it be is if the 1/4, like, if your opponent had a weapon, it forced the attack. That would be great. And cursed. Honestly, Subtle, right now, that was absolute worst case scenario. Even the Druid Colossal, which would have been a pain because of the armor gain, the taunt, and so on, would have been very annoying. But an 8/10 with lifesteal, and if you play a minion, it just feeds the lifesteal as well after all this work Cursed has done.
Yeah, I think
It's painful.
I think this is the worst outcome, and then Shaman was the runner-up, right? Because it's
Quad taunt.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Is it 3? Is it 3 or 4? You've made me doubt.
Let's say 3. Sorry, it's 4 minions, 3 taunts.
Right.
Apologies. That's why I said
It's-
quad instantly. Yeah.
It's 3 taunts that you can't just like plow through and then say job done, right? Because you then leave an enormous problem left on the board on the other side. So I would say that was the second worst one outcome. But yeah, this is for sure the monstrous problem to deal with.
First, of course, going to keep playing this out. And you know what, Subtle? Weirdly enough, I like this plan. If he's just like, I'm going to try and outrace an 8 health a turn,
Lethal.
because what else
Just
can he
lethal.
do?
It's
Oh, wow.
MSBC, by the way, set this up on the previous turn. He was debating whether to go Wildfire or Ping with his remaining mana. Recognized that by going Ping on that turn and then Wildfire, Ping, Reckless Apprentice on the follow-up, he would potentially have exact lethals on the follow-up. So he had that all set up while we were talking about random outcomes from the Colossal Horn. But oh my goodness, what a beating to receive when you have been the one doling it out up until this point, to turn around and be given a taste of your own medicine. And how fitting it is narratively for the European player to charge effortlessly through everyone else en route to a final, and then suddenly to find out that those tricks don't work against the Chinese representative. Once again, what a performance in the Masters Tour by MSBC and by the China region. MSBC has clearly come a long, long way since he forgot to put a Baku in his deck all those years ago.
Yeah, huge congratulations to MSBC as your Voyage the Sunken City champion. Great performance, a great lineup, and for me at least, an unexpected lineup, getting the work done. And he was finally the player to put a stop to Cursed domination in good fashion as well, with a very swift 3-0 victory for himself. What a win. And I think I said all the way at the start of the day that MSBC was no doubt feeling the pressure as the sole representative from China to make it to top 16, but he has done his job and won the whole thing. So congratulations once again. And of course, a congratulations to Cursed. I think his lineup and his matches especially were extremely entertaining, and he's done a great job to finish second place. But yeah, MSBC, what a tournament, and what a way to finish, Soto.
Yeah, and, you know, again, I will echo your sentiment. Shout out to Kirst in this one. You know, Lorinda was talking about this a little bit before. I think you were on the cast with him on the time. But Kirst is from a certain era of European Hearthstone where we actually remember playing tournaments against him, right? From way back in the day. I remember just like, you know, weekly Gfinity Cash Cups where the likes of, you know, Crane, Indran, the H2K people, the London Conspiracy people, Kirst was thrown in there as well, a few other Greek representatives thrown in there. And that's where, you know, I really like cut my teeth and started to realize, oh, okay, I'm actually getting kind of good at this. Like I'm playing weekly tournaments and getting top 4s and top 8s against some of the biggest names in Europe. And Kirst and Deathalore, for example, some of the early reps from the Greek community were really some of the players that, you know, I
That's really awkward because that's the place I learned I wasn't good at this. Heavily too. So again, final congratulations to MSBC. That means just suddenly we're at the end of this Masters Tour, the first in the new rotation and expansion. We all hope you enjoyed watching it. Shout out to production, shout out to you lot for watching, and yeah, from us, thanks a lot again for watching, and we'll see you next time.
didn't even see that. That's insane. What the heck?
That is incredible.
That's every minion destroyed.
The Bless, that's just lethal, right?
Bless Apotheosis, like he's still going. I can't imagine this doesn't end up being lethal at some point. It's just dead on turn 5.
Just
He just
dead.
played a rod and then fell over. That's huge he got to do this entire game.